Oh, what is up, DK Sim fam? Right now, it's just me, Christian DeAndrea, holding it down because Adam Kaufman, my broadcast partner, currently stuck in a meeting, currently dropping knowledge and probably, if we're being honest, making a whole bunch of fantasy basketball lineups with which he will steal your hard-earned DK dollars. But hey, you know what? That's him. I'm here. I'm here for you. And because of my undying commitment to the Sim fam, I get rewarded with another Detroit Lions sim. Yes, I am truly among the blessed out there. And well, since lineups have already locked, let's get into where I am going with this one. The Lions, we know they have that terrible secondary. You know who else has a pretty bad secondary? The Falcons. So I'm kind of betting hard on a bad passing defense and some aerial acrobatics and fireworks in this one. For me, he's not been having a lot of great games lately, but made sure I went out and got Julio Jones, only $12K in the captain spot. Pretty affordable for a guy with absolute superstar capabilities. And, you know, there are a lot of games where he's facing staring down cornerback ones and gets shut down. That's not going to be the case today because the Lions don't have anyone like that. I've also got in that lineup, made sure I got Calvin Ridley, made sure I got Matt Ryan, Matty Ice, see if he can't throw, maybe get him Bundy himself in this one, get himself 4 passing touchdowns. I also went out and paid up for Marvin Jones because Marvin Jones, we all know he's been on a bit of a heater lately. Almost 13 points last game, almost 24 before that. And 4 sims ago, he broke free for 34 plus. So the man is going hard. He is getting in there. He's getting you points and probably going to be worth that 8K investment, that Julio Jones type money. I'm sorry, Marvin is actually more expensive than Julio Jones. $600 more. That's why I got Julio in the captain spot. I got to imagine a lot of you do as well. From there, DJ Hawkinson made some sense. He was cheap. Danny Amendola always finds his way to show up and contribute in these sims. He was pretty inexpensive as well. So while the Falcons have a healthy Keanu Neal and have a fully realized A.J. Terrell, I do think that this should be a game that lights up the scoreboard, even though it's a wild weather it's a Call Rush Tuesday. What am I thinking? Oh my God. I blame Call for naming the free roll something weather related because that broke my brain. Clearly, what weather free roll, which 197 of you joined in, way more than the 102 of you that joined the Ducey and DeAndrea free roll because Kenny doesn't know what day it is. And speaking of guys who don't have their crap together, I am joined now by the man himself, Adam Kaufman. So nice of you to join us on this lovely Tuesday afternoon.
So, Christian, as you were outlining pregame, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, all in good spots tonight. For those that are focused, obviously, on their NBA lineups. No, I was tied up working on something that people will get to see a little bit later on in the Dream Stream, which is a National League Central preview with none other than Gary Thorne and Steve Buchanan. So that is coming your way on the Dream Stream at some point this week, maybe even later on tonight. So we do all have that to look forward to and should be a good time. But as we are underway, my friend, you ran down your lineup. I'm going to do the same for the nooner, the what weather free roll, as you said. And so there is a story actually behind that and breaking your brain. The story is this. When I wrote it, okay, who's playing? And I try and come up with just a quick little, some sort of silly correlation between the two teams. Okay, the Lions, the Falcons, they both are dome teams, so weather will have no impact. And how strange on a wild weather Wednesday, I'm going to put what weather free roll. And I said it, and I send it, and then I'm looking at the next sim for the next contest, and I realize in between, tomorrow's not Wednesday. That's not the case. So that doesn't matter. But you know what? Still holds because there is no weather. They're in a dome. It's still a what weather game. It works. But I understand if that broke not only your brain, but those of others out there, and I do apologize for that if it impacted the way in which people set their lineups.
Clearly devastated Kenny as well. He was like, I think it's Wednesday too, and that's when he and I will be on the nooner call. But today we get the Lions and the Falcons, and a rough start for Matthew Stafford. Terrible throwing first down there with his team, still clawing back into this one. These are, like you were talking pregame, man, not a great showdown if you are hoping for a pitcher's duel. Detroit, 32nd ranked defense per Football Outsiders DVOA. Atlanta, a little bit better. They're actually a top half unit, 14th per DVOA, but 19th against the pass. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for the current franchise quarterback of the LA Rams to justify his upcoming contract extension. That's something the Rams are going to have to get under control. Might not be able to do it this year because, as is tradition, they are in salary cap hell, but they could add a few more years down the line to his contract, maybe even free up some room in 2020 and basically kick that can down the line. It's been very, very, very carry on smoke there for loss of about 4. Typically a useful punt play. He kind of needs a touchdown to make you feel good about rostering him, but for like 2,600 or whatever, he'll give you a few points. It's not too bad.
Maybe I was impacted in creating that contest last night by the giant storm that was going on outside my window. The lights were flickering. I thought a tree was going to fall in the house. It was really a thing going on here in the New England area, at least the greater Boston area last night. Drew says, our producer, that's why Kenny thought he was on, probably just looking ahead at the schedule, seeing that he's on for the nooner on Wednesday, just he was confused. I understand. I apologize 1,000 times to all the people out there. So my lineup, and as you said, 197 people involved, so we very nearly filled the thing. Where were the other 3 of you, huh? I've got Todd Gurley in the captain spot, as I typically do when the Falcons are involved. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, so a whole lot of Falcons, the Queens Atlanta team. Russell Gage is there as well as a nice value play at $4,800. And then Danny Amendola is my lone Lion, so I'm certainly hoping Detroit doesn't go out and just have a banner day today. As we approach the midpoint of a scoreless opening quarter, he is Christian DeAndrea, I'm Adam Kaufman, we've got Drew, Daniel, Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. Great to have everybody hanging out. Contrary to what is happening in the Jack Kings conference room, Christian is not solo today, but he was for pregame, nor have I been suspended or fired or anything like that. I am here to hang out. Matter of fact, for the first 2 Sims. I'll be around for the Mad Matinee in a couple hours with Professor Z. Zach Thompson will join me for that one, so should be fun as well. But right now, hopefully we can get some offense out of this one. There's some interesting news that has come down, just reports, rumors, all sorts of things like that over the last several hours, couple of days. As we know, we were on yesterday when the J.J. Watt news broke, and we had plenty of time to analyze that. But on the quarterback front, obviously, as we know here for this game, the Lions, they've got a new guy. It's Jared Goff, no longer Matt Stafford. So enjoy him while you got him in Simland, folks. But could Matt Ryan be on the move for Atlanta? What other QBs could be on the move this offseason here with the start of the new league year rapidly approaching later this month? One report that I found to be a little bit interesting as I was reading it last night is that the Niners, who of course it's, sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out on Jimmy Garoppolo, it seems, have expressed interest, at least privately, in Teddy Bridgewater and getting him from Carolina. What do you think about that? What does the postroute.substack.com think about that?
Oh my God, what a great tie into it. Amazing newsletter that you can subscribe to for free. I know my guy Giggle Pigs absolutely has, because he loves the post route. I really appreciate the support. I am in on the Teddy Bridgewater train. He's still only 28 years old, and he did have a nice little comeback season this year. Obviously, it was not as good as the Panthers had hoped. Really kind of fell off that early season pace, but it was still roughly an average kind of quarterback. Didn't make a ton of big throws downfield, but still dialed up his passing attack from where it was in the Saints. Proved he could be a guy who thrived outside of a Drew Brees kind of check down system. And pairing him with Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore did create some fireworks. Granted, it might have been a temporary thing. Maybe teams got used to Teddy being able to throw downfield, and they adjusted, and maybe this is the best we'll ever see him. But I think there is still some upside there. I think he is still growing as a quarterback. If he finds the right place, he can be not an MVP candidate, maybe not even a Pro Bowler, but he can be the right kind of guy to push you towards a championship, get you into the playoffs. You could do a lot worse than Teddy Bridgewater. And what we know from the Panthers right now, that maybe he's not the guy. Maybe they are still trying to wholesale reinvent the franchise there. David Tepper and Matt Rule, trying to put the old era, the Richardson and Rivera era, fully in the rear view. And maybe that means bringing in their own young quarterback, not a reclamation project like Teddy, but going out there, getting themselves a Trey Lance, or hoping that either Justin Fields falls to them or they trade up to get him. So I would absolutely consider Teddy available on the free agent market right now. It's going to be interesting to see who is in the running for him, especially when you can get kind of a similar profile of the quarterback out of Jimmy Garoppolo, if you just kind of dial up the Niners and ask nicely, because they would be happy to get him up close.
1st and 10 from the 13 on the way, still scoreless, about 90 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Carolina Plays, that's a username, says Teddy sucks. He's been doing the same stat line his whole career. He isn't growing at all. Do you believe in a lack of development and growth out of Teddy Bridgewater to this point, that he is still just kind of what he's always been, that's all he's going to be? There's no upside there?
I kind of can appreciate that, but he doesn't have that traditional career arc. It's not like we're looking at a guy who's been in the league for 7 years. Most guys that have been around that long, what you're getting out of them. I think Teddy still has a little bit of that untapped potential. He was growing early in his stage with the Vikings, where he was able to wring 11 wins out of that team by basically being a fairly unremarkable quarterback. But obviously he went through the traumatic knee injury that nearly derailed his career, and he came back strong. And like I said, he's not going to go out there and wow you, but at the same time, this is a guy who threw for nearly 250 passing yards per game. That was a career high by a long shot. He is transforming, he is evolving. If you put him in the right situation, he can do pretty well. So if you put him behind a solid offensive line, bang, bang, Kenny Galladay into the end zone, we got ourselves our first touchdown of this game. And it's the wide receiver one taking advantage of that soft Falcons coverage. But if you put a guy like Teddy Bridgewater into a situation where he has weapons, where he has a solid offensive line, I think he can surprise you. I think he can go above and beyond that, 225 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception per game stat line that you have typically kind of come to expect from Teddy.
Who needed Teddy Bridgewater, folks? Great observation here from Silly Sally Wants to Play in the YouTube. Kenny Galladay, that is. Wow, I haven't seen an opening drive take up the whole quarter since 6-minute quarters. It is wild, right? I mean, truly. All but 3 seconds of that first quarter occupied by the Detroit Lions, and Falcons will finally touch the ball. That was methodical. Jordan says at this rate, each team will finish with 2 drives, and it'll be 6-6 in regulation. Maybe 14-14.
I mean, that was just beautiful. That was some Service Academy type driving, just keeping the clock running, dominating time of possession. And we even got some forward passes out of it. So a very, very nice start to this one. Very efficient start to this one. We get, it's going to take us into the quarter break here. We'll no longer just have to fixate on my lovely mug. We'll get the handsome Adam Kaufman as well, as through one quarter, it's been all Lions, but they're the only team that's run any plays. So you stacked up the Falcons, you're just like, okay, zeros across the board. Cool.
Like me, for instance, sitting probably in last place or close to it. Between the two of us, though, you do get to see plenty of bobbleheads, so at least you got that going for you. And a sweet new billboard designed by our friends the Kilgores that Christian, there it is, has nice and handy for you. So far, Matt Stafford, 7 out of 9 before Matt Ryan has even touched the ball, 60 passing yards, and that touchdown to Kenny Galladay. 7-0 Detroit through 1. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers. Once again, they all belong to the Lions. You have got Kerryon Johnson, 6 for 7. That's it. Yuck.
Garbage.
DeAndre Swift, 2 for 1. Adrian Peterson, 1 for 5. Just gross.
They ran the ball 9 times and averaged like 1.2 yards per carry, Cough. Just absolutely.
How about Galladay, though? Look at Galladay. 5 for 42 and a touchdown in the singular first quarter. That is it. Just one quarter, the man's already had what honestly would be a game for some of these guys. 5 for 42. Now, hopefully he doesn't go missing, show up on the milk carton the rest of the game. We'd like to see more. This is a guy, and I didn't roster him. There's no personal bias here. But when you see a start like that, I want to see a guy go off for, certainly the bonus. I want to see him hit 180 yards. Let's go.
let's at least keep pace. He needs at least 168 receiving yards in this one and 20 catches. Let's see that. But yeah, 1 quarter and already 15 points in, so pretty good day for Kenny Galladay already delivering on that big Saturday. We get the strike there to our guy Julio, and that was actually something that came up. I forget who it was. Someone unimportant, I'm assuming, ranked the top 7 wideouts in the league. And Tyreek Hill was number 1. Devontae Adams was number 2. And Julio Jones was nowhere to be found. And I don't know if he just forgot about Julio, because Jones obviously missed some time due to injury this season, but the man is still a top 5 wideout. He still does things no one else can do. Even in only 9 games, 51 catches, 771 receiving yards. Basically, you take his full season there, and he's going to give you about 1,400 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns. The dude is still playing at that all-pro level not well into his 30s. He's only 31 last season, but he is big enough that if he stays healthy and the way he uses that body, if his athleticism wanes, he can still have that Larry Fitzgerald type second act where he goes from dominant deep threat to incredible possession receiver, and I would not be counting out Julio quite yet.
That's where you need, at this stage, Julio Jones to quote tweet that ranking on Twitter with just the picture of Michael Jordan with the iPad saying, "And I took that person." Yeah. That's what we need. That's what the athletes do at this point. 1st and 10. Midfield and Falcons continuing on here, about 90 seconds into the second quarter. Todd Gurley, his second attempt, gets to double-digit yards. Still 7-0 Detroit. So, Silly Sally wants to play. I do remember seeing this yesterday, and we never got to it, so I'm glad that you posted it again. It says, "No one's answered me for 3 days, Cough. Buy Stream Trash. Week-long 42-game sim tournament. Full day of Super Bowl champs versus Super Bowl champs. 4-game, full day, 15-minute quarters." Now, obviously, we know this is, just theoretical. In fact, some of those things, you literally couldn't even do within Madden. But week-long 42-game sim tournament. Full day of Super Bowl champs against Super Bowl champs, Christian. Or 4-game, full day, 15-minute quarters. How you ranking that?
From a broadcasting standpoint solely, I would go in that order, I think.
Drew, our producer's putting them all in the trash. He doesn't want to deal with any of them.
Fair. I mean, the 15-minute quarters would be great just to see how high the scores go, but man, that would be a taxing sim, I guess, although you'd be asking us to call it like 2 hours at a time, so I guess not that taxing. I guess if Joe Buck can do it for 3 hours at a time, we can show up for like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm sure we'd be expediting the game with just holding down the X button on these. So, yeah, I would go in that order. I would go 42-game tournament because that sounds awesome. It sounds like a lot of fun. I would go Super Bowl champs versus Super Bowl champs because there'd be a lot of points scored in there, and hopefully, I'm hoping that we're talking about like old we're matching up like old throwback teams.
That's the way that I interpreted it anyway. Like, are we going to get to see the I don't know, the
are we going to talk
against the 86 Bears?
Yeah. Dude, that actually sounds awesome. I think I'd be into that if we're doing throwback rosters and getting like the 2019 Eagles versus the 2001 Patriots. Hell yeah, that sounds great. Let's sign me up for that. In fact, let's buy that. Yeah. Let's stream the 42-game tournament, and we'll trash the 15-minute quarters because that's
agreed. Yeah, I'd go in the same order. Jenny from the league says, "Sorry for your loss yesterday, Koff. My NBA team prevailed. My NBA team was junk yesterday. Oh, it was bad. I just lost everywhere. It was, what an ugly day. Need a good bounce back here on Tuesday." I haven't had a day like that in a little while, and obviously we're not talking significant money. It's more the fact that, like, just losing everywhere, beating basically nobody. Like, I won my NHL head-to-head, but NBA was just gross. I just chose wrong everywhere. James Harden? Well, should have. LaMelo Ball? Well, should have. Touchdown, corner of the end zone.
Russell Gage action on that one. So
now we're helping out my lineup. Here we go.
There it is. And it didn't take up a full quarter like the Lions opening drive, but still efficient and time-consuming, burning up half the quarter, and that corner out, perfectly thrown, perfectly caught. Russell Gage Jr. touchdown.
So about to be 7-7 after the Younghoe Koo extra point once we get through this booth review, but I can't imagine that's going to get overturned. Looks like a clean touchdown, the far corner of the end zone. Yeah, those feet were in. Certainly had possession. No question. Jeff, formerly of Ops. Dwayne Bacon, LOLOL. Yup. Just, it was that kind of day, man. It was that kind of day.
I mean, listen, this is just going to be, we kind of knew that this game was going to have a lot of points. It was two bad defenses. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you're going to get some, I see, you're going to get some weird performances. And if you guys are complaining about this, just imagine how I feel. Out of 197 people that signed up for the What Weather Nooner, I currently rank 194th.
Yeah, I was in that vicinity before the Gage touchdown because I have both Gage and Ryan. So that shot me way up to 102. Still not great, you know, really perfectly mediocre, middle of the pack. We got a two-way tie for first currently. Our pal Junkman as well as Morrisona. Dot 2018. I hope you do better though. I hope things turn around for you. I'm rooting for you. Mark says, "Cough, showdowns and tears are the way to go, bro." I like it all, man. I'm open to all of it in the NBA. I enjoy it. Jeff says, "I put up 298, which was really good for me, and I'm now 2-5 against Cough." Yeah, we had a head-to-head yesterday.
You're a beast, man.
Trying, man. Just trying. Charlie says, "My captain, smashing the like. It's what you got to do. Hit that like button. We're getting close to 100. And if anybody out there, yeah, you want to jump into any head-to-heads or anything like that, send it over. Let's play. Just for fun. I mean, not totally for fun. Not like free, but we can play for $1 if you want."
Wow. Rolling hard.
Yeah, I know. Coming at you. Put a little extra skin in the game. Second and 10. Nope. Carry on Johnson. 3rd and 4.
This has been just running into a wall. The definition of insanity from the Lions team, trying over and over again to establish the run and getting nothing out of it. So we have another 3rd down situation. Obviously, Lions not fazed by them on that opening drive, but something tells me that they can't just stare down like 12 or 15 3rd downs and be successful. Although there you go, another Hawkinson catch there, and this drive continues. The Lions, this is anything like their opening drive. This one will finish off somewhere in the 3rd quarter with a touchdown.
TJ Hawkinson's one of those guys that I always tell myself I'm going to play and rarely do for some reason. I don't know why. He's just not one of the tight ends that I'm regularly drawn to. More so in the Madden 20 days, perhaps. I sort of feel about him in Simland as I do in real life. Always a guy I think about playing. Sometimes I go there, sometimes I don't. But I never really feel definitively one way or the other with him. Dom says, "Is there any way to make sure only Koff can accept my head-to-head? I choose head-to-heads with him, but other people still jump in before he can accept." I believe the way that you do that, Dom, is to make sure you are sending the invite privately, not creating it within the league, where anybody can just jump in at that point. I've had friends run into that same thing before. You need to send a direct challenge. Meager can tell you. Meager challenges me every day. He's hanging out in the chat. Meager got me yesterday. As he put it, his lineup wasn't any good either. It was just slightly, better than my terrible lineup. 2-minute warning, 7-7 game. Not a whole lot of offense so far, but you do have us. CDA, AK, Drew, Daniel, Cobra K.
Australia won. What's Koff's username? Smash Lana at Kenny Ducey. Dude, the best part for me is whenever we're broadcasting with Ducey and he sets up the free rolls, you get to see that screen name, Jets fan 196. I'm just like, Kenny, why would you broadcast? Why would you tell the world?
Don't advertise.
Hide your shame. Of course, if Kenny ever hit his shame, he would be a very different commentator.
It was great. I don't remember who on this sim production team or otherwise was around for this the other day. Maybe it was just me, but I was doing a game with Kenny, and he comes in and says, "You know, Koff, I've turned a corner. I've really mellowed. I had eggs Benedict for brunch today, and I am a changed man. I'm a changed man. I'm a new guy. I'm not going to yell anymore. I'm just, yeah." Drew was there. Drew's throwing out some quotes. He was a changed man, and boy, that didn't last long. He got them all fired up. He said, "I don't know what it is about you, Koff. You ought to just push the right buttons, because I came in here pretty low-key, easy-going, thrilled about my eggs Benny. Now I'm all heated again."
Dude, unreal. Yeah, no, he's gonna blame you for heating him up? No, that dude gets heated at the drop of a hat. It was Jamal Adams was tangentially related, so we're talking about the Seahawks, and I swear to God, he yelled at me for 8 minutes straight without taking a breath. It was borderline superhuman, and I couldn't even be mad because I was so in awe of his belligerence. It was just like, oh my God, you're not even the Seahawks, man. What is going on? This is I swear, like my laptop shut down because it was overheating just from the strength of his takes.
Field goal good. Matt Prater owners, if you got them. 10-7. Minute to go here in the opening half. It was an experience. Later on today, just in case you are mapping out your Dream Stream day, why wouldn't you? You got something special coming your way. Honestly, I have no idea what to anticipate, but I can at least clue you in that it's happening. So you've got Zach Thompson and I together for the Madden Matinee at 2 o'clock, the Raiders-Chargers. After that, at 4, the early bird special for the very first time ever. Emerson Lotzi and Brendan Glasheen will do a similar.
Whoa.
Apparently, they have been clamoring for weeks to do it. I don't even know that there's anything special planned. I think they maybe just want to hang out on Zoom for an hour plus. They're going to be together, and I think that's must-watch, baby. They're so excited about it, as Drew notes, that there are 4 free contests in the Sim League. 4! I don't know why there are 4, but there are 4. Glash created one. I think Emerson created multiple. I don't know if they're all 200 person, or maybe they're more exclusive. Maybe there's a 50, a 20, 100, a 200. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Maybe there's some sort of, challenge of loyalty. They want to see who gets more people in their Sims, and Glash created 1 and Emerson created 2. Because he's trying to cheat his way to victory there. I don't know. Any of these things are possible. But they'll be together at 4 o'clock for the Colts and the Cowboys. I guess you might say the C team is together. And then the Patriots and Dolphins, Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich at 6 o'clock for the happy hour sim. Jets and Seahawks at 8. It'll be Jeff Ulrich in the lead chair with Brandon Cristal. And then it'll be Glash and BK. Brendan and Brandon for Saints-Broncos after the prime time in Madden After Dark.
And we got a little check down to Todd Gurley there. This drive looking promising, as every drive this game has been. 2 long extended touchdown drives. The Lions came back, kicked a Prater field goal, and now we're either looking at a Younghoe Koo kick or a touchdown. 2 timeouts, 44 seconds left, and not only does Gurley pick up the first, but he gets out of bounds, preserving a timeout there. Ball on the 15. Falcons trying to turn this one into 6s. To give you a hint on how with it our local trash pickup is, my neighbors right now at this very moment finally getting their Christmas tree picked up from the curb. It's been there for 6 weeks.
Why not? It's March.
Yeah.
Hyro says, Koff, you can tell you're jealous about Emerson and Glass spending time together. Yep, it's oozing through me.
Alex
Fantasy Hawk has returned. Hawk's in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, Alex Fox. Ducey on a Patriots stream equals very hot takes all game. Oh, it's going to be nuclear. It's going to be like if you had your share of hot sauces right now, like our sim right now is like a regular Tabasco. Like it's fine. It's flavorful. You're not drinking it. You're not putting on things to punish your tongue. Kenny's is going to be ghost pepper habanero, assisted suicide. Dr. Payne comes in a mace canister and a belt clip. As Russell Gage again, is that two touchdowns for him?
No, I didn't get it.
I didn't
go for the 5.
I got overexcited there because I thought we were going to have the Russell Gage day of days, but good news, Cough. It can still happen. 2nd and goal, 35 seconds left. Ball's on the 5. Should be 2, maybe even 3 plays left here for the Falcons if they need it. And, they might even be at risk of giving the ball back to the Lions with a little time left on the clock. As Ridley, or not Ridley, but Hurst wide open and too easy.
Hair flowing.
Beautiful. The former Raven, former first-round pick, came over to replace Austin Hooper and did an okay job last season. Doing an even better job here as he has his Falcons in the lead for the first time in this game. An extra point away from 14-10.
Can we also just applaud for a moment the Falcons? I mean, Detroit had that methodical first quarter long touchdown. Took the entire first quarter to score a singular touchdown, Kenny Golladay. And now you have the Falcons getting a touchdown and a multiple play. It wasn't just one big play did the trick. A multiple play touchdown, 6 for 73, and it took them 30 seconds to do it. Now that is efficient, baby.
Not bad. 2.3% of you got him in the captain spot. 26% owned. And, defense optional in this game, Paul. But instead of being straight up fireworks, it's just kind of those slow burning ones, and you got to wait. And then finally, when it explodes, you get the cowboy hat shape, and you go, wow, this was worth it. That's what this sim is a cowboy hat shaped firework sprung from the mind of Jack.
What do we got here in the chat? Domino Joe, I think it was, said he joined all of the free rolls with 4 different lineups, all 4 for the 4 o'clock. Charlie says, M and Glash, that is the potential to go off the rails. Got to see it. Tara says, when will the Koff and Emerson sim be? We haven't talked about it. Those two were going back and forth trying to make this thing happen. We have not broached the subject. Maybe we should be.
Gets rid of it. And big strike. Golladay again. Looks like it's going to be 15 more with a face mask on this one. It is. So just like that, the Lions in scoring territory. And 21 seconds, 3 timeouts. That face mask penalty stops the clock. So the Lions going to have a great opportunity to get the lead back. And all right, we're getting some regular fireworks here to finish this one off. Lions looking like they're going to get at least 3 points out of this drive, maybe even more.
14-10 Falcons, 1st and 10.
Okay,
that's not going to help.
Yeah.
Timeout Lions after the big sack there on Matt Stafford. Welcome back, Fantasy Hawks. Good to see you, pal. We're worried about you. Edward says, Kenny doesn't sleep. He drinks coffee and has arguments for energy. Stafford drops back about the 45, slings it left side, completed, feet were in.
Bounce. Love to see it there. So right back into field goal range, and, well, they're going to need to do something here on 3rd and 2, but they can even run it here, take a timeout, throw it at the end zone on a 1st down if they get it. A lot of opportunities here remaining in the final 11 seconds for the Lions, which is not something we typically see here in Simland. The clock management has been way on point. And as a big strike to Hawk down to the 5, take that timeout. 7 seconds left. Time for one more play before trotting Prater out there and see if they take that chance or if they just settle for 3 points on the game.
1st and goal from the 6. Like you said, we'll see what they do. Really, in all likelihood, only time for one play unless Stafford gets rid of it very quickly. They're going to go for it, though. Try and take a lead.
I like it. They got that timeout, so if they get stopped in bounds, if Stafford takes that sack, they'll be okay.
Get rid of it, man. Get rid of it. Sack. Timeout.
Oh.
1 second left.
Woo! Oh, man. So Stafford doing everything he can to erase the scoring opportunity on this drive. 2 terrible sacks, but still going to get a field goal attempt out of this one. It'll be about a 31-yarder from Matt Prater. So if you rostered Prater, the only good UCF grad, you're having a pretty good half. He's going to finish this one with at least 7 points. So not a bad day to roster that Lions kicker. Kicks up. It's good.
Easy shot, 31-yarder. No problem. And it's a 1-point game. Decent amount of offense here in the opening half. 14-13. Atlanta in front as we reach halftime.
Not a bad start to this one. 5 drives. Every one of them ended in points, Cough. Everyone. As 2 terrible rushing games. 41 rush yards between these 2 teams. But Ryan and Stafford both going at it. Good day to roster both quarterbacks if you could afford it. Bad day to roster Calvin Ridley. He has been on the milk carton for this one. I don't even think we've seen him yet. I thought he was going to have a huge day. I made sure I got him in there along with Julio Jones. But no, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, not really showing up for the Falcons in this one. It's been Russell Gage and Hayden Hurst with touchdowns for the Falcons. And for the Lions, their lone touchdown went to Kenny Galladay, who's having himself quite the day. Not quite on pace for that 60-point performance he was in the first quarter, but 8 for 101 and touchdown. Still pretty good.
No, he's been awesome. Like, we said, he's pacing for a 200-yard day. Hopefully he gets there. Gurley, 3 for 59 in the air. He is only 20 yards on the ground. In fact, he is the leading rusher with 20 yards, which is just disgusting, but it is a fact. Julio, 3 for 43. Like you said, nothing, donut, bagel out of Calvin Ridley so far. So those who went with a heavy Atlanta stack and included Ridley, not great. If you might be ranking in the bottom 100, which I am right now at 112. We got Ollie Pop 93 in front by about 3 points. Where are you sitting?
I am 183rd out of 197, but in the Ducey and DeAndrea, I made this free roll because I don't know what day it is. I am 98th out of 102. So
okay,
top 100 at least one of these.
Hey, good for Kenny still getting north of 100 in that one.
Yeah.
People just like to, they just want to join, just want to be part of the thing.
Just want to be.
That's why I love our community.
People want to bask in the warming glow of the Kenny Ducey hot take. It's still kind of winter. I don't know what the temperature's like out there. You said you got a storm. I don't know if it was thunder, snow, or just a regular rainy day, but out here, still a bit chilly in Wisconsin. So we have nothing to keep us warm with the intense heat of Kenny Ducey's Jets hatred.
Well, we do have that warm, snuggy feeling whenever Brendan Glasheen shows up, and he is in the chat, folks. I see him. He says hello to the Sim fam. It's good to see you, Glash. Thanks for being with us. Not to worry, we have been heavily promoting your extravaganza at 4 o'clock. I can only imagine what you will be wearing to dress up to mark the occasion. It's a big deal. Brendan Glasheen and Emerson Lotzi will be together at 4 Eastern, 3.5 hours from now, for the first time in Simland together.
We do know for certain, because I confirmed this with Emerson, that Glash not allowed inside his house. So they won't even have a deck inside situation. They're going strictly virtual for this one.
Okay, so they will be at their respective abodes.
Poor Glash does not have clearance to enter anyone's home here in pandemic times, or I'm assuming no.
Guru says, all right, Coffee, won again. You're up 3-0. I'll send another NBA invite, but if you win, I'm done. Clean sweep for our hard-hitting dollar head-to-heads. Send her over, Guru. I'm excited, Glash. I want to know what you got planned today. Should be a good time.
Is he going to dress up as Emerson? Is he going to put on a too-tight T-shirt?
That could be a thing.
Shorts to show off his quads?
Now we're on to something.
Just show up in a Peloton.
Maybe they do I don't know if Glash has a bike. Maybe they do the sim on Pelotons.
You know what? Glash definitely has. His apartment complex has the Top Golf simulator. There's no way his apartment doesn't have at least one exercise bike that he can broadcast from. Like, you might alienate the other people in his workout room, but I feel like Glash's whole apartment experience, given the buzzword and everything else, has been nothing but alienating the rest of his poor, godforsaken Julio Jones with the catch there. 2nd and 2 coming up for it's Twitch chat pointing out that not only is Calvin Ridley on the milk carton, but Marvin Jones, whose price went up to 8,600, scoreless in the first half. And we've seen his fortunes really turn on a dime. A lot of time for this one to turn around for wideouts. Those guys who get a lot of usage, those wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 types, can definitely make an appearance here in the second half. Now Ryan targets Russell Gage and throws the ball roughly 4 yards away from him. A gross one from the veteran QB.
Minute plus into half number 2, 14-13 Atlanta. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Drew, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, Tate, Cobra K is our game ops guy, and all of you in the DK Sim fam, whether it's on YouTube, Twitch, or one of our other many platforms, thank you for being with us. Mayor, good to see you, buddy. I see you in the chat. Smash that like. Let's get up over 150. We got north of 600 people watching just on the YouTube. I think we can get ourselves to 150, if not 200 by the end of this quarter. Hit that like, appreciate you. Alex noting that Calvin Ridley is the Not My Kid winner right now. That's definitely the case. He is, goose egging it up. Drew says, now we're talking. Do the sim on the exercise bike in the gym. That's what I'm saying. And this is more Emerson than Glash. You guys can tell him I said so. If he wants to prove his exercise, his fitness dominance that he likes to talk about all the time, then let's go. Do the entire sim on the Peloton. Broadcast and ride away.
Just make it like real breathy, like
yeah.
Newton drops back.
I mean, don't need to go crazy. It doesn't have to be a high intensity class or anything like that. Just go for a ride. Just go for a nice leisurely ride and do the sim at the same time. I think that'd be great. You can't stop though. You can slow down at quarter breaks, but you can't stop. It'll be like speed. You have to go at least 2 miles an hour or the sim shuts down.
You got to keep the heart rate up. Yeah. If his heart rate dips below like 120, we just shut the sim off and everyone's sims are canceled. What a great way to make Emerson a villain. If his heart rate drops, we just shut the sim down and keep everyone's money. Imagine the backlash.
We don't need to go like crank level adrenaline, but you got to keep the heart rate up just a little bit.
I want to see it. I want to see, like, after the ride, we get his calorie count, his heart rate. I want to see that thing spike. I want him to be Jason Statham. And dude, I'm so happy you brought up Crank.
It's just so good. It's so good.
So bad and so great. And it's like I appreciate what the filmmakers were going for there, because they knew, they're like, you don't need backstory. You don't need development. We're going to drop you right into the middle of this because you are watching a movie called Crank with Jason Statham. We're just going to drop you right in. Like, here's the plot. We have explained it in 2 minutes via Dwight Yoakam on DVD. That's all you get, dumb and dumbs. Let's go. Oh, I love it so much.
We did have a Calvin Ridley sighting, by the way. We are halfway through the third quarter. Our guy Drew says, let's do the buy stream trash I wanted to do yesterday when Christian said that Snatch is better than Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Here we go. Crank, Lock, Stock, and Snatch. So what do you think? You got to buy stream trash that. Crank, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and Snatch. His answer is, how dare you?
Yeah. I mean, first up, just it's such a great lineup that I have to trash Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, which is hurtful to me. But Lock, Stock does take a little while to develop. It is like the anti-Crank, where there's a lot of development going in. You have to pay attention. You don't do any of that with Crank. You can literally come in with the worst ADHD in the world and watch that 90 seconds at a time, and you will be no worse off than the person that sits down and studies it carefully. No problem there. So I'm going to buy Snatch, not just because it was a great heist film, a great caper, has Brad Pitt as the pikey. The soundtrack is just straight fun. One of the few soundtracks I went out of my way to buy at Newberry Comics is Julio in the End Zone. Just shy, did not break the plane. So big 4th and goal coming up. Are the Falcons going to go for it here and cap off this 6-minute drive, or are they going to settle for the Younghoe Koo field goal? We'll have to wait and see. But Snatch is just wonderful in a different way that Crank is. So I will applaud the forethought that went into Snatch and the development and the fact that it's more like an actual movie rather than living in kid's fever dream. So we'll go Snatch, Crank, lock, stock, in a very tough, tightly contested battle. Paul, how about you?
I wanted to see Younghoe Koo fake that 18-yarder, the coward, he didn't do it. So it's 17-13 Atlanta. Of course, my bias, my Todd Gurley captaincy would have liked to have seen a short touchdown try on 4th and goal as well. But to answer your question, I will buy Snatch, I will stream Crank, and I will trash lock, stock as well. That's what I would do. Crank is just, it is enjoyable at every watch. There's never a point in time where you would, I don't care how many times you've seen it, there's never a point in time that you would watch Crank and just say like, well, this movie stinks. No, this movie is everything. Everything.
Just so all over the place. It's got Amy Smart in it, which obviously is going to be a big plus for anyone.
Yeah, naturally. Randy says those are both great and all, but nobody ever mentions Smoking Aces. I love Smoking Aces. Jeremy Piven.
Not bad at all.
Among others.
Does this have Statham in it, though?
No. And obviously it's not, relevant to the discussion we were just having, but yeah, I like it.
It's one of those kind of low-key, like it kind of flew under the radar, kind of like Fast Times at the El Royale, or Good Times at the El Royale, whatever the one with Dakota Johnson and Jeff Bridges was, that I can't remember. That was another good kind of similar heist at a hotel where everything goes crazy and people die. That was a good one too. Anyway, Falcons up 17-13, and surprise, surprise, Lions driving kind of slowly, putting a drive together here, and will almost certainly either take the lead or make this a one-point game again, because this game has been nothing but long, sustained drives and 2-minute drills, and I like it a lot. I'm happy.
Hyro asking about favorite movie genre. It's a tough call. I mean, I guess I would default to comedy. It's just hard to beat a good comedy, but I love action. I love mystery. I love suspense. I love, adventure. I mean, it's, even like dramas obviously can be really good too. There isn't really a genre of movie I don't like, but I would probably tend to default more to comedies and action movies.
Yeah.
Obviously, I love sports movies. I mean, that should go without saying.
Darth Dracul, Crank is a terrible movie. Someone put Darth in timeout. Clearly,
Darth.
Clearly, the man does not appreciate great screenwriting or frantic. There's no, like, from a classical sense, no one's gonna go like, oh my god, I love Crank because it follows the 7 screenwriters rules for making a great film. No, you like Crank because it is lunacy. It is Chev Chelios on fire, running through things and humping Amy Smart in order to get his heart rate up. Like I can't describe it any better than that. It's just this wonderful fever dream of nonsense, and it's perfect. But no one's going to confuse it with a good movie. It did not win any Oscars. It only won like 6 Golden Globes. So it's like Varsity Blues in that you enjoy it because it is simple and it caters to the tastes of a simple man like myself. I'm not sophisticated, so Crank is one of my favorite films of all time, along with Varsity Blues, along with Snatch, which is actually a very good Guy Ritchie film. Before everything went pear-shaped with Madonna, and she ruined his whole entire brain. As we look at our stats here through 3 quarters, no one on pace for the rushing bonus. 8 for 41 for Todd Gurley. Should be 9 for 42 if this team had gone for it on 4th and goal from inside the 1-yard line. Yet here we are. Kenny Galladay, 0 points in the 3rd quarter there, but he still got 8 for 101 and a touchdown, trending hard towards that Krusty Cough MVP award. Julio Jones, 6 for 68. And Calvin Ridley on the board. So at the very least, he's no longer bagling his way through this, but only 1 for 7. Marvin Jones, another guy who showed up in the 3rd quarter, but just barely 1 for 17 for him. Russell Gage, 2 for 17 with a touchdown. Todd Gurley, 3 for 59. No touchdowns, but hey, one big screen pass, and he could be crashing his way into the bonus here.
A lot of people just talking about their favorite movie genres at this point in the chat. So I'm glad that we've kept things, focused as we tend to here on the Dream Stream, which is wonderful. Jordan says, for anyone who likes Crank, see the movie Running Scared with Paul Walker. Underrated classic. Oof. Stopped at the 1. Stafford oh so close. And of course, Kenny G also close, looking for another.
Yeah, let's see if he doesn't get typically if you get that close, they give you the chance to top it off. And given the state of that Lions running game, that might be the key here. And not a running formation, only 5 on the line. And single coverage for Galladay to the left. And let's see if he gets one. Doesn't look his way.
Got there. Touchdown. Jones.
There he is. There he is. Marvin into the end zone. So off the milk carton. 2 catches now. One of them for a touchdown. And beginning, not quite there yet, but beginning to justify that $8,600 salary in the flex.
Back and forth we go. The Lions jump in front early in the 4th quarter.
CJ calling out now it's Ridley's turn. You know what? Could be this Falcons team going to be passing the ball quite a bit. That's what has been their bread and butter, well, in the real world and here in Simland. But here in Simland, they have an actually useful version of Todd Gurley rather than the guy that ran for like 3.8 per carry in real life. So they might still run it a bit. If you have Gurley and you're hoping that he hits the bonus in one realm or the other, still very much in play. But got to think, the way this is trending, we're going to see a lot of Matt Ryan passing yards here in the 4th quarter. Both quarterbacks could hit the bonus in this one, and that would be everything we're hoping for.
So 2017 game, 7.5 to go in the 4th. CDA, AK, Drew, Daniel, Tate, all hanging out here with you. Thanks for being with us. Let's get to 150 likes. Smash that thing. We're almost there. North of 125. More than 600 people watching on YouTube. Great to see. And a good, entertaining game. See if the Falcons have an answer. Down by 3.
Silly Sally. That touchdown came from Marvin Jones himself. So let's see if his rise here in the second half continues. But first, we're going to see if Calvin Ridley can get himself out of the babysitter Billy spot. Well, that won't help as Matt Ryan badly misses Todd Gurley for what should have been a first down there. A short pass, but plenty of room to run after, plenty of space downfield. Could have been a 20-yard gain there. Instead, it's going to be 2nd and 10.
I am sitting 131 in our 197 entry free roll, which is just bad. 2-way tie for first currently in the Nooner.
160 for me. But, room to grow. That Jones touchdown really helped me out quite a bit. Matt Ryan up over 15 points now. He could step things up a bit.
Gonna have to have 175 good? Nope. No, it's not. Turtles, I have to say, when I mess up a lineup, I do not screw around. You know what? And I almost mentioned this coming into the sim too, but obviously I was a little tardy with the other stuff that we had going on. Daniel says, how about 173? Nope, also bad. I'm going to tell you again, this is my lineup, folks. Gurley in the captain spot. Ryan, Jones, Ridley, Amendola, Gage. I really, and I don't care. I don't care how it performs. I don't care if I finish 197. I stand by that build. I really like that lineup on paper. I really like it in sims. I just don't like it in this sim.
Ooh, X Factor lit now for Julio, I believe, as this drive continues to march on. And yep, bang, bang, too easy as Jones does that thing he does, which is catch passes and look good doing so. Borderline uncoverable when he is on, and that extends here in Simland. He is Matt Ryan's Huckleberry, but Calvin Ridley came on so strong last year that you got to imagine that if push does come to shove, the two sides can't agree on an extension or a restructuring, Atlanta would be okay promoting Calvin Ridley to its undisputed wide receiver one. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I know most Falcon fans would be absolutely gutted to lose Julio, and would love to see him retire a Falcon, and I'm on board with that. That dude belongs in that Larry Fitzgerald realm where he just stays on a team. He gets the lifelong Tim Wakefield contract to play until he retires.
Jordan says, it's a good lineup, Koff. Don't be results-oriented. Well, that's all I have, Jordan. Either my lineup does well or it doesn't. Of course I'm results-oriented. But yeah, I mean, structurally, I do get that it's a good build, so I understand where you're coming from. Starfighter, I see you in the chat, bud, and to be perfectly honest, I don't have any details to share in this moment, but once I do, I will. I can promise you that.
Yeah, when we know, you'll know. And guys, when have we ever shied away from promoting stuff, whether it's our own stuff, our contests, or what we're doing here at DK? Listen, if there's something to promote, be it a wonderful contest or an even greater, absolutely free newsletter, we will make sure to spam it into the ground until you're sick of hearing about it. Just right.
I like the way you said even greater.
Postground.substack.com.
I always want to say .edu because I just view it as an educational resource, but it's .com. Make sure you check it out.
Plenty of space for Julio. They're backing way off him, but he's
X-Factor lit too. Keep going there, right side of his head. A short touchdown. Todd Gurley.
Too easy. So maybe Julio was the decoy there, even with his X-Factor lit. His day without a touchdown continues, but Todd Gurley punches his way into borderline and probably not really MVP honors, but yeah, I believe that puts him over 20 on the day.
Alex, I don't know how many times to tell you, I'm not Glash, but I see what you did. Falcons have retaken the lead. That'll get me into the top 100. That helps. Captain Gurley showing up just a little bit there.
Just a little.
A little bit. 24-20. It may take overtime out of the equation. We'll see. It is a 4-point game, 5 minutes left. James Farrell getting in on the buy stream trash act says Reservoir Dogs, The Godfather, and Casino. That's quite a trio right there.
Yeah. Man, those are, well, two very different movies at the very least.
Yeah.
I would go Godfather by stream, Casino, because I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe just because it was on cable a lot when I was like in my teenage years. I had the weird affinity towards Casino. It's a pretty good movie. It's long as hell. Obviously pretty well done. Someone put up the infographic of all the suits De Niro wore in Casino, and it was just outstanding. I would go Godfather, Casino, Reservoir Dogs, but I think the better buy stream cash would be Godfather, Goodfellas, Casino, because that is the mafia wise guys triumvirate right there.
Yeah, you're more in line at that point.
Well,
go ahead, shake it up. How would you rank them?
Oh, for that one, I think I would go. Goodfellas, Godfather, Casino.
Yeah, me too.
I like Goodfellas. It's really well written. The music, the soundtrack's incredible. As great as Godfather is, I don't know. I get kind of sick of Godfather in a way I don't get sick of watching Goodfellas. It's like Goodfellas is on, I'll watch Goodfellas. Pretty much in any situation, as long as nothing else is on but Goodfellas is on, I'm watching Goodfellas.
Jordan says I can't trash any of those three, but that's the game, man. You have to. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, and you know it.
All right, big strike there to Marvin, who is coming alive here in the second half. 3 for 39 and a touchdown for him, so into double digits he goes.
Our man Tate says he's surging. He's surging back from 192 all the way to 187. Give him time, folks, and hit that like. Jordan says Goodfellas, Casino, Godfather, just to be contrarian. Well, it would be that. 1st and 10. That's the beauty of it, though. There's no wrong answer. It's your opinion. Drew says you can't trash Casino. I agree. I love Casino. I'm right there with you.
I mean, the thing is,
felt like I had to make a difficult call.
The thing with a good buy stream trash, the trash option is going to make you mad. And
yeah.
So for that, I'm 100% in on this one.
Not supposed to have an easy trash in these situations, guys. Sometimes we do, but we're not really supposed to.
Stafford continues to deal, moving within range of the bonus, but going to need another drive after this one if he's going to get there. Danny Amendola, 4 catches for him.
And honestly, I mean, I could talk myself into trashing Godfather over Casino. I could. Not good, fellas. That's the buy. That's the auto buy.
Amendola again, so up to 5 now. This drive into the red zone. Obviously, no field goal in option. The Lions need a touchdown here. And I don't know, Koff. I hate to jinx it, but this one feels like an overtime game to me.
Wow, you are already projecting ahead with 10 points in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, the way this game has been going, it seems right. It feels right to me.
I appreciate that.
Prince of Darkness. Trashing Godfather? 4 question marks. Are you drunk? It is noon somewhere. Bronx Tale. Okay, yeah, Bronx Tale. I never really got into Bronx Tale or Carlito's Way. Like they were fine. They just seemed like the great value versions of a brand name. You know, when you get like crispy cheese instead of Cheez-Its at Walmart or wherever, local grocery store, and it's like fine, it's good enough. It does the job, but like you want that brand name. You want the good stuff.
This is a perfect example of what we were just talking about with the movies. Edward says buy stream trash. Robin Williams, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. Like obviously you can't trash any of them, but for the purposes of the game, I mean hell, you'd buy them all, but for the purposes of the game, not easy. And I think what I would have to do, and again, this is totally personal bias, and I don't feel good about it, and my opinion might be different if you ask me a different day, but I'd buy Robin Williams, I would stream Eddie Murphy, and I'd trash Richard Pryor.
I think I would buy Pryor, stream Murphy, and trash Williams, but that's if we're only talking stand-up. If we're talking like movie role,
I'm trying to include the entire career in the conversation.
Well, then
I mean, Pryor made some awesome movies too.
Yeah, Pryor made some great movies. We're talking I was going just stand-up on mine. This is going to be illegal touching, so that's touchdown for Danny Amendola.
No touching.
Not going to count there, and
needed you, Danny.
Use some space. That's a tough one. No, it's not a tough one. We were talking about how, buy stream trash, you always got to be mad about the trash option. Bill Nye the Science Guy throwing out, let's see, buy stream trash, Full Metal Jacket, Saving Private Ryan, and Pearl Harbor.
Again!
Wow.
Touchdown!
Wow. So Jones all of a sudden having himself a great day. That's going to put him up near 20 points. Well worth the 8,600 he cost you. After a goose egg in the first half. Now we need Calvin Ridley to respond and make this a full complement of wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 glow-ups. McCuff. Buy stream trash, Full Metal Jacket, Saving Private Ryan, Pearl Harbor. Well, first off, trash
Pearl Harbor's awful.
Yeah, what are you
even doing?
Come on. Like I appreciate that.
I don't care what you could include almost any other movie, and Pearl Harbor's still going in the trash.
Yeah, and that's a tough one between Saving Private Ryan and Full Metal Jacket because they're 2 very different war stories.
Yeah,
I think I would buy Full Metal Jacket and I would stream Saving Private Ryan just because I can't, like, I still have to look away the scene where Adam Goldberg gets killed and Occam is just coward. Like, it still enrages me to the point where it's like I can't watch the scene. I can't watch it. No, I can't. Like, Occam, you don't deserve that redemption arc at the end. This is your Full Metal Jacket, though. When you see R. Lee Ermey get shot, you're like, all right, this is good. That man deserves it.
Mike notes 2 straight sims where Jones is killing it in the second half after a bagel in the first half. Yeah, as Drew notes, our producer, 7 touchdowns for MJJ his last 6 games. Multiple scores, 2 of his last 3. He has been pot if you believe in any sort of correlation.
Also, as Drew points out, Josh Hartnett, so handsome.
So handsome.
Can't remember when Josh Hartnett was like the hottest thing in the world in like 2002, and then he just disappeared.
Yeah, vanished.
Yeah, he had that one movie where he got sexually assaulted by a bunch of women, and then that was it.
Oh, I do remember that movie. What was that called?
40 Days? 40
yeah,
days?
Something like that. Yeah, when he has to obviously give up the company of women. Let's put it that way. For
Family Street.
For Lent, right? Wasn't that what it was?
I think so. This Falcons team down by a field goal. We see Younghoe Koo, who amazing comeback this season. Looked like he may not have an NFL career after starting off as rough as you possibly could with the Chargers. Just a couple potential game-winning, game-tying kicks in LA, but that's kind of the way the Chargers do things there. Came back really strong, was potentially the best kicker in the NFC last year, and they need about 30 more yards before the Falcons can feel good about a cool game-tying field goal. We get as that Calvin Ridley there on the catch and a quick timeout, so positive yardage, that's a good thing. A catch for Calvin Ridley, which have been few and far between. That's only his third of the game. But this Falcons team needs to pick up the first down here. They're going to get 2 cracks at it. Short yardage. They have timeouts, but only 51 seconds left. Based on the clock management we've seen in prior sims, we're looking at maybe 4-5 more plays here. Shouldn't be a problem for a very explosive offense. And indeed, that first down is not, as Hurst crashes past the 50 and into the happy side of the field.
Jordan says, buy stream trash, cough, I never do these. Scarface, Carlitos Way, Donnie Brasco.
Ooh.
What do you think?
You know what? I'm going to take a lot of heat on this one, but I think Scarface is overrated. I would buy Donnie Brasco. I would stream Starface, and I would trash Carlitos Way. That's a tough one.
I think that's what I would do.
Those guys are all kind of like mid-tier ones, and they're good, but like I don't know.
Scarface does get, and forgive me, Jordan, because I saw you write earlier that you love Scarface, and a lot of people love Scarface. I do think it's overrated.
It's a good movie that got so much hype, and like everyone's college dorm room had the Scarface poster. Is a terrible decision there.
Great poster though.
Yeah, good, great, yeah. But it was like this caricature of a character that Pacino was putting out there, and he just chews the scenery, and it's wonderful. I'm not saying it's a bad performance in any way. I'm just saying it's very hammy. As oh my, this might be the last play of the game coming up here. Falcons with some terrible clock management after a god-awful check down pass on 1st and 10. 11 seconds left, 0 timeouts remaining. This has got to, you throw 2 Hail Marys in this situation if you want to win this game. If you're the Falcons. Let's see what we get here. Anything over the middle, anything in bounds is the game over screen.
But incomplete. 6 seconds left, obviously, as Christian noted, well out of field goal range, so I don't think a tie is in play here. No timeouts to stop the clock, although credit the Falcons, they were trying to get the completion, then stop the clock, going close to the sideline. Appreciate the intelligent AI there. It was more than artificial. 3rd and 10 from the 47, though. We'll see if the Falcons can walk this thing off. Brian drops back. He's got time, he's got space, slings it, looking deep into the end zone, into traffic, and
incomplete. Oh my! So the first drive that doesn't
hands on it too.
First drive that doesn't end in points is the last one of the game, as the Hail Mary comes up just short, or just a bit too long, maybe. Lions 27, Falcons 24. We did have the shootout that we were hoping for. At the very least, we got a good game out of it. At the very least, we finally got a good half out of Marvin Jones, who did not come to play, did not bring his working boots in that first half. Took some time off, came back stronger in the second half. Appreciate him for it. And this is going to be a tough one to call out trusty Koff honors, because so many guys did have a good, solid, maybe even great game.
For me, this is a pretty easy call.
Yeah.
Once you start to look at ownership percentages and things like that, but I'll see if you fall in line ultimately.
I mean, I think it's going to have to be Galladay for me. I got to look back.
That's where I was going.
30
I mean, he
points
crossed over 30 points in the flex, 40% owned, only 6.6 in the captain spot. I mean, as good as Julio was and Gurley was and Ryan was, you know, you got your real value there in Galladay.
Absolutely, you did. Yeah, let's give it to Kenny, the Krusty Koff MVP award. And Calvin Ridley, fourth most owned, just under 50% in the free showdown. Only had, and let's take a look, 5.5 points, 3 catches, 25 yards from a guy I thought was going to feast against this bad passing defense. He was a disappointment. He's got to be the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner today. And I know a lot of us are real mad at him. As oh man, Jones and Galladay both had a great game. Jones 9 for 129, Galladay 9 for 121 and a touchdown. Wide receiver ones today, man. Normally we're like, oh, the wide receiver ones, you don't have to worry about them. They get shut down. No, not with these passing defenses. They both came to play. They both lit up the score sheet.
Well, congrats to, looks like Viper is our projected winner of our more modest free roll. We've seen Viper at the top before. Viper 1969 with 132.73, about a 1.5 victory on the way, barring any stat adjustments, obviously. Ultimately, I fell back. I fell back to the bottom 100 again. 103 is where I am projected to finish. What about the rest of the crew? Because I think we were all bad.
I moved
Where'd
all the
everybody
way.
fall? Drew, Daniel, Tate, and you.
I moved all the way up to 97th.
Nice.
Yeah, top 50%.
189 for Drew out of 197. 185 for Daniel. Not a great day at the office here. What about Tate? Where'd Tate fall? Yeah, I know he's getting things updated, obviously, as well.
Tate was having a rough one.
Yeah, although Drew did say he was 49th in Kenny's contest. Now, how's that? Did you have a different lineup, Drew? You must have. Yeah, he did. Tate 164. So we were all not so great. All in the bottom half of this thing, pretty much. Oh, well. Meager says, so far my new theory of picking people with the same name has worked out okay. Marvin and Julio Jones.
Smart.
Yeah, good day for that.
Yeah, and producer Drew saying what I was thinking too. I thought I nailed that one too. I was like, look at this lineup, Julio and Matt Ryan and Marvin Jones. It's going to be a winner. I should enter it in cash contest. Yeah. And once again, proven wrong that whenever I'm confident in anything, it always ends poorly for me. So the lesson remains, never listen to me.
Jimmy B looking for some NBA picks for tonight. All right, real quick, and we can get some of Zach's, because Zach likes to get into the NBA DFS, and he'll join me for the next sim in about 45 minutes or so. Some guys that are in good spots, some stars. Jokic, Giannis, Westbrook, Beal, Randall, Leonard, all in good spots. Some good pay down, let's see. Winslow, Beverly, Tillman, Lopez. Those are some guys that you might want to consider thinking about a little bit later on tonight. As far as what my lineup will look like, I have no idea. I'm not going to set that for several hours, but some guys that stand out right now as we chat early afternoon on a Tuesday, some people you may want to have in mind. All right. As the day moves along, I'll be back with Zach Thompson, as noted, coming up in, like I said, about 45 minutes. We will have the Raiders and Chargers here on a Not Wild Weather Tuesday. Emerson, Lazia, and Brendan Glasheen together for the Colts and Cowboys for the early bird special at 4 o'clock Eastern. It'll be Kenny Galladay, Kenny of a different
Kenny
kind.
Galladay?
Kenny Ducey. Kenny Galladay on the call.
Wow.
Kenny Ducey with Jeff Ulrich. So it'll be Kenny and G, just not Kenny G together. Patriots Dolphins at 6. Expect some fire takes from Kenny, calling an AFC East game with no Jets involved. Jeff will return with Brandon Cristal for Jets Seahawks. So Kenny just missed him, Gang Green, unfortunately, at 8 primetime. And then Madden After Dark, Brendan and Brandon. It'll be Saints-Broncos for you for that one. So you got BK on a Bronco sim. You'll get plenty of analysis there. I am certain of it. Christian here will be back for a couple of sims tomorrow, the nooner with Kenny. So Kenny just a day ahead of setting up that free roll on a Wild Weather Wednesday. He'll be with Emerson at 4 as well. So you got a little bit of a lunch gap or something in between anyway. And we're going to miss each other, unfortunately, but we will be paired again on Thursday. So I look forward to that.
Perfect. Yes, I am looking forward to it as well. The rest of you guys, enjoy your day. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Have fun. taking away Sim Bucks from the wonderful members of the DK Sim fam in tonight's NBA contests.
Doing my best. Thanks to Drew, to Daniel, to Cobra K. He is Christian. Prepare the waves, sir. I'm Kaufman. We'll talk to you soon. Welcome back, DK Sim fam. Good to be with you. We have traded out Christian DeAndrea, much as we love him. We'll welcome him back tomorrow, but we have brought in none other than Professor Z, Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, bud?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you?
Good, doing well. We had a good first sim, entertaining.
Nice.
Back and forth. Hopefully this one follows suit here at least a little bit. The Madden Matinee, we've called it. Will either Vegas QB be left rating free roll? We'll find out here, obviously. But as far as your lineup, we're about 90 seconds away from lock. Who stood out to you at captain?
Yeah, so I was looking through. I mean, it's the usual suspects. But what I ended up doing was building around Austin Eckler. I think he has a great matchup against these Raiders, the Raiders defense, which has struggled, especially against elite running backs like him. I love the way he catches the ball out of the backfield. He did have a couple touchdowns the last time he faced Vegas. So that's where I ended up going. He's been very solid in these sims. He gets all the workload, and that's where I decided to go with my captain's pick. What about you?
So same thing. Same logic. Yours is deeper than I tend to give it, obviously going into past history against various opponents, because as we know, every sim is a snowflake. I say it all the time.
It's true.
Even if it doesn't
but
totally
the matchups
make sense.
are the same. The matchups and the ratings are the same.
And if you would like to, pretend patterns exist, let's say, within these simulations, then you might say Austin Eckler is due today, because you look at his game log, 7.2 points last sim. Before that, 24. Before that, 11. Before that, 21. So he's in this every other pattern of late here, and hopefully breaks out for 20 plus today, not to mention a whole lot more in the captain spot. That would be lovely. 40 touchdowns for him in Simland, by the way. He has been terrific.
He's been very good.
Yeah, that's very practically a score per game in the 51 games he's played. But with lineups locking, you have Eckler at the captain spot. So do I. Who else do you have?
Yeah, so I have Herbert and Allen on the Chargers side of things, which is a very productive combo. Herbert does look to that slot option quite a bit. Mike Williams still sort of involved, but not nearly as much as he was back in the good old days of Madden 2020.
Madden 20.
Exactly, when he was an every game must-have in your lineup. And then I was able to fit in Darren Waller on the Vegas side of things by going with the Chargers DST, who can cause some turnovers, and Jalen Richard, the third down running back, and the RB2 for the Raiders as well. So those are my value plays to fit in those other options. What about you?
So Richard, to me, automatic when his salary comes down as low as it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's under $3K.
About 8 points a sim. You got to do it, and he'll be a popular punt play today, obviously. But other than that, I also have Justin Herbert. I went with Derek Carr. I don't have Keenan Allen, so I've got the double QBs. Do have Darren Waller like you, and my other value play is Hunter Renfrow, who is, I hesitate to call him boom or bust. He never really booms, but as far as a guy that, will deliver from time to time.
Hit or miss. He's hit or miss.
Yeah, hit or miss is a better way to put it, obviously. With, some guys are boom or bust. Hunter Renfrow is more hit or miss. I think that is a good way to put it here as we jump into Simland. Once again, the second of 6 simulations over the course of this stream day. And do not forget, 2 hours from now, 4 o'clock, you can jump into one of many free rolls that exist there in the lobby within the DK Sim Fan Friends League. You will have, for the first time together in Simland, maybe the first time they've ever spoken words to each other in real life, Emerson Latzia and Brendan Glasheen will be together.
There we go. There we go. Look at these blue uniforms. I like these Color Rush blues from the Chargers. Their uniform set, one of the strongest, I think, overall, top to bottom. I really like the way they redid their coloring and kept a lot of that blue, the powder blue, but also got some nice royal blue mixed in there. I don't know, what is your favorite uniform set for a team? I mean, not talking about the teams, right? Because I know you're a Patriots fan.
Sure.
But I'm talking about just like uniform aesthetically. Is that something you think about at all, or do you not care?
So in real life, like if I'm watching a game, I don't give it any thought whatsoever. I don't think, man, I hope they're wearing, these unis today, or man, I love this Color Rush uniform, or what have you. But within the context of Simland, I think it's a great question. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have their thoughts on their favorites. I mean, speaking of the Patriots, I certainly love when they rock their throwback unis. I'm a big fan of those.
The Pat Patriot reds,
exactly. Yeah,
with
either that and the red, or even throwing it back to like the mid 90s uniforms. I like those, the big
Are those the
Cat
Navy?
Patriot logos on the shoulders. They're still blue. Yeah, they're just a little bit different look to them. As far as the Chargers, powder blue are awesome. I think we all know that, especially going back to them. No longer throwbacks, great looks. Darren Waller, a catch right there, his first and 10 from the 41. I will also say I really like the still relatively new Atlanta Falcons Mean Machine looking jerseys, that they've got going on after, not that they were specifically, modeled after the longest yard, obviously, but they look eerily similar.
Oh, they might have been, because they sure do look like it. First down again there. This time is that Williams on the catch? I couldn't tell who that was. I didn't catch the number. But out to just over midfield. Derek Carr off to a strong start.
Hit that like. We appreciate you guys watching along in the Jack Kings conference room on YouTube. About 300 watching. That number will climb. We are early on here in this sim, barely a minute in. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page, as about 12,000 people have, by the way, since the start of these sims. Nearly a year ago, we were approaching the 1 year anniversary of Madden Simulation. Somebody out there must have the total number of these things that we've done, by the way. It's got to be right around $2,000, which is just crazy.
I was going to say, we're probably pretty close to 2K. But yeah, it has been a wild ride. I did do a write-up for the very first sim that we did, which was the Texans and the Saints. I actually wrote the whole thing up, and then this guy named Billy, who we all know now really well, I had never met before, came in and said, well, what about the X factors? We should include that, and ratings. And I'm like, okay, what are those? And so we were able to kind of go through and add some of that information in, specific to Madden gameplay. And have obviously come a long way since then, as we see superstar Derwin James there with the big hit. I will say I was visiting with one of my friends on Zoom, one of my coworkers on another project, and his kid came in, and he was wearing a jersey for someone. I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't think it was Derwin James, but and I mentioned that they were a X Factor in Madden, and my cred just skyrocketed. I was just like, I'm the cool guy now, because I knew that this player was an X Factor in Madden. And his 12-year-old was very impressed. So
that's so great. No score,
it's become quite a thing.
On the way.
It's a lot of fun, though. I enjoy it. I do write it up every day over on the playbook. So if you go to playbook.draftkings.com, you can see the write-up for the featured classic slate each day. Break down some of the matchups, some of the things you can expect. Really sacked there by Bosa.
Derek Carr could have just walked into the end zone and had himself.
Or thrown it away. Or thrown it away.
Do have some, I don't want to tease this as a big announcement, but we will have at halftime some details pertaining to an anniversary contest approaching March 28th. So, don't go crazy. This isn't me, saying I'm about to promise you the world coming up here, as we have a touchdown. First points of the game belonging to the Raiders. And nice to see Henry Ruggs coming up with the touchdown. I can give you some details coming up at the half relating to the anniversary contest. Almost played Ruggs today. I was having a tough time choosing between Ruggs and Waller, and I went Waller. I went with the guy who I just generally feel better about.
Yeah, he definitely gets more volume as far as catching the ball more often. Ruggs has all that big playability. His 98 speed rating in these week 1 ratings that we use for the Sims is second only to, of course, Tyreek Hill with his 99 speed rating. And then nobody else has 98 or 99. It's just Hill, Ruggs, and then a bunch of people with 97, including Marquise Goodwin, who's the Eagles slot receiver who people like to play in these Sims quite a bit. Those speedy receivers have high ceilings, as we all know. Back to Billy again, John Ross the third. Lots of love for Billy, for John Ross and his speed.
No question. Nobody loves John Ross, including his family, like babysitter Billy Delaney.
It's very true. It's very true.
Ashley in the chat, just win, baby. Raider Nation, Ruggs, let's go.
There we go. Raiders fans, what do you think about these whites? The white jerseys here. I am not a huge fan as far as calling the game of these jerseys, just because the contrast on the silver numbers on the white jerseys, not my favorite. It's just a little hard to pick out the numbers sometimes.
Yeah, don't like it as a commentator. Don't love it as a fan. It's very true. So 7-0, Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
Virtual SoFi Stadium, which, you see it on TV. Looks like a beautiful place. Haven't had the pleasure, obviously, of being in there.
Yeah, I was there when it was under construction. Drove by it. Looked huge.
Makes sense.
I'm sure it is in real life. Now that it's completed, look forward to getting out there at some point. I have my wife's family is actually from the LA area, so kind of our second home to go with our New England residents.
Sure.
Not that we have a separate house out there, but we do go out there pretty regularly to visit them. So lots of fun.
Edward here, we do a lot of DFS discussion within these sims sometimes, as you well know. And Edward, I mentioned a few plays for later on that people may want to consider. Edward is asking for your favorite plays as another guy who likes to jump on into NBA DFS, not only writing it up, but obviously putting herself out there playing some contests.
Yeah, I will preface this by saying I have not fully dug into the slate. So I can give you some of the names that have stood out to me early on. I have not really dug in. I love the Hawks matchup tonight. I think especially Capella against the Heat is a nice spot at 8K. I mean, if he plays his full complement of minutes, I think he's a really nice option. Michael Porter's coming off a big game. I think he's going to continue to be very involved for the Nuggets. I don't know if these are the same names you hit on. I was in transit, so I missed the earlier sim. But did you talk about DeRozan as well against the Knicks? I think he's in a good spot since he's got to carry so much of that. Some of the guys that I mentioned,
obviously, I mean, as far as the stars go, you really, at least going in, and it's not to say nobody's going to bust, who knows, but, you seemingly can't go wrong with the likes of Nick Jokic, Giannis, Westbrook, Beal, Randall, Leonard. Any of these guys seemingly are in good spots tonight. Maybe LeBron not as much, which I know sounds a little contrarian with obviously Anthony Davis not being available. Can
you say that out loud?
I know, might not be a LeBron night, guys. Doesn't mean he's not going to go for 50 plus, but he might not be someone that explodes for 60 or 70. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Some of those options you get down to, like you're talking about, the Capella range. You could look at DeRozan for sure. You could look at George. You could look at Morant. You could look at Valanciunas. You could look at you mentioned Porter. You could pay way down. Look to the likes of Winslow, Beverly, Tillman. Bain, guys like that, seemingly are in good spots tonight. But I haven't done a full deep dive.
Yeah, I do like Bain.
That happens a lot closer to lock after value emerges when guys get ruled out.
Yeah, I like Bain and Winslow, depending on who's available for the Grizzlies. Those are some guys that I've been riding quite a bit lately. And Winslow coming off a big game. You said it. You don't want to lock your lineup in too early. I know you always put in a dummy lineup so you don't get caught without a lineup.
Don't need that again. Had happened before. That was a sad day.
It is. But, you definitely want to wait until we get a clearer picture of who's in and who's out, because that does impact so much. And even with the All-Star break just around the corner, probably some players on either back-to-backs or even just trying to get a little bit of injury recovery time, or as it's injury management. Isn't that now the term that everybody's using? Load management. Yeah. If you go to playbook.draftkings.com, does have a really nice NBA rankings post, which normally Chirag does. He's on vacation, but Matt's covering for him. So if you click on that, which today has a picture of Giannis on it, you'll see the rankings that they do. But at the top of the rankings, just as valuable, whether you love the rankings or hate the rankings, it's got an injury breakdown as far as injuries and the impact of that and who's getting more time or less time, and kind of a current status that is updated throughout the evening. Questionable, probable, doubtful, out, like those kind of things. So definitely some great information there, an easy place to find it every day. So check that out, playbook.draftkings.com. And today it's a picture of Giannis, but it's a different star every day. It's called the NBA rankings. I know Sharag references that whenever he's on these pre-lock lines, but it is up every weekday. So definitely worth your time checking that out. And it gives you a lot of really good information all over the place.
Nearing the end of quarter number 1, 7-0 Raiders still, and with the ball at midfield, 1st and 10 on the way. I do love just the passion that exists here for all things DFS, certainly not limited to Madden or NBA or anything else. I mean, you guys especially listening or with us in the chat or all the above. I mean, you guys like to play. You love to support DraftKings. We appreciate that. You know, you play against each other.
Thank you.
I'll wake up in the morning and I'll get head-to-head challenges. You know, just the invites are sitting there, and for the most part, guys, I'll accept them all. Like, let's just play and have ourselves a good time. So if you want to send them over, go ahead. You know, it's just a fun time to have a little something to watch and keep an eye on lineups. You know, as we go through the evening, it's you know, I mean, you can't beat it. It's a fun sweat. It's not life-changing money we're talking about over here, but it's more for the experience and just camaraderie of it all.
Yeah, and it's a great way to follow a fun slate of NBA action. You've got all the information you need coming up to the beginning of the games, and you're able to kind of put together a lineup and compete. I think it's a lot of fun. It gives you something to cheer for in just about every game if you play your lineups right, or you can choose to stack up, you know, a couple players in each matchup or however you want to do it. So it's a lot of fun.
One of our guys in the chat, Fievel, I don't know if he's here with us right now, but he's often in there. Like, he'll be challenging me. He'll send me like $1 head-to-head for every slate. Like, all right, let's get the classic, let's get the turbo, let's get the late. He's just firing them off. I'm all right, let's play.
Tears, Snake, all of them.
Yeah, let's party. It's a good time.
So many different ways to play. And don't forget PGA coming up in a couple days too. So you can start thinking about those lineups. We've got some great content over on Playbook for that, as well as we're gearing up for baseball season too. We've got some spring training stuff coming your way, and then also getting ready for the full slate of baseball coverage. So do you play a lot of DFS baseball, or is it more NBA is your thing?
So NBA is definitely more my thing. I'll play NHL every day too, but you know, I'm trying to get myself into NASCAR a little bit, and I do golf every once in a while. Baseball, I very rarely do. Now, we'll see if that changes this season. Maybe I'll jump in a little more and better familiarize. I love baseball. I'm not super familiar with MLB DFS, but maybe I'll try and be a little bit better about that this season. I can tell you, though, those of you out there that are playing spring training DFS, God love you. That's not a rabbit hole I am personally ready to go down yet.
Yeah, I have not played any spring training DFS yet. I can't confirm. I have not jumped in those contests. They're out there. Go get them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm a big time DFS baseball player when the games start. That's when I'm in on every slate, every showdown, every way you can play it. I'm in on that. So I think
any tricks of the trade? Any advice for the people, a novice, a newbie like me, or anyone else that hasn't taken that deep dive into MLB DFS that you have to offer?
I mean, matchups are critical, right? Whether that is you're looking at batter versus pitcher matchups specifically.
Oh, I love me some BVP.
Splits. Yep. The BVP is a real thing. Now, just like with anything,
I know a lot of people that would say otherwise to that.
Well, that's the thing. You just can't overweight it. You can't say that it's the only thing that matters. And if a guy's 1 for 1, obviously the sample size is too small.
Right.
But once you get a large enough sample size, it is an indicator that's worth at least checking on.
Sure. A guy has 30 at bats in his career against somebody. There could be a relevance there if he's hitting 450.
Exactly. You just can't overreact. It's just like any other piece of information. It can't determine everything, but it is useful information to have. You definitely want to consider park factors as far as if there's a game that's happening in a hitter-friendly environment. You want to get a piece of that. Course field. Oh, picked off in the end zone.
Oh, no. Well, if you got the Chargers DST, folks, good for you.
Which I do. There we go. Cam Hayward, I believe it is. Casey Hayward. Sorry, wrong Hayward. That's Casey Hayward. Pick in the end zone, so the Chargers take over. An impressive drive there by the Raiders on their second possession, but comes up empty. Chargers offense didn't look that great their first possession. Let's see if they look better this time out after that turnover. And then the other thing you want to definitely look for as you build your lineups, depending on the format, lineup position is actually very, very important. If you stack players that are at the top of lineups, they get more at-bats, and they're in better positions to score runs. So if you can get a leadoff hitter that's cheap, it's usually going to end up being a much better play than a 7-hitter who's cheap. So those are some things to look at. And also lineup correlation. If you're looking for GPP plays specifically, you're going for that high ceiling. If you stack a lineup, a 2, 3, 4 hitter, then you can have your 4-hitter driving in, picking up an RBI, while your 2-hitter is scoring a run. So you're kind of, it's almost like in NBA DFS when you're getting the assist and the bucket at the same time. You're maximizing your ceiling, really.
Yeah.
And even though it does also raise the risk, because if that lineup scores 1 run, you're in trouble, it does allow you to raise that ceiling. Yeah, it's also a good point, Drew. It's the same as a QB wide receiver stack, where you've got the points for the quarterback and the receiver coming at once. It raises both the ceiling and the risk. But if you're talking about a GPP type format, not talking cash games, but you're looking for that high ceiling, that's something you definitely want to consider. And keeping a close eye on who the starting pitchers are, because that makes a huge difference. If you've got, the Red Sox against Garrett Cole, or the Red Sox against, they switch and they say, well, Cole's going to get an extra day, and instead we're going to pitch, Jordan Montgomery. That changes everything. Or if you're going to change to a fill-in spot starter, you've got to totally redo your lineup projections. So those are things just to keep an eye on as you build your lineup. And then there's always the wild card of the weather, because you've got to make sure that if a game gets rained out, you're ready to pivot off that as quickly as you can, hopefully before the lineups.
Solid pickup right there by Uncle Virgil Green.
Verge!
Maybe his lone appearance here today. We'll see. Fantasy Hawk is loves himself some baseball. He says in the chat that he is of the mind, don't pay up for your outfielders or invest too much money in your outfielders. Pay up in the infield. You can find some discounted power hitting outfielders pretty easily.
Yep. I would say that is generally true. Obviously, you've got a much deeper pool in the outfield because it's just 3 outfield positions on DraftKings. It's not specifically center field, left field, right field. So you've got 3 times as many options out there. I would say generally I agree, but then there are some slates where it's like, well, this second baseman is super cheap and hitting in a great spot in the lineup, and then that allows you to pay up for Mookie Betts in the outfield or something like that. So I would say generally that's true, but there's always exceptions to the rule, and you've got to consider each slate uniquely. You don't want to make a hard and fast, I always do this, because then you're locking yourself out of some specific situations where it's going to benefit you to not do that and to go the other direction. Got to keep it flexible, man. Just like NBA. You don't want to always pay big for centers, but some slates that makes sense.
1st and 10 from the 11 after a Keenan Allen grab. We'll see if the Chargers can find a way to even this thing up. Allen falls in.
Boom.
Keenan in for the first time.
Ties up the score. Almost had a 14-0 game, and this could have got away from us with the Raiders throwing that pick in the end zone, though. Chargers able to capitalize, coming back, scoring, and evening things up at 7. Keenan Allen is owned in, and of course my screen goes blank, 46% of lineups, and captained in 9.6% of lineups.
Pretty consistent for a smaller group with 190 entries. He is 52% owned, 10.5% the captain spot.
Nope. He is in my lineup, as well as Herbert and the defense. So that was a productive turn of events for me on that last turnover and then the ensuing possession.
You guys are coming. I'm just getting these notifications. You guys are coming fast and furious with the NBA challenges for tonight.
There you go.
You know where to find me. DK-A Kaufman. Let's party.
Party.
Worked out for me yesterday, actually, because I generally, me, friends, coworkers, any of us that play together, I will start off the day sending out just a bunch of head-to-heads, to people, and maybe they'll play, maybe they won't. Like, you don't know. Maybe everyone says yes, maybe everyone says no, and I'm playing like 2 head-to-heads. It just depends on the day. People get busy, you forget, and you know how it is.
I do.
Fortunately, yesterday was a day where not many people took me up on it because I just had a terrible day.
Yeah, you always feel like you dodged the bullet, right? Like, whew, that would have been bad if everybody except that I would have lost money.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could have gone down 3 times as much as I did if everyone had said like, yeah, let's go. And again, we're not talking about big money,
right?
By any stretch, but it's
relative.
still like it's enough to be aggravating when you just like bust everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have been a pretty good divide. I just had a bad lineup.
And you just do one lineup, so...
Exactly. I am loyal to that lineup. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There are good days and there are bad.
Yep, I'm with you. I usually do one lineup, sometimes varying just 1 spot or 2 spots. If there's 2 values I like, sometimes I'll plug one in one lineup and one in the other.
Yeah.
On Mondays and Fridays, I do the write-up for the bargains over on Playbook, and usually I try to have the bargains in one of my lineups, like that I'm writing about, because now I feel like, whether they hit or miss, at least I'm in it with anybody who I recommended those picks.
Yeah, exactly.
So usually I do a few variations of lineups to make sure that I get all of those picks in. But yeah, that's Mondays and Fridays. There is also obviously other people write that content on other days. I'm not saying those are the only days to find the bargains, but that's when I have that responsibility.
You should always check out the DK Playbook, regardless of the day of the week and who is writing the articles. But absolutely pick your favorites. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and a lot of people that are here on these streams are contributors over there as well. So check it out.
I was doing a segment earlier today that will appear on the Dream Stream, talking about the National League Central getting ready for baseball with our own Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, as we were butting right up against the Nooner Sim, I had to go. I didn't have a chance to, chitty chat. But I meant to ask Gary, and if I had time, if now that we're into the NFL offseason, if we're going to see some more of him on Madden Sims again, or if he is just, if he's hung up his microphone, if he is retired from doing these, I'm not sure. But I always enjoyed working with him, oftentimes on Friday nights.
There you go. Yep, he was over here. Steve did a few early on, and then stepped in and pinch hit a couple times. I know he jumped on with me once. I got to do a game with him. That was kind of fun. It was an awful game, but we had fun doing it anyway. It was Rams and Dolphins. I think the final score was 10-0 or 10-3 or something. There were no points at all, but we still had fun. We talked about everything else just the way we normally do.
It's 200 likes, folks. First and goal from the 2. Can the Raiders retake the lead? It's a pitch off to the left side.
Oh, he shed the tackle
there after a stiff arm. You like to see it. Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, bulldozer, and the touchdown for the X Factor, or at least superstar. Is he just superstar or is he X Factor?
He is, I will tell you, Josh Jacobs.
I think he's superstar. Bulldozer, if I remember correctly.
Bulldozer and second win superstar traits for the 88 overall player here in Madden.
And he's got the touchdown there. Should have been dropped in the backfield, but like you said, that stiff arm able to create the space, get him on the edge, and into the end zone for the walk-in touchdown.
Drew says, this is our producer, always fade. I always when I fade Jacobs. And meanwhile, Daniel, our technical director, says Jacobs is my captain.
Hey!
There's 2 sides of that coin. And I'm not talking wooden nickels, folks. You Tommy Freeze Pops fans. Almost to 200 likes. Smash that like button. Appreciate you. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, Drew Daniel, Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. Great to see all you watching along. We appreciate you.
Thanks for hanging out. We've got 1 minute here before halftime. See if the Chargers can answer back. They looked pretty good on that last drive. Keenan Allen scoring a touchdown for the Los Angeles. The 2 touchdowns for the Raiders coming from Ruggs, had from Jacobs, for those of you that may have missed the beginning of this one. Thanks for joining us now, and that's how we got to this point, 14-7. Let's see what Herbert can cook up on this possession.
Trent said, did Mr. Sim tell y'all not to talk about the game at all? LOL, a little play-by-play here and there wouldn't hurt. We do. We give you a little here and there. I think that's accurate, Trent.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's another catch for Keenan Allen.
Trent also hates when Eckler is ignored in these games, and I'm with you. He is our captain today.
Yes, he is, and not sure why they have not gone to him yet. You would think against this Raiders front seven, which has been very beatable on the ground, that they would go his direction. Maybe it's because they've been playing from behind. They did give up that touchdown on the first possession to the Raiders. Sometimes the AI will lean more towards passing plays when trying to rally from behind. So that may be why. It may just be that they feel like they have mismatches on the outside with Allen and Williams. Although we haven't seen a lot of Mike Williams yet in this one. You and I are sitting 90th and 91st right now in our smaller free roll. We're right next to each other.
How long we hang out.
Hanging out, yeah. There's Mike Williams right there.
The Freak of Nature says, is every Wednesday wild weather? You got it.
Yep.
You might get rain, snow, wind, but every
or all
Wednesday, or all the above, every Wednesday, all 6 sims starting at noon Eastern every 2 hours, noon, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, Wild Weather Wednesday.
And I know we've already talked about the playbook a lot, but if you search for Madden Stream info page, you can go to the Madden Stream info page, that's why we call it that, on the playbook, and you can find there all the weather and what will be in store for you. I added that earlier today, so I'll run it down for you here, but if you're ever looking for the weather and not sure where to find it, that is the quickest and easiest way to find it. Just search Madden Stream info page and you will find it. Tomorrow's weather: in the 12 o'clock sim, Cardinals Eagles in the snow, 2 o'clock Texans and Titans in the rain, 4 o'clock Bears Packers back in the snow, and then wind, Browns Giants, snow Steelers Bills, and rain Bengals Niners. But yeah, you can find all that
6 and 8 tomorrow. Look forward to that. You on it all?
I am not tomorrow. I'm back on Thursday, but off tomorrow. Have some other things that I have to be doing around playbook, and also driving back and forth, getting my family places they need to be for different obligations they have.
Sure. Yeah, there is some normalcy returning to life, which means, chauffeuring the children around.
Yep. That is both my children, my wife, my mother. They've all got places they got to be. My mom's got to be at a place in Boston, so I'm taking her there. And yep, I'll be running around, but it'll be good. It'll be
Professor
nice
Z to Uber driver Z.
It's true. Just change hats, right?
Hope they give you a good fare.
Good rating, right?
Yeah, good tip.
There you go.
Badgley field goals, 14-10, final seconds here in the opening half. This is not significant news. Certainly it's not significant DFS news, so that's why I mentioned it with 2 seconds to go in the half. A report earlier today, Kyle Van Noy released by the Dolphins after just 1 season in Miami. Do
they
we
gave him a
think,
pretty
especially with
big
Matt Patricia
contract,
back in
didn't
New England, that he could find himself a Patriot again next year?
Oh, sure. Come on home, Kyle. He was good with the Patriots.
He was. Earned him that big money in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, he signed a 4-year deal. But obviously
that was guaranteed.
$15 million. I just pulled it up. So yeah, $15 million, not bad at all, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. What did deal with some injuries last season as well. So it does kind of depend on how healthy he is. I know he had a hip issue that never really got defined, but definitely was something going on there that kept him from being 100%. We'll see if he is 100%. I do think he'll find a team pretty easily. He did have that magical season with the Patriots.
Looking at some of the numbers here, Carr 213 passing at the half and a touchdown and a pick.
Yeah.
So he was well on his way to a bonus, maybe even 400 yards. Herbert 131, so he's pacing just a little bit shy here. He has a score as well.
10 of 12 though, very efficient.
Yeah, not great though for Austin Eckler. 5 for 16 so far on the ground. In fact, he is the leading rusher. That's how bad it's been for the run game. Josh Jacobs 4 for 10. Justin Herbert 1 for 4. Where's my guy, Jalen Richard? That's what I want to know. Not involved all that much.
Two catches, 12 yards. Yeah, he's got a little bit.
5 for 44 touchdown. Hunter Renfrow, how about him? 4 for 45.
Yeah, he's been very involved.
55 in a score. Waller 3 for 58. So you got all these guys that are absolutely in potential bonus in play.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing them close to or on pace for the bonus. When you've got over 200 yards passing for the Raiders, obviously that's 200 yards receiving to spread around between those guys, all of them having very solid fantasy days. If you played a lot of players from this game in the early classic, things are going well for you so far. Let's hope the scoring continues here in the second half. But first, we have a halftime announcement.
Yes, I teased, and again, not a huge announcement. This isn't a one of those throwback break your mind announcements, but just some interesting details concerning our anniversary contest approaching on March 28th. That'll be the 1-year anniversary of these Sims. There will be a $15 contest, a Sim anniversary or Simiversary, if you will, on March 28th. Again, a few weeks from now. A big prize pool. Details on that still to be announced, and satellites will be available. 25 cents, $1, $5. Those are there. So you can jump into these contests. We encourage that you do. And once again, we'll tell you who's playing and when, at what time, what the prize pools, all that stuff as the details emerge, we will give them to you. But just want to let you know that those contests are available to you in the lobby. You should jump on in, get ready to celebrate the 1-year anniversary with us.
Yeah, and you'll get those tickets, which you can redeem for that big contest coming up. Whatever the details are that will be emerging as we come up on our 1-year anniversary. Were you on that very first game?
I was not. The very first game, as I recall, was Emerson and Reed doing so Glash and I had done, I think we had done we did the very first dry run, which was, just for in-house ears only and game ops and everyone just kind of getting the feel for what that was going to sound like and look like and all that. The two of us did that game together, and I don't even remember who played. I think it might have been the Texans and Colts, if I remember right, but I could be off on that. So they played, and we did that. It was, much heavier, obviously, on play-by-play.
I think it was Texans and Bills. It was because originally the plan was
Houston being involved.
Yeah. Originally, they talked about redoing all the playoffs, right? And Texans-Bills was one of the playoff matchups, and they were going to run through all the playoffs from, obviously not this year, but back in 2019. So Texans-Saints was the first game public for sure, but I think it was Texans-Bills. But then the Bills were bad, as they have been throughout the season, so they switched
Especially Madden 20.
And went with Texans-Saints. Yeah, the Bills in Madden 2020 were really bad. They were one of the worst teams, as we saw over multiple seasons. Yeah, they were not fun.
So that was fun. CEH's first one, I remember Emerson was by himself. That never happened. We've never had a solo broadcast. It was Emerson and Reed, as I recall. But
and then the next day, when we started with multiple Sims, it was Carolina and the Rams who actually play again later this week. And on the first carry that Christian McCaffrey, 99 overall player, had, he ran for an 83-yard touchdown. And it was like, oh man, this is gonna be crazy. He's just gonna be unstoppable and must play in every lineup. And he really hasn't been that great, but
in either game for that matter.
No, he's still 99 overall rating, but not really productive in either Madden 2020 or Madden 21. At least not consistently. He's got that high ceiling when he goes off, but not all the time. And but yeah, we thought he was just going to break the game basically and score long touchdowns all the time.
Yeah, alas, didn't.
No, he does it every once in a while. Hey, look, here's Eckler. Not much
there.
Out to midfield, though, with this opening possession for the Chargers, looking to take their first lead of the game. If they were able to.
It was a lot of fun, though. It's crazy how long ago that was. I can tell you, so I couldn't tell you who I was with or anything like that, but I can look through my notes real quick here, and I can tell you definitively the first game that I did.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if anyone care about that, but what the heck, we're here.
I care.
Open my little DraftKings folder here that I've got on my desktop. So my very first game was, it must have been the day after, it was March 29th, and it was the Seahawks and Niners.
There you go. Yep.
The very first game that I did. And that was, keep in mind,
I wrote about that one too.
Remember that, what's that?
I wrote about that one too. Yep.
Yeah, that was way back when we only had 3 games a day. It was at
right, and we wrote up every one.
1, 4, and 8, or I don't remember.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember the times, but yeah.
1, 5. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, little jet sweep there by Keenan Allen.
6-minute quarters.
Inside the 20. Yep. Simulation mode. Remember simulation mode? Yeah.
We've come a long way.
We have. For sure.
Trent says, how do we get into coughs? If we're talking about any of my contests or leagues, I'm not sure. But if you are wondering, Drew, if anyone is wondering how to get into the DK SimFam Friends League, where we have north of 1,500 members and would love to see us get to 1,600. If you want to take part in any of the 4 free rolls that are available to you that have been created by Brendan Glasheen and Emerson Latzia for the early bird special, the 4 o'clock game that is on the way in less than 90 minutes. If you want to take part in any of those, if you want to be part of the DK SimFam Friends League and you are not yet, whether on YouTube or Twitch, drop your DK username into the chat. Do it right now. Drew says, let's go. I'm in a good mood today. Drew will send out invites. He'll collect your username, send out invites. You can be part
there we go.
of the SimFam Friends League. I might advise that once you join, you turn off notifications so you're not blasted with contest invites, a million times a day on the regular by so many that create these things. But I love you. I love all of you that create these contests, free or paid. You can just jump on in, play with your peers, play against commentators, production team members, game ops crew. We're all right there jumping into these things, and we encourage that you join us as well. So go ahead and again, drop your DK username into the chat. Drew will be happy to add you because, as he said, he's just feeling it today. He's into it, and we appreciate it.
Here we go. Oh, Justin Herbert not feeling it.
Here come the names.
There we go. 4th and 18, so we are not going to see the Chargers take the lead. Instead, we'll get another Badgley field goal attempt.
Well, good on you guys if you've got Badgley today. My lineup is consistent with what it was on the last game, which is very middle of the pack.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm right there with you. I don't know if I'm right next to you like I was earlier.
100 right now.
I'm 81, so slightly better, but not much. In our free roll in the DK Sim Fan Friends League, or whatever it's called, something like that.
Yep, you got it. DK Sim Fan Friends.
There we go.
I think at the time that I created that league, I wish I'd had the foresight to maybe call it something that was a little less of a tongue twister. When we shout its name out, but
it works.
It works. Keep those username comments. See you guys dropping them in still. Drew,
this is the first game you and I have done.
Invites out to all of you. You were saying first game that we've done
since our and I say our because this is our team. We call this team more than any other team. Arizona Cardinals, you and me. They got JJ Watt, our boys.
I know.
Signed Watt. What's your takeaway, man? How good is our team going to be, man?
So I know. I was on with Christian when the news broke yesterday, and I longed for you to be around so we could break down what it's going to be like calling Watt games on the regular.
There we go.
And
you're the voice of the Sim Cardinals.
Yeah. Does this put them over the hump? Does JJ Watt and his defensive and leadership presence playing opposite Chandler Jones there, does that make him and then a playoff team. I mean, I like the addition in theory. I like Watt as a guy, as a character, as a player. I think maybe his best years obviously are behind him, but I think he's a good addition. But the money shocked me. 31 million overall, more so the 23 million guaranteed for the 2-year deal. What also took me by surprise was just the fact that, we weren't talking about the Cardinals at all when it came to destinations for J.J. Watt. We were talking about obviously Pitt and Green Bay and Cleveland and, teams like that. But I don't think the Cards were really on anybody's radar except for a couple of people that put a little, money on the line that wound up getting a good payout. But good for him. Obviously reunited with Vance Joseph, who coached him in Houston for a few years early in his career. Obviously DeAndre Hopkins, and who's very excited. He was posting on social media. So I just thought, more than anything, I thought it was interesting. What about you?
How stacked is that NFC West?
Right.
I mean, between Seattle, who's a very solid team. I mean, regardless of what they do with Russell Wilson, that defense is going to be pretty solid. Arizona and the Rams, I mean, that division. And San Francisco should be good too if they get their defense back healthy, depending on what they do with Garoppolo. And I know that there's been some rumors around that as well. But can you imagine if San Francisco trades for Deshaun Watson, which, again, rumors, they're trying. If they get Watson, how stacked is that division then? Because then you got 4 teams that are all at least, I mean, you can't say all 4 are favored to make the playoffs because I don't think that's mathematically possible, but all 4 are legit playoff contenders. I don't know how good it makes Arizona. I actually think getting Chandler Jones back is probably just as important, if not more important, than adding J.J. Watt. But getting both back, definitely. I mean, if Kyler Murray continues to improve like he did from year 1 to year 2, they'll be a playoff team. They'll be a Super Bowl contender if he continues improving. He's the one that matters. I mean, J.J. Watt's addition is nice. The defense getting better is nice. But it's all about Kyler. If Kyler can continue to that upward trajectory, year 1, he was decent. Year 2, he was excellent. Year 3, if he can go even further, they're a playoff team. And I don't want to say they're the favorite yet, but I'm strongly considering picking them in the NFC. That's where I am on them right now. Because of Kyler, though, more than J.J. Watt.
Which makes sense to me. I mean, it'd be crazy to think that he's not going to continue to grow. Obviously took a substantial leap from
huge
year 1 to last year, and maybe a decent chunk of that was bringing in DeAndre Hopkins, but whatever. I mean,
Hopkins is still there, right?
Yeah, still got to get him the ball, and obviously, play as well as he played. And a lot of it just comes with growth and maturity and just comfort and learning the game better at that level than what you had as a rookie. And most people don't excel as a rookie, so no surprise there. And like you said, Hop is still there, so there's no reason to believe that he's not going to continue to be terrific again next year.
It'll be interesting too what they do in free agency if they add anything else to that offense, right? Like there's some rumors out there if they're able to add some more pieces either in the draft or through free agency to that offense for Kyler Murray, whether that's a tight end, because they really don't get a lot of receiving production from their tight end right now, or whether that is another receiver to kind of run opposite Hopkins. Fitz kind of probably, I mean, I know he's coming back, but how much production can you count on him? Do you get a second receiving option? Are they happy with Kenyon Drake in the backfield and Chase Edmonds, or do they add some more there too? I think that they are a fascinating team to watch. I'm not ready to make them, my pick in the NFC yet. I feel like it's way too early before the draft, before free agency to be picking anything, but they're definitely in the consideration for my pick to come out of the NFC. And again, that has way more to do with Kyler Murray than it does with J.J. Watt, although I like the pickup. I mean, it is a solid addition to a defense that needed some pass rush, and getting Chandler Jones back obviously will help with that too, along with having J.J. Watt, who's still graded out very good. I mean, by Pro Football, Focus. PFF, Pro Football Focus, they graded him very strongly as a pass rusher. He got a lot of double teams. He did a lot of very productive things last year on a Houston Texans defense that was pretty bad. Arizona's defense is much better. Whether him and Jones puts it in the elite category, I'm not sure, but it at least makes it not the mess that it was last year. As far as, I mean, you remember that Bills game where they ended up pulling it out back and forth, but Josh Allen had no trouble moving the ball against them. They ended up losing in the final week of the season, but they were right on the edge of the playoffs. So even just a healthy defense and an improved Kyler Murray would make them a playoff team, I think. But that NFC West is just going to be fun to watch all year. I love the fact that we get them in a lot of the primetime matchups in those late games that we can kind of focus on them. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
To your point, though, there's just so much as we chat here, obviously, in very early March. There's so much that we don't know. There's so much that even specific to that division, there's so much that we don't know. Will, as you mentioned before, the Niners upgrade? I'm not even talking to Sean Watson. Will they change their situation? Will it be Garoppolo coming back? We already know the Rams have gone out and made a move, and they're in a better spot, seemingly, with Matt Stafford. I'm not a believer that they are necessarily that he's that much of an upgrade over Goff as a lot of other people, but nevertheless, he's an upgrade. I think we can all agree on that. And obviously the big one is Seattle and Russell Wilson. And, is he going to push this thing to the point of being, more than unhappy and really wanting out? And obviously he can't just leave. He'd have to force a trade, and there are the teams out there that he's reportedly willing to go to. You got mayors in various cities, like in New Orleans. You had the mayor posting on Twitter a video trying to compel Russell Wilson to come to their city. All the while, by the way, Drew Brees not only hasn't officially retired, he might be trying to position himself to come back next year, begging the question as to whether Sean Payton even wants him back. So there's so much uncertainty right now that I'm with you. I mean, it's hard to, as you put it, whether you want to say the Cardinals are going to be the team that comes out of the NFC, it's hard to even crown them the division champs right now. There's just so much that's unclear.
Right. Yeah. And I think that is, I mean, that's the question, right? Like who goes where, and don't forget the whole draft too. There's going to be a ton of quarterbacks that go there, and it's going to be fun to watch this, but yeah, trying to pick anything at this point, it seems like premature, just because there's so much transition.
Daniel notes that the McCourtys, the twins of the Patriots, Jason and Devin, are lobbying for Van Noy to return to New England on social media right now, to which I said, of course they are. No shock there.
Yeah, I would be okay with that. I don't think it's happening. Interesting report, though, that they've been the Patriots now have been aggressively scouting all of the draft's top quarterbacks, just as far as what they're going to do. And I think I would be surprised at this point if they don't come out of the draft with a quarterback early. I don't know that they're going to trade up to get one, but at least getting out, one early. I would be very surprised.
Early, looking at this class, I mean, doesn't that have to be a first rounder? If 5 of them in theory are going to go for are the Patriots going to take a guy that people aren't as familiar with in the second round, for instance?
It's the Patriots, man.
I know, and it's not like Jimmy Garoppolo.
It doesn't sound like it.
Radar, really.
Right, yeah, it doesn't sound like it. There's not like a strong second tier of quarterback prospects, but man, Bill, he pulls out names and people are like, what? Wait a minute, we don't have a video package for this guy. Like we don't have a picture. Who is this? He drafted who? And it feels like he does that every year.
This guy's a lacrosse player. What are they doing? He plays rugby. He didn't even play football.
Right.
This guy's in the Air Force. What gets me, and I won't rant because I have before, but what gets me here in the 17-13 game, early fourth quarter, is, and you can go back, you can look at my tweets, like they're all right there. I didn't delete any of them. I was begging a couple years ago, whatever it was, for the Pats to draft Lamar Jackson when he just kept plummeting there in the first round, begging. I'm just sitting there, please take this guy. And they passed over him multiple times. And that's not even me thinking then or now that like, oh, of course Lamar would do in New England what he's done in Baltimore. That's not even it. You know, I don't think like that would have been the automatic Tom Brady successor. And here comes, you know, MVP Lamar Jackson in New England. It's nothing like that. It's more that it was just so clear that he was capable, and you know, they needed a guy. Like, we were at that point, you know, you needed your Garoppolo was gone, like you needed your I don't even think Stidham was here yet. I think was that the same draft? I don't remember. Either way, it was clear they needed a guy, and Lamar Jackson, he just seemed so logical, and it felt at the time to me that they just weren't willing to go outside of their comfort system with regard to the system and to the way they play and to taking a more mobile quarterback who maybe doesn't throw as well or as far or as hard or what have you.
And ironically, they ended up with Cam Newton and totally overhauled the whole system.
Like, what the heck, man? He was right there for you.
Touchdown.
Just like that. Right there for that reception. The touchdown, second of the day. Hank Ruggs again.
Yeah. Ruggs showing up for this matchup against the Chargers. Impressive. 5.9% captained in the free showdown. 38% owned, and having himself a day. Carr also putting together a very nice performance.
It's going to take me a while to get over that one.
The Lamar Jackson not pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I you know, at the time I thought the same thing. I thought we need somebody. Let's get somebody in here, and I was a big fan of Jackson's, and again, I think saying that he would have had that success here, you don't know. I mean, it's so much where you land and how you progress and how you click with the coaching staff and how they make the offense work for you, and that's any quarterback I feel like needs that. And saying that any quarterback would, even someone with the incredible physical talents of Patrick Mahomes, if he ended up on a team like the Jets or the Texans or something like that, totally different. You can't say, yes, he would have been just this good. Now, he's still obviously talented and should, but it does matter where you land. It matters that system that you're a part of. And just, I hope we get somebody in New England that does offer that kind of hope, offer that kind of upside. And a lot of teams will be coming out of the draft with that, whether it's Jacksonville. And I know we do these things with a bunch of Jaguars fans who are a little bit excited for Trevor Lawrence. And I think there's going to be a lot of that coming out of the top of this draft as these teams do get quarterbacks and those big five quarterbacks that, I mean, some mock drafts have going 1 through 5 or 5 in the top 10 and we always get hype for the quarterbacks. I know that, but I think especially in this year's draft, there's going to be a bunch coming off the board early, and it's going to make for a fascinating season next year to see who in this group clicks right away and starts producing. Joe Reed producing pretty solid numbers in this one. 4 catches for him.
Yards.
Not as good as your boy Hunter Renfrow, though. He's been really good. Definitely a hit for hit or miss Hunter.
He was due, man. He was due. Just felt him today. It's moved me up into the top 60.
There you go.
Still nowhere close to winning, but just trying to get to a respectable place. We got Squanto 34 in front by about 5 points, taking a sort of mini commanding lead.
Hey, look. Let's get Eckler involved. First down there for the third down back, who's also the running back one. Usually logs a few of those receptions, kind of prop his value up when his running game looks like it does today, which is not good at all.
Congo Cab says, sorry, Adam, it's just so funny to hear you Patriots fans scramble and wonder about your next QB. It's great. And I get that, Congo Cab, especially you being a Raiders fan. I totally get anybody fan of any fan base that or team that feels that way. I totally get it. By the way, the Texans agreeing to a new contract for David Johnson, 1-year deal worth up to $6 million. That's according to Ian Rappaport, as well as now Adam Schefter. So David Johnson will be
also
back.
Congo Cab. What do you want for Marcus Mariota? Just curious.
Yeah, but
asking for a friend.
But here's, and not like I get everything right. I get a lot of things wrong. But here's one thing that I definitely got wrong with regard to the Patriots quarterback situation. I always believed that there would be a succession plan in place. And that doesn't mean they would roll from Brady into like the next guy who was definitely going to be the guy and it was absolutely going to work out. And this is the guy for the next 10 years. That's not what I mean. What I mean is I thought that when Brady left, at least they would know this is our next quarterback. Now, maybe it's for a very brief period of time and it won't work out, but this is our next guy. And instead, what the reality was after 20 years was Brady left, and they were left sitting on their hands with no idea where to go next or what to do. And a year later, that's where they still are. And maybe Cam Newton winds up back. They obviously have no faith in Jarrett Stidham. Can't imagine Brian Hoyer's going to be back. They're exploring the trade market. They're making calls. They're making inquiries. They're, looking around. That I didn't anticipate. I really did think that they would be left a little less totally off guard by the move at QB, considering Bill wanted it reportedly for years, and they were just totally unprepared for it.
Yeah, it's like their plan was to go to Jimmy G, and because they traded him, they didn't have a plan after that. Like that, that was the plan. What do you mean? We had a plan. We had a plan years ago, but we don't have one now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with anything you just said because that's pretty much where we are. I think they were much more hopeful that Stidham was not going to be as bad as he was and or is. We don't even know. We haven't seen Stidham that much. As far as
we're gonna.
I don't think so either. Touchdown. Hunter.
All your name has to be is Henry, guys. Hunter Henry, Henry Ruggs. As long as your name is Henry, you're going to score a touchdown today.
Yep. Oh, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
Good candy bar also. So they're going to go for 2 here, which would make it a field goal game. They do have all 3 of their timeouts. So the drama is not completely gone from this one.
We
got it.
The feet were out. That was close, Mike Will.
Yeah.
Mike Williams. Justice Jordan beckons him. Come on, Mike Will. You got the 2-point conversion. Can we get a replay of that?
Yeah,
I want to see those feet. I want to see that fancy footwork.
That looked questionable to me, but they're going to give it to him. And usually, even if we do get a replay, like a review, they don't take points off the board. I've seen it, I think, 1 time. And many times where it looks pretty obvious to me, they review it and still let it stand. So no review here, though. Going to let him keep the 2 points. Going to have an onside kick. Wow, that was very undramatic. Scooped up right away by Nelson Aguilar on the hands team. So the Raiders will take over. Chargers do have all 3 timeouts. So if they're able to get 3 quick stops, they could get the ball back. I doubt we'd see a 58-yard field goal, depending on how many yards they gain here before they try to kick a field goal. It'd be better to just punt it and pin the Chargers back. It is Josh Jacobs in the backfield. You can see that by the superstar. So no Jalen Richard, at least not
Josh Jacobs,
now.
Heimer Schmidt.
It is, and there he is for just a couple yards.
Our guy, Drew, our producer, has sent out the invites, by the way. He sent roughly 20 out to the people to lift our league membership to 1,569. Nice to see all of you here. We love that. Making the push to 1,600. Terrific. I remind you, there are 4 free rolls that are available to you. All 200 entry. For the 4 o'clock sim, an hour from now, with Emerson, Lazia, and Brendan Glasheen together for the first time. They have, looks like Glash created 1 of these.
Yep.
Emerson created 3, which is consistent. We have the Lazia plus Glash, wow, it's happening free roll. The Emerdan Glacia, what a time to be alive free roll. the stuff your lineup inside us, hashtag hold me free roll, and the balls, flash, lots free roll. All free to enter for all of you. Plenty of spots.
There you go.
All 4.
And go join all 4 if you want. Like,
why not?
You can. It will cost you 4 times as much.
I wonder if we will actively monitor all 4.
4 times 0 is 0. I wonder if the same winner will win all 4.
Right? I mean, I guess if the same person enters all 4 and does win, sure.
You would think so.
Yeah, I mean, you would think. But
Unless
could be a wild card.
Could be.
Could be
Maybe you put in.
Puts the one bullet into one of them and wins.
Or you put 4 different lineups in the 4 different free rolls, right? Like you put just change out a different receiver.
I bet Drew's going to join all 4 and make 4 different lineups.
4 different lineups, 4 different captains.
He said he did. See, there you go.
There you go. 4 contests, 4 lineups, 4 captains, or do we have repeat captains? Different captains. Okay.
Thinks different captains.
All right. While we were talking about the 4 free rolls, the Raiders did pick up the first down to ice this game, and they will win 24-21. Player of the game.
Was that the final? No, the last game was 27-24, I think. Either way, a couple of 3-point games.
Yeah, close games. Close games are fun. Usually result in more fantasy points as well because both teams still going for it as we get to the end.
Mm-hmm.
So virtual John Gruden with the win
tonight. He is questionable with the sore knee, and my feeling is he's not going to play. But either way, don't get locked into building a lineup right now 4 hours from lock. Give yourself some time, see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, my guess would be not as well, but we'll see.
So
if he doesn't play, though, Jason Tatum, probably the way to go.
Sure. I wound up climbing and 44th on our list. I mean, respectable out of 190, but nowhere close to the top, where projection, again, barring any late stat adjustments, it will be Dogon SS with the victory by half a point. We'll see. Derek Carr hit the bonus and then some,
356.
Interception as well. Herbert went for 263 and a couple of scores. So between them, a Bundy, but unfortunately we fell short of one QB getting one. Leading rusher, Austin Eckler, 9 for 25. Just a joke of a game on the ground. But Josh Jacobs did have a touchdown to kind of salvage his day, at least as a rusher, 9 for 16. We'll look at the receiving numbers as well.
Yeah, good passing day for sure. 90 yards for your boy Hunter Renfrow, but did come up just short of the bonus. Player of the game is Ruggs, though. 6 catches, 87 yards, and those 2 touchdowns. So I'm going to give it to him just barely over Carr. Yep. That was the stack to go with, was Carr and Ruggs. Keenan Allen did have a touchdown along with Hunter Henry over on the Chargers side of things. But, big game for Ruggs. Didn't need his speed necessarily on either one of those 2 touchdowns, but he does get the Player of the Game award.
About 50 points combined for Carr and Ruggs if you put them together. Obviously that much more if you put one of them in the captain spot, where our leading scorer, Ruggs, was part of that leading lineup and had 8.9% in the captain spot, 40 points in that slot. So good to see. How about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Where was that for you?
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't any big game that big name, that totally busted, right?
Gotta be.
Like if you look at the bottom, well, let me get there. I was going to get there, but he did have 4 catches for 62 yards, right? So it wasn't like he did nothing. He had double-digit fantasy points, but just because of the expectations, he was almost 10K, and to come back with just 12 fantasy points against the Raiders, he does get the LVP, the Not My Kid award. It is Austin Eckler. That being said, he wasn't absolutely awful. I mean, it was just everybody else was actually pretty decent. Even, Jalen Richard, 7 points, which for his minimal investment wasn't bad because he ended up with those 4 catches. So really the only people that have nothing were punt plays. Everybody else kind of came to play today. No huge disappointments. So even though Eckler wasn't a total huge disappointment, he does get the LVP award because of his expectations and very high ownership, and the fact that he was both of our captains and did not.
And we're both very upset about it.
That's right. Very angry. This is us.
He was 33% the captain spot, 88% overall in our smaller free roll. Goes for 12 points in the flex. Not good. Not good at all.
Nope, not when you pay up that much. To me, it's when you pay that much and you get that little. That's why it's a disappointment. Not because he didn't do anything. I mean, we have games where that is the case, but not in this case.
All right, well, taking a look at the rest of your Dream Stream day here, folks. Again, you have a couple of guys who have never worked together who are going to be together for the next sim. You know who they are by now. We've said it 1,000 times over. Join their multiple free rolls. Colts, Cowboys, the C team of Emerson Latzia and Brendan Glasheen together, 4 o'clock, again, less than an hour away. Patriots, Dolphins, after the early bird special, it will be 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim. Kenny Ducey coming on in with Jeff Ulrich. So you got Deuce and Moose together for that.
Deuce and the Moose.
That's what it should be called. That would be a
sounds like a sitcom.
Yeah. It's like an awful Netflix cartoon.
Oh yeah.
You will have yeah, no, we can't say that, Daniel. Jeff and Brandon Cristal together for Jed Seahawks primetime, 8 o'clock in Madden After Dark. It'll be Brendan and Brandon, BK and BG there, Saints and Broncos for that one. I will return for the 6 and the 8 tomorrow. Look forward to that. I'll be with Jason Rossi. I haven't worked with him in a while. And Tom Carroll after that. Zach, as he mentioned before, will return for a singular sim with Emerson at 4 o'clock on Thursday. So you will hear from us plenty, but our Dream Stream day, the two of us, is over, unfortunately. Sad end, but 4 games still in front of you, and it should be fun for everyone. So we want to thank Drew. We want to thank, of course, Daniel and Tate, Cobra K, and all of you out there. Keep on sending over those NBA challenges. Those are always fun. And Zach, pleasure, buddy. Good time.
Always a good time. Thank you, sir. Have a good rest of the day, everybody. Check out the playbook.
See you then.
Dude,
Ooh.
what's up?
Heavy breathing.
Yeah.
A lot of moisture.
Mm. Mm.
Took us long enough. Like
Can't rush these things.
How the turntables, am I right?
You want to be in a relationship, man? Like, it's been so long.
We have to make it Facebook official.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I can make you like my son on Facebook.
I'd be honored.
Me too, man. Me too. DK Sim fam, dude, we're gonna do that thing you like here for the next hour or so. Oh no, with our luck, this will probably be like a 2 or 3 overtime game, but we're gonna have some fun. Emerson Latzia and Brendan Glasheen with you for the first time in the history of the Dream Stream.
Yeah.
Dude, this is great, man. I'm glad we were able to finally make this work. We were supposed to do this last week, and then you pulled out.
I did.
You always do. And then now we are going to spend some quality time. And this is when worlds collide, as Darth is saying over on Twitch.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm strapped in. I'm so excited to be here with you. If you need to come through the screen and need to be held at any point over the next hour and 20, I'm here. Yeah, man. Let's do it. We got the Colts and the Cowboys are indoors. So hopefully the ball is, they're slinging the ball here. We get some points and just, go for a ride with the chat here. Hopefully they can, we have some fun.
Yeah. I just want to talk to you. I want to talk to the chat. I want to have like the best sim ever. The chat already crowning this the best sim that they have ever seen. Wow. And that's pretty remarkable stuff considering kickoff hasn't even happened yet. It will be going down in about 20 seconds, according to Daniel on the 1s and 2s. So he is here today. We got producer Drew helping us out. Tate, Rockstar from the ops team. There was what, like a boatload of contests that we decided to make for this to celebrate. Yeah, lots of options. Did you get 4 different lineups in? Like, what did you do?
I played the same one in all 4. Yeah, all about consistency. Did you make 4 different ones? Or?
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Dude, I thought you were a minor in coaching, not math. Like, that's impressive. Like, econ? Like, how did you do that?
I know. I do a lot of things that are, mind-boggling. And these lineups are just one of them. Can you give me your lineup since they have locked? Can you give me the one that you've decided to put in 4 separate contests?
Sure, I can do that for you. I put Michael Gallup in the captain spot. I've got Dak, Amari Cooper, Zeke, Trey Burton, and the Blankenship, baby. Rodrigo. That's my lineup. Here we go.
Okay. Hold on.
How about you?
Let me open them all up here. Just a moment. All right. So in the Balls Glash Lots LFG contest, Hines, Elliott, Cooper, Rivers, Jarwin, Campbell. Let's go to the Emerton Glazia. What a time to be alive contest. Gallup, Prescott, Elliott, Cooper, Hines, Campbell. Let's go to the LOTZIA plus Glash. Wow, it's happening contest. Pascal, Prescott, Cooper, Rivers, Hines, Blankenship. And then stuff your lineup inside us, #HoldMe. I went with Lamb, Prescott, Elliott.
Yeah.
T.Y. Hilton, Burton, Pascal. I just watched Glash take his shirt off on Zoom. So now it's even hotter in this apartment than it was before.
I can appreciate the one that is titled Stuff Inside Us. You captained a lamb, It's a good food to have as a captain.
Yeah, for sure, dude. For sure. Almost 300 people joining us now on YouTube. We're expecting that to be up into the tens of thousands as word has gotten out that a special little afternoon treat.
Wow.
Do you want to like do more of like the play-by-play for like the first quarter? I mean, because I'm down to just kind of talk.
Yeah.
And, reference plays like whatever,
Yeah, we don't have to do that. I mean, I mean, come on. How have you been? What's new? How's Meg? How's everyone? How's Winnie?
Winnie is doing better. Yesterday we had lots of hot liquid magma coming from her balloon knot. She was sick. She had diarrhea, and so we got her some medicine, and now she's doing wonderful. Now she's doing great. It has firmed up the diarrhea inside her, so she's good to go. And Meg Muffin is back there crushing it behind the green monster. The step and repeat banner is just Hines or Mac, who's just like running wild. So Marlon Mack.
His name is Mac, all dressed in blue.
Blue.
Dad, hold me, Dad.
So yeah, my wife is very much looking forward to this sim being over with because she is working from home right behind this thing. I was like, yo, I'm with Glash. Like, I'm pretty stoked. Yeah. She immediately went to the couch. So I'm not sitting by you.
That's not cool. Hopefully she's listening. She's secretly listening. No question.
I could see that being the case. Your bed looks phenomenal today behind you.
Thank you. Made it just for you, you know? Did you get the top yet, or? The top bunk, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I get it. All
right. I'm here for you.
Yeah, you and Kenny on the same page for sure.
Yeah. I don't have the Power Rangers blankies though. I just got the gray stripes, white stripes. Keep it pretty traditional.
Because you have a mature bunkmate. That is why. She's very, very, very mature. Much more than you and I. That's for sure. The chat is here and enjoying life, and you got Naeem Hines. There he is on the receiving end of that pass. Is that Phillip Rivers' first throw of the game? You've got me all thrown off today, buddy.
I just opened all 4 of the game centers for all of our free rolls.
Me too.
Dude, we crushed it. We got at least 140 in each contest. That's a lot, and that's more important than any other. Any other contest available, those 4 are the top 4. Those belong at the top of people's minds, brains, and heads.
Dude, $1.98. We were 2 away from filling up the LOTCIA Glash contest.
Damn.
That's sick, dude.
Means we have to do this again.
Yeah, we 100% will. I can tell you right now, people, we're not going to wait 12 months to get together again. We're not going to do it. We're too good of friends. As much as we give each other crap, we both love each other. And we share the same feeling about you guys. We share the same feeling about touchdowns. Little Burton and Ernie.
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Ernie.
Hey, nice throw, Bert. Wow, wide open, Bert. There we go.
Yeah, this is great. Hey, I'm down for this. There's 4:20 left in the first quarter. Let's have ourselves a time. Mike Drumma, Emerson, who do you have in all 4 of your lineups? I'm not ripping through all of them again, brother. I did that at the top. Just look for me in the top 10. You guys saw me peak last week when I won my contest, and I won by like 20 points or something. I probably would have won like a milli maker if I put that lineup in a contest. I'm so good at these things now. But,
dude, you realize you won that on the 8 o'clock that I couldn't make to be with you for.
Yeah, I know, man. And it really, really hurt that you weren't there to see it. Although you were nice enough to share the post on Instagram when I tagged you in that, because it is a really great moment to just destroy everyone else in the DK Sim fam.
Yeah. Silences some of the haters, but we have a really great group here. It's been really cool getting to meet all these people. I know you've said this before, but I really want to just put the face to the name with some of these usernames down the road. I want to meet all of you so badly. If we could ever do that together at some point down the road, I am in, so in. And hold these people.
Well, for sure. Well, that's why I'm riding shotgun in the DK like Dreamstream tour bus I think you have. Hey, check out Prescott. Yeah, testing the atmosphere, nowhere to go. I think he was looking for Michael Gallup on that one.
Would have been nice. Yeah, man, you're welcome to sit in the front seat. Bunk mates, get up front. For sure.
Have you ever taken like a road trip in like an RV or Winnebago or anything like that?
Yeah, my dad owned a RV for a long time. Purchased it back in the 80s.
Oh, so is that how you guys did like family vacations growing up?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
The motorhome. Cousin Eddie's motorhome.
How far did you guys go?
We've gone to Pennsylvania a few times. Down to Maryland. Nothing crazy. Not like cross country or anything.
Oh.
We're not that cool. But, yeah, we would ride, man. We would ride. Life is a highway. So, I miss it. But, then it broke down. It got old. And, we'll find out. Maybe one day when I surpass you as the highest paid employee at DraftKings one day,
yep,
I can afford to buy my dad a new RV. Or you could just Venmo me.
Yep. You know what? Maybe I will, pal. Maybe I will.
Right.
We'll get you started. We'll get you and your dreams.
Wow.
We'll turn it into a reality. At least I will do my part because that's how much I care about you. And I know a lot of members of the DK Sim fam here on the Dream Stream would love to hitch a ride,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's up to everyone on Twitch? First time playing Fortnite, Darth, Care Bear. What's going on, everybody? Rufus Von Lotch, you're looking good. First time playing Fortnite. Dougie 30. Let's go, man.
Twitch looks good on my end, Darth Dracul. Hope it works out for you. You'll get there. Obi-Wan, hello. How are you, Obi? Charlie. Lisa. Mike Gainette. Yeah, DK Fest. We have a DK house at the Super Bowl every year. Something like that. Down the road would be great. Would be really great.
That'd be actually a good center meeting spot.
Yeah.
Say, okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it at the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can mingle with the crowd, with the Sim fam, get to know all of you. Maybe the people that win, the first place winners of these 4 contests we made, they get first dibs on an invite.
Okay, sounds good.
So if you win twice,
agree with that.
Cool for you. Oh, the Jarwin, hello, first down.
Hello, Blake.
Blake the snake.
Bromanson with Emmy and Tiki Talkie. Says Broby won.
Hey, are you making a TikTok?
Yeah, so I've had a TikTok for a while. I've updated my profile picture, and I believe I've followed like 3 people. And not to brag, but I think I have like 5 followers. So I think I'm gonna start to get into it, but I'm not gonna be like you're hardcore. Like you're like every day, and these just seem like a lot of work. So when I do eventually start getting into it, I'll probably need your help to like show me the way. But I also may just make it like a dog account.
Ooh,
because that's easier.
Interesting. You're on TikTok. You can follow me.
Well, I gotta figure out how to navigate.
Yeah, man. Well, I've been on an RV before, so I can help you navigate if you need it. Also, thanks for the $5 you just Venmo'd me.
Yeah, you see that? Who was it talking smack over on Twitch, saying you'll never see the money? Oh, it's Retease. Did you know?
Of course.
Our pessimistic chinchilla says, "Don't believe the hype. Emerson will never Venmo you the money." That's crap. He has proof. I have proof. I just started. We're gonna start this GoFundMe for Glash.
We both went to each other's homes with warm, not moist, warm Chick-fil-A. Fresh chicken sandwiches, fresh waffle fries, plenty of sauces to dip in. There's a lot going on here, and I'm really proud of how we deliver for each other. The Dalton Schultz catch of the sim to the 5. Dallas God says, I wouldn't mind if you two were the commentators for every sim. That'd be terrifying. I don't know if you mean that.
I would. I'd do that, man.
For a
I'd
day?
100% do that. I'd do that with you for sure. I think. What happened back there? I would. The more time I spend here, the better, the merrier. Stop making that noise. You're distracting me. No, not you, babe. You're fine. I'm talking to the other babe, Glash.
Bunkna. Nice play.
So we got wait a minute. So we're at the end of the quarter. Dude, time flies when you're in love.
Yeah, man.
Three more sims today, dude. 3 more sims today. Ooh, Patriots at the Dolphins. Kenny and Jeff. You know what's interesting is I texted Jeff earlier today, just out of the blue, randomly. I said, hey, hair. I said, whoa, dude, just hope you have a good day today. And he has not texted me back. You know, sometimes you just send people words of encouragement and love. So maybe it didn't get through. You know, maybe the text didn't get past the border. But then Jets at the Seahawks. Jeff's going to move over into the play-by-play chair with Brandon. And then you're going to be with Brandon tonight, Saints at the Broncos at 10 o'clock. It's not going to be this, but you'll have this to talk about.
Sure will. Yeah. Gallup, 2 catches, 20 yards. That's pretty good. Not that good, actually. It's not that great, but it's something. It's something to build off of here.
How many did you have him in your lineup again? I couldn't remember.
Gallup, he's the captain in all of my lineups. Yeah, just the same lineup, man. Gallup, Prescott, Zeke, Cooper, Burton, and the Blankenship.
I also love how we're matching all of a sudden.
Yeah, man, I got the AirPods in and everything.
The backwards hat. This is phenomenal. 2nd and goal. Do something, Dak, but not that. Okay. Little sack.
I mean, did you notice you got this little like lean thing you do, like this little tilt of the shoulder, and I just right here. Yeah, I was doing that for a little bit. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
No, that's great.
I missed you with the beard. I thought you did a beard well.
Okay. So I really loved the beard, to be honest with you. And I kept it clean enough, like on the top and bottom, to where like even at night at Nesson, I could wear it there. But like when your wife starts telling you you look like a crackhead, and then like my aunt, Colleen, like my godmother, she says, dude, you have like the handsomest face, as Dak takes the worst sack in the world. She's like, that's your best feature is how handsome your face is. And I said, Aunt Colleen, you're so sweet. And she said, I want to see your face more. I said, okay, lady, I'll do it. But yeah, I would like to, I think I'd like to bring it back. You cleaned yours up a little bit.
Yeah, the barber did it for me. I don't trust myself doing it to trim it on my own. But this is the first time I've had a beard really ever since like August. I've ever given it a try. Oh, dude, that was bad by Dak on back-to-back.
That was.
2nd and goal, 3rd and goal, just blasted. Defense getting right up in him.
And they were like inside the 10 too. Takes a sack, says, all right, dude, I love that. Give me another big beefy man falling on me. It's that 20 yards deeper. Deeper. So Greg, the legs on the board, which neither one of us, that's not going to do anything for us. I think Blankenship's in just one of my 4 lineups.
I thought of you yesterday, not just because of this. I think of you a lot, but I thought of you on the elevator up from the gym. And this guy and his gal, they had a big box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, one of those mega packs. You get it like BJ's.
Yeah.
Now I've been rocking this whole diet thing, so not a lot of sugar. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, like that just sounds amazing. Like I understand the cereal people now. Like you can do cereal any time of the day.
It's the best, dude.
It was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, they're going to go upstairs and crush a bowl prior to their dinner. They're going to love it. So I see where you're coming from.
It's the universal meal. I say that to people all the time. I said breakfast, lunch, snack, dinner, late night. I'm a big believer in it tastes better after 10 o'clock at night. It's no secret to everyone here on the Dream Team. I've ripped through boxes of cereal like no other. It's probably where most of my sugar intake comes from. I got another box of the family-sized Dunkaroo cereal in there, so I'm going to town on that right now.
Good for you.
But with this hardcore diet you're on, and I'm sure many people in the DK Sim fam can add to this, it's like, because I talked to Steve Buchanan, like he'll eat some crazy foods every once in a while too, but he's also on that super strict diet. But when he has one cheat day a week. Like, do you give yourself a cheat day where you just go ham bone on something?
I haven't cheated in 9 weeks. This diet ends Friday.
The diet ends Friday?
No adult beverages, no takeout food, no pizza, no wings, no none of that good stuff. I haven't had any of it. I feel good, man.
For how long? When did you start this?
January 4th.
Oh my God, good for you.
Yeah, man. I feel ripped.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, not as ripped as you, but
yeah, no, that's impossible.
I'm getting there.
Well, dude, there's nothing I enjoy more than opening up Instagram every night and seeing your update on your story with your Apple Watch and how many calories and steps you got in on the Stairmaster.
Yeah.
That's like, it's like not safe for work posts. And I said, whoa, dude, this is way too hot. It's not even 9 o'clock at night.
I mean, I just want to keep it going to keep you aware that I'm alive.
You're hot.
I'm doing well.
Yeah, you're hot on my trail. So what's the deal? Are you going to incorporate some prep food back in the diet, or you think you've lived this now long enough where you're going to maintain this strict diet?
I think I'm going to maintain to some degree. I've just learned how to portion better. But there's no doubt that I will have pizza. And look at you, I'm at the finish line and I'm seeing like all of these snacks you're posting on your Instagram with cosmic brownies and Doritos and Dunkaroos and Gushers, and you're just
yeah.
This has been a really challenging time.
I didn't realize it was so soul crushing for you. I didn't realize you were on like this 2-month stretch of a diet. I knew you were more of a strict eater than before. But dude, that blew up on my Instagram. I had like 1,000 people reply to that.
You're verified now. You matter.
I know. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my fans in the DK Sim fam. Did you agree with that, by the way?
Oh, Jeff's in the chat. The Glasheen stare update is what I live for.
Wait, Jeff Ulrich?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff. Check your phone, you coward.
Wow.
Oh, wait. He texted me back 3 minutes ago. My phone was flipped over.
Say sorry.
Sorry, Jeff. Well, remember I said, hey, man, I hope you're having a great day today. Jeff, we already talked about this earlier, how you just left me on red. And then he says, I wasn't having a good day until this text. I know, babe. That's what I do. I bring people up. I care less and less about myself every day. I just want people around me to be better and feel good about themselves.
Must be Winnie.
I can't hear you. I have the earbuds in, so you can stop talking like that.
So it just blows up your eardrum. Whoops. Greg Coffin, I'm fine. I feel great. There's a great energy in the sim. We're just having a Greg Coffin, babe. We're just, and you as the mayor, you should know this. Like, this is history right now. So we're not like bouncing off the walls. We're almost like both in shock that it's still happening. Like, this to me probably won't sink in for another few years that this moment actually happened. Like last night, I struggled to sleep a little bit. All day I've been anticipating. And again, it still doesn't feel real that, the two legends on the commentating DK Sim Fam Dream Stream teams are finally together.
And this only happened because of the commitment of the DK Sim fan.
We got separated at birth, everybody. I mean, for obvious reasons, but not for ones that you really understand. I mean, producer Madison has to prioritize the schedule, and there's Amari making a catch for a first. So it almost feels like we've lived in different worlds for the last 12 months, and now it's like we're meeting for the first time in this world. Like, I don't think I've really gotten to know you until now. And this is why I've always wondered, I think I need you to hold me. Because this is, it's like, yeah, man, how have you been? Hey, good. It's a quick FaceTime call every once in a while. It's a max 3-minute call. We've been here together now for 25 minutes.
By the way, those are the best calls. Like, even when I don't talk to like a friend for a while and I catch up with him or her over the phone and we have ourselves a fumble and is it still on the turf? What's happening? All right, finally, it looks like it's been recovered by the Colts.
Indy.
That was different. But when you catch up with someone who you haven't talked to in a while, the fear going into it is that it's going to last forever, the conversation. But then the best is you get a couple details. Hey, how you been? This is what I've been doing the past 2 months since the last time I talked to you. You're in and out in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
that is
gotta
quality.
go. Yep.
That is quality right there. And that's most of our conversations. And yeah, we probably do on average maybe one FaceTime every 1 to 2 weeks.
It's plenty.
Okay, what's up? Hey, what's up? You kind of update me on what you're doing in your play-by-play life. I let you know how Winnie's doing, and then bam, I'll talk to you on social media because you feel so connected to everybody. You already know everything that's going on. By the way, that fumble call was reversed, so Cowboys have it.
Come on, let's go, Dallas. Capitalize on this opportunity. You have two very, very invested announcers here trying to give these people a sim. Retease Did You Know is wondering, can you see yourself doing a buzzword?
Now, again, that's your thing late at night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. Zeke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did see. So who are you with tonight again? Brandon, right? I heard he doesn't do buzzwords.
Yeah, it's not cool. I don't really appreciate it, but I understand. Some people have their boundaries, and they overthink it a little bit, but that's their loss. It's okay. I make up for it when someone doesn't partake. I raise the bar, my volume.
I feel like this drive has lasted a few days.
A long time. Yeah.
But on the oh my God, last time they were here, he did the same stinking thing.
Ridiculous.
Like, grow up, bro. Back to the future, I feel like. We're just doing it all over again.
Retease Did You Know? I like the buzzword idea. Chinchilla. We can just erupt with chinchilla. A 459 special?
Dude, I've never done one with you. It would be an honor.
I'm kind of down. I mean,
okay,
Meg might hate you.
This is your thing.
But then again, Meg won't hear you because of the Apple Cons. So.
Yeah.
She might, though.
Okay, so just remind me because I'm going to forget. And
yeah, I got
to be honest with you, the pace of this sim right now, I don't know if we're going to make it to 459.
Oh, you said that now. Now we're going to 8 overtime.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling. Wait a minute. How did they not tackle him there? He ran right around a defensive dude.
That was very great elusiveness. So we're gonna do chinchilla. We're gonna take Reed T's idea. 459. Okay. Chinchilla buzzword.
I think it was Reed T or first time playing Fortnite on Twitch. That's where the idea of the Glash Glacia contest, the Emmerdin Glacia. That's where that name came from.
Wow, I'm doing pretty good in this. I'm top 30 in all of our contests.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing you did the same lineup.
Yeah. Daniel from our production team is in 4th place. Good for Daniel.
But, yeah, you know what, Daniel? If anyone around here deserves that and has earned that honor, I think it's you. Let's go. I'm 75, 108, 146, and 141. Got a big second half coming. I can feel it.
Hey, so Jeff has a question. Could I beat you in a race?
What kind of race?
I think he means by foot.
Okay. 40-yard dash, because I was about a 4.640 in high school.
Wow. So you were a fast kicker.
I was fast kicker. Yeah, right, man. That means I would get to play. I was a gunner on special teams. I was Matt Slater. I was Matt Slater in high school. I was really good at that.
Matt Slater's way too serious. You cannot beat him.
Yeah, all right. So I was like Matt Slater with a much different personality. Matt Slater's skill with with the Gardner Minshew personality. Let's put it like that.
Okay. All right. I can see it now. This is who created this picture, Daniel? Did you do this? Wow. Look at that, dude. That is so cool. I forgot that people call you the quad father.
Yeah, it feels good.
Sure does. Feels good being here.
Bro, all right. When we're on camera, wait, are we about to be on camera here? Yeah, okay. You guys got to see this.
Show it to him.
This is a picture that I just received from Jeff Ulrich.
Oh, God. This is not what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, no. We may get to that. I think it would be cool to announce that with you. All right, so we're live. So
right.
This kind of goes with perfect segue from Quad Father. We're going down to the calves, and apparently Ulrich here has some pretty monster calves. He's now sending me these super hot images of his calf on a stationary bike. Like, this is
a moose calf. Wow.
I may have to send this one to HR, bud. That's a little too far.
A lot of skin right there.
Just kidding. I'm definitely putting that on a poster and putting it on my ceiling.
Christmas vacation style. Love it.
Bro, we got to tweet this picture of us. That's really great.
All right. You want to go ahead and do that?
Look at the top. I didn't notice. For the very first time and possibly last time
for
ever.
the first time in forever.
Real quick, I'll hit on the stats really quick. Can we go back,
right.
Daniel? Is that possible or not? All right, so we'll go to rushing.
Gotta say
8
prayer
carries,
after.
eight carries, 18 yards for Zeke. Marlon Mack 5 for 28. Hines 2 for 15. Prescott had the 1 for 11. That was his first rushing touchdown, by the way, in like 10 games. Something like that.
He knew this was a good time to show up.
And then there's Jarwin, 4 for 35. Cooper 3 for 36. Hines 3 for 9. Gallup 2 for 20. So he had nothing in the second quarter. Yeah, dude. So really not a whole lot going on. Trey Burton has the 1 catch, 24 yards, and 1 touchdown.
I like it. I predicted 10-7 for the whole game. We still have 2 quarters to go.
Okay, so you're
Feel
close.
Good. Yeah.
Like right now.
Hey, is that the sweatshirt that you wanted? Is that a large? Did you get the sweatshirt, the new one?
Yeah, so this is an XL now because, as you've mentioned already, how I'm built, and so the large doesn't really fit me all that well. They do run a little small. Even producer Drew will say that he's a pretty ripped like medium. I'm a ripped like XL, so I needed an XL. My wife has hermit crabbed herself into the large because I was going to give that to you for $20.
You said 50.
Oh, I would have definitely done that for 50. Yeah.
Interesting. Now it's 20. I mean, I'm in. If she wants to, she doesn't like it.
We're back here for the second half. We had almost like around 600 people watching at one point. We're up to 244 likes.
Let's go.
Someone hit the dislike button since we started this. We started at 5, so it's not our fault. And it's at 6. Someone out there.
It's too bad.
What can we do? What can we do to help you turn that dislike into a like? I'll do whatever it takes. Because Glash and I only care about you guys.
Wow.
But hammer it. Let's go. Let's do it.
Brian C says, I feel as though you're ignoring the chat, and I take offense to that. No, man. It's just overwhelming. I think Emerson's right. Like, I can't believe I'm here. I even told our production team I might forget how to talk. Daniel G, shout out to your lady. Carly. Good stuff, man. And the flea flicker, too. Good stuff. Head over to TikTok, guys. Yeah, at Brendan Glasheen on TikTok. New video out this morning. Me and the buddies watching NBA last night. I have good friends. Really good friends.
Yeah, dude, they all really look similar to you, but like not exactly the same. So I can tell you guys apart.
Yeah. I mean, they have a really good, we have a really good chemistry amongst the three of us. I really like how we can all hold each other accountable. I hope you can meet them someday. Zeke!
What do we have? Yeah, there you go. 10-7 here. Third quarter underway. Woo! Brian C says, LOL, you still the GOAT. You still the GOAT, bud. So you're the GOAT and I'm the boat.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind the boat, you know, because Tom Brady, that guy on a boat, thriving.
The GOAT and boat, dude. It's like you're Brady and I'm Bortles. Oh my God, that's incredible.
Hey, I've been meaning to tell you this.
What's up?
Hey,
That
so
sounds
when this
serious.
thing kind of, hopefully when things get a little bit more under control, I want you to come over. We can use the golf simulator. All right.
Yes.
And then you can bring, if you'd like, Meg, you're welcome to come. Winnie, we can go for a swim in the pool. I want to have a little get together when the pool opens back up again. Have a little gathering when things are safe, and we can soak up the sun, and we can have a race in the pool, and shirtless, everything that you need and want.
All right, I'm in. You get
I'll
my
even
back.
set up.
You get my back, and I'll get yours.
Yep, all of it. I'll check off every box.
Can Matt LaMarca come?
Absolutely.
I will pay for that guy's train ticket for him to come here and play the saxophone for us while we're swimming.
I'll even get you a hammock that can hold you. Lamarca's hysterical.
Dude. As Greg the leg here, so this is going to be 45 yards. This should be easy peasy for him. This will push Dallas's lead to 13-7. Easy. Yesterday, the one thing that it was Rossi and I on the 4 o'clock, right? We were talking about that meeting, and then how Kenny would bring up one little thing, and then he'd talk about it for 10 minutes, and he took a meeting that should have been 30 minutes, could have possibly been an email, and made it like an hour and a half.
Yep.
But then I buried the lead, people. I buried the lead. The best part of that, while there were like 30 of us on Zoom, it was everyone here in the DK team, part of the stream, was Matt LaMarca was on the Zoom call in his bed. He was in his bed. It was like a backlit shot, and the computer just resting on his belly. He had no pants on. That's what he said. We couldn't see that, but he did have a shirt on.
He had his New York Mets spring training jacket on.
Yeah.
He looked ready to go field some grounders at first base.
Yeah, it was like a beanie or a hat. and then like no pants, but just a shirt. It's the Lamarca. It's like the Lamarca uniform. Like if you guys go to a Halloween party, like it's Lamarca, that's what you have to do. You get a little saxophone to like on a strap and put it around you.
Lamarca would be like a top pick in backyard baseball. Like if he was a character in backyard baseball, I'd pick him first every time. Couldn't you just see him being? You clicked on his name. Hey, I'm Matt. Like,
you'd be like,
just
the dark, big, beefy first baseman. Just stands there.
I like the saxophone when I'm not playing baseball. Erwin says this is when we fill up Glash's pool with milk.
So that was like my thing, and I came up with a few like months ago with. And then like Jimmy B brings it up a lot in the chat. It's like, yeah, I think in the end you fill a pool up with cereal. Everyone brings the milk and we all just go to town together. Sure. And you could pick us up.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Tater Hater is now on Twitch. Hi, Tater Hater. Good to see you.
That's big. Tater Hater, yeah. Post some creative videos himself.
That's one way to put it.
Blink twice if you need help. DFS Queenie says, happy to be here, glad to be alive. And then he's a real life, the dude. He really is. I could see Lamarca being like, man, that rug really tied the room together.
Come on, Phillip. Ooh. Tight window and found his man. Paris Campbell.
Very, very good for Phillip Rivers, by the way. He can finally start raising like his 9 children. Dad? His kids are going to be reminded they have a father.
Dad! Dad! Back, Jim! Oh, Jim, what are they going to do, Jim? We're down 1, Jim. We're getting into crunch time, Jim. Yeah, we've all had a Tony Romo moment with our pants. See that in playoff game? Poor guy. Little leakage. Up in the booth. Yeah, yes.
Well,
you know, we've all spilled before.
I have not, yeah. 1,000%. There's been times I haven't spilled, but I tell people I've spilled.
You know, I mean, I'm sure, you know, when Winnie was in her, you know, beginning months of her life, you had to carry her out. Is that how it works? Is that how it works with dogs? Like, do you have to like pick her up when she was really, really young and take her out to the bathroom, or was she like smart enough to just start walking towards the door?
Yeah, she would. I mean, she can walk to the door. You train them for that. You're like, hey, like ready to go, like potty or go outside. They make their way to the door, which they associate as the exit. Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, usually like when they're small, just to speed it up, running down the stairs, I just carry her out. You gotta praise them a lot, but you're not gonna have to worry about that because you're getting a cat.
Yeah.
And cats do everything themselves.
Yeah, but come on, you don't like them.
I don't mind them. I wouldn't get one, but I can also. I mean, I could point out a cat person from 10,000 miles away. Like I know producer Drew's a cat person.
Did you know?
Yep.
Interesting.
This cat's very old too.
You know, Sarah's cat lived till he was 21.
Dude, we got a friend at the coffee shop. Her cat is like 19. I said, that's like a person. Your cat's in college at that point.
Sarah, no joke. Sarah took her cat to a bar when it turned 20. When he turned 21.
Dude,
like snuck her in her jacket. And then out comes meow.
Hello,
I get a shot.
Meowster.
Fireball, please.
Hey, you got any more of that catnip?
Do I? But yeah, it's coming, man. It's coming down the road. Sarah, there's a special place in Sarah's heart in Maine that she'd like to get a cat from. So,
Okay.
I want to make her happy, and I want to deliver. I don't mind the wait. I won't lie to you guys, but it's coming.
What happens first? Us doing another sim together, or Meowster arriving to his new home?
Probably you and me. In a deep sleep. In a dream cat.
Quarter in.
I know you're a big Dave Matthews guy. We should go to a Dave concert when he can do that stuff again. That'd be kind of fun. Jessie likes Dave too.
Yeah, she does. I was supposed to meet her and Mike, who she was dating at the time a couple of years ago when they did a winter tour here in Boston. But like Mike went to that concert like sick. He was like crapping himself and had to like dart out of there right after the show. So he didn't get to do any like post-concert drinks or anything.
Yeah, can't do that anymore.
No.
Being sick,
like,
that is, and going, yeah.
Do you think we'll do concerts like this summer? I really, really hope so.
Hey.
I would love to get, like, why don't they, if we're doing it at sporting events, why don't we do concerts with like 20% people or something? It's, kind of spread people out at concert venues. I'd love that.
I've got a spare TV. We can go out to Boston Common and stream a Madden game and put on a sim concert. We'll do a halftime performance.
Yeah. We were talking karaoke a little bit last week, you and I.
Yeah. Get together and sing.
Wow. Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight.
Wow. I'm going to save mine for the competition.
Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip, my friend.
Yeah. Well, hey, we missed the stats. Whoops.
This is when, and God rest his soul, but Statrick, that would be his moment.
Don't forget.
Hey, lineup check. Everyone in the chat, if you're in a good position or even if you're not, whatever contest you're in, I want to know where you are right now. We made a bajillion contests, free rolls obviously, because we want everyone to take home a trophy. But where are you at?
All right, let me pull up all four. We'll go right through them. Balls, Glash, Lots, LFG. David Reynolds, 97 in first place right now in that one.
Okay, cool.
Overdue, Emerden, Glacia. What a time to be alive. Is that Zeke?
Yeah.
Zeke in the passing game. PhD, 1974, first place. PhD is usually in the chat. Over to Latzia and Glash. Wow, what's happening? Beltway Boy, 74 in first. And in Stuff Your Lineup Inside Us, hashtag hold me, the Guru 805 is in first place. 4 different winners right now. We have 4 solo leaders. Fantastic.
Bro, here we go.
Wow.
Balls, Glash, Lots, LFG. Daddy's up to 9. Wow, the other ones I'm pretty bad in. 41 in the Emerden Glacia contest. $174 in the LOTZIA plus Glash. Wow, it's happening. And then 152 in Stuff Yourself Inside Us, hashtag hold me.
Emerden Glacia sounds like a famous person. Like, ooh, you ever go see Emerden Glacia? Tickets are hard to come by. Emerden Glacia.
Yeah, like definitely someone who would like sing at the opera house.
Yeah.
Or he would perform with the Pops at like the famous July 4th like Pops concert here in Boston?
I'd go.
Buzz Killington 7 points out and stuff your lineup. Lisa Robinson 119 in the quarter game. Meager 66. Look at this. 42nd 54, 47, 51. Micah Met a buck 35. Turtles 57 and 59. So everyone a little bit all over the place. That's okay.
Lindenbaum 41st and Emerton Glacia.
Ooh.
Hey guys, we're almost at 300 likes. Come on. Me and Emerson finally got together to do a sim. That's a liking moment, I think.
I don't think I've liked a moment today more than I've liked this moment happening right now. Also, 2-point game here with under 7 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Ooh. PhD saying, Emerson, out of all the free rolls, who has the highest point total, though?
For the first place winner.
Ooh, PhD holding down
PhD
one
does.
in the Emerton Glacia contest.
Yep.
That's you, big boy. Is that T.Y. Hilton's first catch? Maybe it's
Hey,
his second.
TY. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Catch number 1. 1.
Thank you very much.
Wow. We're getting dislikes. That's not cool. It's too bad. Come on, Phil
Hey.
Rivers.
I stop. I respect whatever direction people want to go in.
Yeah.
We can have differing opinions. It's there
Yep.
for a reason.
Sure.
They clearly don't like the fact that it's taken this long for us to get together.
It's fair. That might be what it is. And you
Yeah,
know what?
That's
Good on
exactly
'em.
what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree.
Urgency. They're creating urgency. Totally get it. Nice throw. Wow, TY. Catch number 2 on the drive.
Ooh, and 2 in the game. It's alive. It's alive.
Good for him. So proud of how he's elevating his play.
Same, babe.
All right. I wouldn't mind Burton.
Well, he's got what? The 1 catch for 24 and a touchdown. There he is again, though. Hey, good call. Looks like
Wow.
you've done these before.
Yeah. Can you believe we're coming up on a year? End of this month?
Yeah, so that's March 28th.
Yep.
Is that right, producer Drew? And you guys, feel free to remind me. 5 wide here. I'm 2nd and 5 from the 11.
Well,
So
Rivers.
I don't think plans have been like firmed up yet, but I think, what did Drew say before we could tease that there are some contests you could get in? I'm going to screw this up.
satellite contests.
That eventually will help you get into bigger contests?
Into
for
a bigger,
that day?
into a bigger to be determined and to be announced plan for the 28th.
Okay.
Essentially, the satellite, you win it, you get a ticket into what we're doing the 28th. More to come.
What day is the 28th?
It's a Sunday, dude. Yeah.
Oh,
What?
okay.
What's
It's
wrong?
just like, Sundays, I'm usually try to spend some QT with the family, but I'm going to have to dedicate a little bit of time to the DK Sim Fam. It's 100% worth it. It's the 1-year anniversary. I would not miss it.
Ooh, here comes Rodrigo.
Yeah,
Give him the
this is gonna
lead.
Yeah, 1 point.
Wow. Clutch kick. You would have made that. You made a 65-yarder in the snow.
Yeah, it was close to, you're being generous, it was closer to like 45, 50, but that was a good time. I think you were humbled and you were able to see in person just how I can back up talk when it comes to my field goal kicking. And then also now the next step is, well, you've talked about swimming together while the market plays saxophone in the summertime. But when it comes to competition outside of the Dream Stream, are we still wrestling?
I'd love to wrestle you.
Do you still want to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I think it would be good. It will display what else we bring to the table, and it will also it will demonstrate how we can reach in deep and do whatever is necessary to find out more about each other. That's what I think. Bill says, finally, you guys need to do more games. Little commentary on the game. A little fun. Yeah, that's what we're going for here. And here we are in crunch time with less than 4 to play.
Yeah.
Dallas down 1. And Dak is taking another sack.
That's the thing. Every time we dial into it, especially when the Cowboys have the ball, and when they're near the goal line at least, he's always taking sacks. Like the sack master, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets difficult, to be quite honest, to get really invested when the dude just keeps getting sacked. We're going to do a buzzword in 3 minutes. An honorary buzzword special for all the great chinchillas in this sim land.
Hold on a second, Edward Pride. He says, I saw the video. Those field goals were no further than 17.6 yards away. Huh. Now, one hundo, they were closer to probably 35 to 40, but I had one that would have been good from 55 to 60. If you've seen the video, you should be able to do the math.
Exactly. We only moved in so we could get the proper camera angles. If we backed up too far, it would have been too blurry. So we were just trying to be generous from a production standpoint.
Yeah,
so,
we just listened to the film crew, the huge film crew that was out there.
Yep. And we didn't, again, no arguing, all business. We followed directions. That's what you and I do. We don't have, there's never any problem, never follow-up questions. We just do what we're told. So it's fair to point out, though, on our end that my first kick felt really good off the toes, off the big toe especially. Wow, Dak is just slinging right now since I called him out on being sacked. Amari, another catch for a first.
That's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning, and Dak now over 200 passing yards.
I'm really looking forward to the buzzword. We're going to shout chinchilla at 4:59. We're going to shout chinchilla so much in this chat, it's going to break through the AirPods, and Meg's going to hear it. And never let Emerson work a sim again.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I'll be screaming at the top of my lungs, but I will be giving an energetic chinchilla.
Wow. Let's go. I'm pumped.
I would also like to just say real quick, we said it a little bit earlier, but thank you, DK Sim fan, for coming here today and hanging out with us. I knew we were just as excited to get together as you guys are. A lot of great compliments. You guys bringing that good, positive energy today. And Glash and I will love you until we are 6 feet underground, until the day we are deceased. Zeke.
It's true.
Another catch for him. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, oh my God, we're 3 away from 300 on YouTube. Woo! Maybe
Crazy. Whoa, 10 seconds away. Wow. Here we go, man.
Chimney, chinchilla. All right, so do we stop to address plays?
We gotta go. We gotta stop the plays. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Chinchilla. 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 Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Chinchilla. Chinchilla, 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 chinchilla.
Simchilla.
Chinchilla, Chinchilla.
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 Hold me, chinchilla. Chinchilla.
Okay.
Chinchilla. Chinchilla. Oh,
Chinchilla.
Chinchilla Dak. Oh, Chinchilla Dak. Okay, out of bounds. Chinchilla. Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Chinchilla. Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Ooh, Chinchilla.
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 What
Chinchilla.
was that?
Chinchilla. Chinchilla.
Chinchilla.
Hi, Meg. Chinchilla. Oh, right. She can't hear me. Chinchilla.
She's loving this.
Chinchilla. 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 It's the longest minute of your life. Chinchilla. Chinchilla.
Chinchilla?
Chinchilla. Okay, we did it. Very good.
All right.
Nicely done. Wow. Dude, that was great. You were so good.
That was great. And what's awesome is since I did not go 110%, there's room for improvement on my end. I just kept hearing, oh, Zeke into the end zone. So Zeke and destroy, and the lead once again back into the hands of the Dallas Cowboys. Minute 16 to go. Indy will have a timeout. About 30 seconds into that, every time I'd say chinchilla, I would just hear a stop.
That's too bad.
Don't put it out with your boots, Ted.
Get back and get it. Oh, poor Meg. I should
Right?
get her.
You know what?
I should get her
That's it.
Chick-fil-A for that.
Well, you do still. Oh, wow. They gave him that 2-point conversion. I guess he got going. I don't know. It was interesting. That was close. Yeah, also, poor Meg. That is a evergreen statement. And then B, you saying you're going to get a Chick-fil-A. Dude, are we going to go there right now? How you still owe her? Oh, wait, you told him you didn't have to? Why would you do that?
Yeah,
Oh,
I was shocked.
wow. She's a good person.
Yep. Oh, she didn't tell you that?
No,
That's
she
not-
did.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Whoa. I mean, what?
Wait a minute. What are you?
What else do we need to know?
You stay out of my wife's DMs, pal. Speaking of DMs, Jeff and Kenny will be together for Patriots at the Dolphins coming up at 6 o'clock. Jets at the Seahawks, Jeff and Brandon, and Glash and Brandon. Saints at the Broncos at 10 o'clock. So Glash will need you guys.
Dude, we might get overtime.
What? No way. You think
And he's down a
Rivers has it?
touchdown. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Okay, hey, listen,
Activate it.
it would be fitting, right, that we A, have a great sim, and B, that it would go to overtime.
Sarah's in the chat. Are you really saying poor Meg for one sim with you? I listen to this every day.
Dude, Sarah, she's here like most of the time. Whoa, it's intercepted. Intercepted.
Wow! Bad throw, Dad! I did it, Pa! I did it! Dad! Turn to hold the intercepted ball.
Not now. You guys will share.
But Dad!
Oh,
real ball.
Jim! Jim, what a win for the Cowboys, Jim!
Great sim. Great memory. Great history. Great company.
Great sweat.
That interception was mad impressive going back and looking at the replay on Twitch. He like OBJ'd and mossed the dude.
Yeah.
That may
Nice
be
play.
the greatest interception I've ever seen in Simland.
With game on the line, yeah, for sure.
I think just doesn't matter what was on the line. Pride.
Yeah.
It was, you're right, Daniel, on the ones and twos. Just a worthy finish here in this history-making event, 24-17. Great
Unreal.
buzzword, great ambiance, great experience as the freak of nature.
I think this went well. It might have to happen again.
I think we're going to do it soon. What we should do is maybe, I don't know, like a once a month thing or something. So that's pretty cool.
I'm going to tweet this photo of you and I.
Okay, yeah. When you do, I'll hammer the retweet button whenever you do, buddy.
All right.
I got you covered, kid.
I missed the top where it says for the very first time and possibly last time. I think this can happen again. I don't think the stream didn't blow up.
No.
Blew up in a good way.
It did. I mean, we ended up getting a boatload of likes in this one. Team Always Here enjoyed it. It was really even keel. And you notice when I said, hey, let's finally do this, I didn't say, yo, come over and sit outside. It's 10 degrees today. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to invite you over and not let you come into my house.
Who would do that?
I have no idea, but I just want you to know.
Huh.
No. So I say, hey, let's just be us. Let's have a conversation. We don't have to get too crazy and weird. Loved having the word of the day incorporated.
Wow.
Loved Sarah and Meg also being here to experience history.
You know, now that you mention it, I think there was someone who did. Never mind. I think what you're talking about, I thought happened to me about doing something outdoors on doing a sim. No, didn't happen. Maybe I'm imagining things.
Do you want to?
I like what you did.
Yeah. You're the best, man. You are like my number one son. And Megan and I
just put it on Twitter,
can't
guys.
wait to officially adopt you. All right. I'm going to head over to Twitter and I'm going to do that. Do we need to do a Krusty Kaufman player of the game and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we should do that, right? It's part of the
I would love
dish.
that. Okay. So hold on a second. You want to do Krusty Kaufman and then I will do the Babysitter Billy?
All right. Cool.
You want to do that? Like split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Okay. I have my Babysitter Billy and I am pissed.
Wow. I think we should give the Krusty Kaufman Award to Zeke.
Great.
He did okay, right? He had a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, I think
72 rushing yards. He had 7 catches.
Yeah.
Or 6 catches. He has 6 catches, 52 yards.
7 or 6. I can't tell. But he has 28 points in the flex. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Good. It was a good performance. It wasn't amazing, but he held up. He held up his end.
So I'm going to go ahead then for the Babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single player of the game. I'm going Michael Gallup. I know. Dude, I put him in the captain. Me too, dude. We got 6 points out of him. So that means what? 4 points in the flex? Get the hell out of here with that.
It's awful.
I count on you to like carry this.
He didn't understand what was at stake today. Wow.
Okay, so real quick, just for Ish and giggles, you want to do just one head-to-head in rock, paper, scissors? People are asking for that. Yeah, sure. So it's going to be rock, paper, scissors, and then we're going to shoot. Okay.
Okay.
We're just going to do one.
All right.
One and done. If we tie, we'll do another one until there's a winner.
Okay. You start the count.
All right. Now, by the way, producer Drew, do I look this way to look at Glash on camera?
I look this way.
I know. I'm trying to see. Is it this way though that I look? Yes. Okay. So you ready?
See my hands? Okay.
You see my hands? All right. Ready? And I'm not gonna look there. I'm gonna rock, paper, scissors, and I'm gonna shoot. And then I'm gonna see what you have. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Paper!
Damn,
I had scissors! Let's go!
You got me.
That wasn't cheating, right?
Nope. No, that was great. You are the complete opposite of Ducey. You scissoring son of a gun, you. That was great.
Wow.
That's the way it should be. Ducey waits for me to shoot, waits 5 seconds, and then makes his decision. So, once again, why you're my favorite, buddy.
Thank you. And if you guys want to go check it out, Daniel did a great job putting together this poster of Emerson and I. It's over on Twitter, at Brendan Glasheen and at Emerson Latzia. You can find it. We look really good. It looks really cool.
We do look really good. That's an interesting picture you found there, Daniel. Let me know, because I could use a new headshot on LinkedIn. I think I have one of like my dog right now.
Yeah.
Which people are like, that's not professional. Dude, it's professional to love your dog. So that was fun.
That was a great time, seriously. It was good to talk to you and hang out and spend some time.
Wait a minute. David G says he saw rock on glass, then it changed to scissors.
No, go back and watch.
Wait a minute.
I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. Ask Daniel. Don't ruin it.
No. I'm not going to ruin it. And even if you did cheat, I'd say it was a mistake.
Okay.
Okay. Producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, Tate on the ops team. Thank you so much. DK Sim fam, thank you for hanging out with us. We did have a really good time. That was fun. And we will do it again eventually. Hopefully not 12 months down the road. Hopefully sooner than that. It'll be before he gets Meowster. That's for sure.
Meow.
Love you guys. Peace out.
Bye, Dad.
everyone. Welcome back to another night here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, broadcasting across YouTube and Twitch. I'm Jesse Cofield here to take you through our 3-game late slate of Madden Sims on tonight's 3-game late slate. Our feature contest tonight is our Madden Stream 4K Early Bird Special. That classic contest, $10 to enter, features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. So let's take a look at tonight's schedule. At 6 p.m., it's an AFC East rivalry matchup between the Pats and Dolphins. Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich going to kick things off. Then at 8, Jeff returns with Brandon Kristoff for the call of Jets Seahawks. Finally, we have Madden After Dark at 10 p.m. Brandon is joined by Brendan Glasheen for the call of Saints and Broncos. That's all on the way, but make sure you check out our NBA and NHL contests available tonight in the DraftKings lobby. So the 7-game NBA slate kicks off at 7 p.m., and our feature contest for the main slate is the $450K fadeaway. Take a shot at the $100K top prize for just a $15 entry. Now over on the ice, we have the NHL 70K Twine contest. That's a $20K top prize, and it's just a $10 entry. That also locks at 7 p.m. Eastern time. You can also check out, all the NASCAR, MMA, and PGA contests available this week. Plus, don't forget, check out all the action for these leagues, plus the upcoming college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. Coming up after the game, we're going to get some advice on the NBA late slate, dive into picks for the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and continue our MLB divisional previews for both fantasy and sportsbook. But right now, it is time for Madden. So let's turn over to Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich for the call of Patriots and Dolphins.
Hey, thank you, Jesse. Yeah, it's time once again to get some Madden going. Jeff, I couldn't be. I don't want to get people not excited for the sim, right? As announcers, we're supposed to get people really into it. We're supposed to treat every game like it's the best. But help me, please. I'm trying to get excited for this sim. These are the two teams that I hate the most in Simland, and it has nothing to do with the real life. It's really difficult to construct a lineup because I feel like no one on either side is really a must roster. So with that in mind, who are you looking to target in this sim? Because I just can't get excited about anybody, maybe except for Matt Breida.
Yeah, that's what I put in the captain because I have seen the Patriots play a lot lately, and their wide receivers don't do much. Cam will sometimes run for a touchdown. So, he's their best player in terms of fantasy production, so I always roster him. Definitely a captain candidate. It's really one where you throw Breida, Cam, and Tua in, and then you go with the scrubs because guys like Bird, they're not much different than going up to Edelman. Like, there's just not that much of a difference. I'm in agreement with you, man. Like, I'm kind of sick of the Patriots. I don't know why I've been getting so many Patriots games, just the way the schedule's fallen, but maybe we'll get something a little bit different here. I mean, we'll get a good effort from Breida or the Dolphins, see some big plays. I don't know, Jakeem Grant maybe, something like that. But you're right. I mean, they don't have like a high flying wide receiver one to target. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a different game than usual between these two. Maybe we'll get a good game. I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's really difficult for me to roster Tua. I feel like he's not a very good option in these sims. He did have. He shut me up. He had like a 30-point sim or something last time I was doing these games, 37 against the Broncos. And since then, he hasn't even combined for 37 points. He's just not – he doesn't have a lot of rushing upside in real life or in the sims. He's not running a lot. He's not, programmed like Trubisky to just run all the time. Nor is Cam, really. I mean, you look at Cam's rushing yards and, rarely does he ever top 30 yards. So – both of these guys, I feel like you don't get the rushing upside that you would think by their name and by their reputation. And so that sort of leaves you in a weird spot where, maybe you just want to roster all the receivers and running backs. I mean, I don't know if you're in the free roll that I created, Jeff.
Oh, I put it in.
That's okay.
Yeah, whatever.
I didn't realize that Devin Asiasi was going to be such a chalky option, but here he is at 25% in the captain spot in that contest, which is pretty ridiculous. I mean, I put him there. I figured I didn't think I was going to get, was going to be a super contrarian play, but I certainly didn't think he was going to be the most popular captain. I figured Matt Breida would be the most popular captain, so I already took a big L.
Yeah, I always forget about Asiasi too because when you think of the Patriots, you just don't even think of a tight end, right? But he does produce pretty consistently in these sims, and the thing about him is. He's always kind of on the cheaper side, right? I mean, like he's not that expensive to roster. So, 12% owned in the captain in the big free roll, but at 7K, I mean his average per sim is pretty solid. So, can understand. Again, I always forget him on. I didn't roster him in my lineup either. I used Bird at 5,600, so I went down a little bit more. He's a lot lower owned, so he's probably a good pivot. But Asiasi is the more consistent fantasy producer thus far. So
I did him in the captain spot with Mr. Matt Breida, who will get the ball here and to get a few yards. Tony Michel, Mike Gesicki, Albert Wilson, and James White. That's my lineup.
Yeah, I used White as well. I think fading both QBs or like using both of them was kind of like the way. I guess it was kind of interesting for roster construction, but yeah.
So
I actually haven't seen the Dolphins play in a bit, so interested
could
to
have
see.
been.
I guess I've been lucky.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely are. I look. It's not. Again, it really has nothing to do. Like if you wanted to make me upset, right? Like you'd play like the Bills against the Saints, but even then, like I wouldn't mind doing a sim for Bills and Saints because there's a lot of interesting fantasy options on either side. Like you could play Cole Beasley, on the Saints side of things.
Why don't you like the Saints?
Ted Ginn's on the Bears now. I just don't like the Saints fans, but
yeah, that's fair. I don't really like them either. I was just wondering why you didn't like them.
Yeah, that's why. That's my main thing. But at least like you can get excited about like some people, right? Like Jimmy Grant. I don't know. Like
yeah, they're good.
I just named two Chicago Bears that used to play for the Saints. I'm trying to think of people that I like rostering when Latavius Murray. I don't know, Vulture. But for these teams, it just feels like. You look up and down, it's like everyone on offense, even like the stars, even like Julian Edelman isn't like a really great sim player. This is a really tricky sim to figure out.
Yeah, the Patriots are always like this. It feels like lately with the Patriots, it's either Cam runs for like 2 touchdowns or Asiasi scores 2 touchdowns. And like everyone else is just kind of meh or garbage. So we'll see if that plays out again. That's how it's gone in the last few Pat sims.
Look at the line here. They just put 6 on the line. Got the incompletion.
Oh, man. I got a package delivered. I'll be right back.
Okay. So while Jeff's away, we'll watch a 3rd and 7. I think Jeff owes me now a quick break to maybe make some tea because it is, I don't know, I'm going to wait till Jeff comes back to talk more about it, but it is freezing today, not only in New York City, but in my apartment. As here goes Cam. Oh my goodness, throwing on the run and not going to be completed. What'd you get, Jeff?
I got a retro comic, a graded comic.
Nice. Okay. Collecting.
And I knew it was going to come during the sim. I've been waiting for it all day. I'm like, just come before the sim, so I don't have to worry about it. Comes like 15 minutes before the first one. Anyways.
Allie, Mike Bauer, Jordan Lindenbaum, Bert. In the chat, what's going on? We got a punt here from Josh Bailey. So it is like, it feels like 20, I think it's like 30 degrees outside. It feels like 20. I've been outside today. That's what my app said too.
How is your building heated? Like what is?
So like, right now the heat was broken all day and all night.
Yeah, but is it like electric heating?
No, it's there's like these pipes that I guess hot water goes through.
Oh, shoot.
And that's how they heat. Yeah, that's how they heat there's just like there's like poles in the room that heat up.
Yeah, don't want those to freeze, Kenny.
Right.
Don't breathe on them in between plays or something.
There's also heaters. Anyway, so yeah, they weren't working, and so like all day, right? Like it's just getting colder and colder and colder. And finally fixed it 2 hours ago, and it's still freezing. I mean, it's it's gonna take a while to heat this apartment back up. But yeah, so it's I'm bundled up here.
As long as those pipes don't burst, you'll be okay. But yeah, that's it's
yeah,
always good. Well, just keep talking lots. I'll get you fired up. I'll give you some bad Jets takes here.
Oh no,
I'll get you
please
fired
not.
up.
I will say that I said I was saying when you left, I might because you just left, you probably opened the door for me to go pour myself a cup of tea, which I heated up the water.
Oh yeah, man. If you want to go do a cup of tea, I can hold the fort down if you need to. Well, you just tell me when or whatever. But
let's look through who's done anything in this sim so far. Besides the defense, Matt Breida has 9 total yards and 1 rush.
Eric says he's moose hunting in Red Dead Redemption. That's not very
boy.
nice, Eric. Jeez.
That's kind of violent.
I'm taking that personally.
Yeah. First and 10 for Matt Breida, running left side, got some room, and he can get taken down about 8 yards.
Did Matt Breida get cut or anything from the Dolphins? He didn't get cut, did he? Like he's still on the roster. No. They got rid of Jordan Howard.
Yeah, I don't think they cut Matt Breida. They cut a lot of guys. Like, what about Ahmed? Did they cut him?
That's what I was gonna say, because they're obviously in love with Gaskin, and then they have the Ahmed guy who's, what was he, a UDFA, or was he a 7th rounder? I can't remember, but
yeah, I don't remember.
He's something like that.
I tried to search Dolphins cut, and it auto-corrected the Dolphins cute, and I looked up and just saw a bunch of Dolphins.
Well, that's a nice little change. Just a bunch
Very
of cute
funny.
Dolphins
They just
popping up.
released Kyle Van Noy.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
Dolphins Wire
Making room for
Had
Deshaun.
has a story that says the perfect Dolphins backup quarterback has just been cut by another team, which is Alex Smith. I don't think that he would be the perfect Dolphins backup. I like that. Like, it's like, oh, we need to find another Fitz. Let's just, they don't have to be exactly like him. They don't have to be like a career journeyman who's injury prone and.
Yeah. That's true.
But no, looks like, I don't see anything here.
I think he's still on the roster.
Should the
Just
Miami
wondering.
Dolphins?
I just couldn't remember if he got cut.
That's
I know they got rid of
actually an interesting
Howard.
question. I saw a story. Here's the story while I'm just looking. There was a story about should the Dolphins pursue Aaron Jones. That's an interesting free agency question that I don't think anyone's talking about. Not as it pertains to the Dolphins. I mean, I guess, they have a million running backs, but none of them are actually good, so that could work. But, I don't think the Packers really need to bring back Aaron Jones. I mean,
No.
they have Jamal Williams, and, it was proven right this year that it doesn't really matter who the running back is. They're gonna succeed. I mean, they even just drafted AJ Dillon, right? And he was good. So they don't need Aaron Jones. I think that Jamal Williams has proven that he's capable of being the lead back there. And with all that, what do you do, or where does Aaron Jones go? Like, I don't really know the answer to that question.
Yeah, man. He's been linked to Miami. They could cut Breida, and they don't really have much invested in the other guys. So I guess it could work there. But you're right. Like, do they really need like a 4th running back? I don't know, man. I'm in complete agreement. The Packers do not need to bring back Aaron Jones. There's been talk that they're just gonna bail on him or whatever, but they really don't need to bring him back. I mean, why else would they have drafted a 1st rounder like AJ Dillon? AJ Dillon looks pretty good too. I think AJ Dillon's could be a really good early down back. You mix him in with Jamal Williams. I don't see the need for the Packers to bring him back, so that'll be interesting. The Packers. Oh, did he catch that?
No, he didn't.
Oh man, I think he stepped out of bounds. That looked good. That really looked like a catch. I wonder if they'll review it. Guess not. Anyways, they can go for it though. So maybe.
What did you? I said they didn't catch it. Did you ask me a question?
No, I didn't ask you anything. I was just talking to myself.
Okay. They got the first.
I said I thought they caught it. I know you said it. You were right. But they did go for it on 4th down there and get it. So Breida. But yeah, man, it would like, to me, it makes 0 sense for the Packers to bring back Aaron Jones. It's not even that I don't like Aaron Jones. It's just going to cost them.
Right. Of course.
Spend the money on Chris Godwin or something
Yeah. Right.
Ridiculous,
Of course.
right?
You know what we were talking about, and I don't know if it's just my ignorance, but
Probably.
I don't know if any. It is, yeah. I don't know if this is true for many other teams, but I was talking with Christian. It was I think it was Rossi actually. We were talking about the Packers yesterday and free agency, and he was making the point that Well, we were talking about how, like, you know, it's overrated, you know, the whole, like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, this guy's gonna recruit this guy to play, right? Like, people were talking about, oh, did DeAndre Hopkins recruit JJ Watt, right? And I think whoever it was that I was with was making the point that, hey, Aaron Rodgers, why can't he get anyone to play with him in Green Bay? And I was like, oh no, come on, that's ridiculous. They've had people sign there, like, remember Julius Peppers? And then I started looking, and I realized that, like, you go back like 10 years, every starter, almost every single starter, I think it was like maybe 3 starters over the 10 years,
right,
weren't drafted by the Packers. They were all drafted by the Packers, defensive and offensive starters. It was insane. Like, I don't know if that's true for anyone, like any other team. Like, I don't think many teams actually, you know, are able to sustain that. Even the Steelers, like, you feel like they have a solid core.
Yeah.
That, I mean, they were the initial team that I checked, and, like, you think about, you know, they have several guys on that team, like Mark Barron and Minka Fitzpatrick that are pretty important to them,
right.
Offensive players as well, like, that they didn't draft. I mean, every team sort of assembles. I mean, look at the Buccaneers this year, right? The Chiefs didn't draft Marcus Peters, or actually, does Marcus Peters play for the? Was it that way, or was it the other way around? That they didn't draft Marcus Peters, or they did draft Marcus Peters?
Well, they did draft Marcus Peters. Now he plays for the Ravens.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's. But
right.
but I mean, yeah, but, like, you know, their most important player, arguably, on defense, right, is Tyrann Mathieu. They didn't draft him, so it's interesting. Like, I don't know if it's like you know, a situation where they just don't need to sign free agents and they have great scouting or whatever it is.
No, the Packers as an organization have always been like that. Like, I think they had a bit of success with it, and they've just always run with it. And I think it's served them well because they've had really good QBs, and they've been able to, like, they haven't mortgaged the future, but they haven't gone all in either, right? Like, that's why they only have 1 Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers and 1 Super Bowl with Brett Favre, because, like you said, they don't go all in on the free agents and really, you know, try and build it up and get the proper depth. They always just seem like one piece away, you know, or a couple pieces away. But you're right. They rarely make free agent signings. I think the biggest, like, Jimmy Graham the last couple of years. Like, I can't even remember another one other than him.
Yeah, and I mean, look at I'm even just, like, looking at the Seahawks from not 2020 but 2019, just as, like, because you I don't know why I thought of them, but oh no, a fumble. But even, like, think about it. Like, they had Dwayne, like, their whole line was signings. Dwayne Brown, Mike Upiati, and DJ Fluker were 3 of their 5 linemen were imports. You had Jadeveon Clowney on that team, Michael Kendricks, that weren't from the Seahawks. And, you know, even this year, right, they substituted Jamal Adams, who obviously, you know, wasn't from there. Greg Olsen, you know, Dwayne Brown and Upiati there again, and Brandon Shell from the Jets, but you know, Quandre Diggs. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's you just don't see a team that runs out all draft picks as their starters. Like, normally you have to add a few guys in there. So maybe they're like the football version of the Atlanta Hawks or something, where it's like really good team, think they can get by with just, like, their core there. Like, they can get by on the premise that, like, they just have a really good team and no stars, although they do have 2 stars. But yeah, I mean, you know, God forbid they went out and signed a big name like you were mentioning with, you know, Chris Godwin or something. You know, this could be a really great team, as Robbie says hello.
How about just invest a little bit in defense too? It's not just the offense. Like,
yeah,
the cornerbacks, they've started Ken King for like 4 years. There's the Gesicki out with the touchdown. But the Packers have started Ken King for like 4 years, and quite frankly, like, he's terrible. He's easily
he's not good.
He's bad. You saw it in the playoffs, man. Like that pass that basically won the Bucks, the one before halftime. That was all him. So, you know, they just
and you know, you had, like, Byron Jones available last offseason. Like, he didn't cost a ton, right? Like, there's just, like, so many great little pieces that you can add, and, like, think about, you know, if you added Byron Jones, or, you know, does that secondary stop Tom Brady and get you the Super Bowl? I think it might. You know, like, they really weren't that far away from winning that game. You know, maybe just a little bit more on defense.
Yep. Needed that one stop at the end, and they would have at least had a shot, right? A 2-point conversion shot. I mean, they were in it. The Packers, you can make the argument, was the second best team in the NFL this year. I mean, considering what the Bucs did to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, the Packers made a game of it, right? So, yeah, man, that's. I mean, I know we're talking about the Packers, but there's not much, to talk about in this game a little far. But they're just an interesting franchise, anyways. This all got brought up because I asked you about Matt Breida too, so it all connects.
We were talking about the Dolphins running back situation, but yeah, Mike Gesicki has the touchdown. Matt Breida with 7 points. So if you rostered those two guys, you're looking pretty good right now.
Gesicki 7,400. He's pretty heavily owned in the free roll. 50%,
Yeah,
10%.
I own those guys. But the issue is that if you don't have the defenses stacked up with those two guys, you're just not going to have enough points to jet up the leaderboard. But hopefully, more points are scored in this game, and the defense heavy teams will fall by the wayside. But we don't know yet. We don't really know what's going to happen.
What do you think's going to happen with Miami next year? You think they'll trade Tua? Are you in tune with the Dolphins news, Kenny? Do you have any insight for us?
I'm pretty in tune with what's going on with the Dolphins. But I will say, I don't see it with Tua. I've never seen it with Tua. I don't understand the appeal of Tua. I don't like Josh Allen, right? Like, so we'll bring it back to the AFC East. You want to talk about Josh Allen? We all had our concerns, right? And even me, like, you could say even the biggest Josh Allen critic, that was me, right? So even I was like, look, this guy stinks. But like, even I admitted that, like, okay, he has a good arm. Like, he has like some talent, right? Like he's fast. He has a good arm. I thought that he was just like a running back. That was my take on Josh Allen. It's like, he doesn't have the finesse to throw the football accurately. Like, he's terrible on deep balls, but he's got a big arm and he runs well. So at the very least, he's just like a running back, right? But he had the tools. Like, if he were to develop, could be good. I don't see what Tua has that's like, you have to keep this guy. I just don't get it. Like, he doesn't have the decision making. He doesn't have the arm strength or the accurate. Like, he doesn't have any zip on his passes. He throws these noodle deep balls. He doesn't run, right? Like that's also supposed to be part of the appeal, is he's a dual threat quarterback. He doesn't run, and I don't know if he really can. And again, like, I don't like. What's the difference between him and Sam Darnold talent wise, or him and I don't know. Like, I don't think he's any more talented than like any of the.
That's probably the difference. Like, honestly,
I'd rather have Drew locked into him, man. I really would. Like, at least he's shown me that he can, like, he's flashed the ability to throw deep balls, to like lead his team back, to like, I don't know. Like, I mean, everyone will point to the fact that, oh, well, it's only been like 5 games. And that's fine, but like, what have we seen in those 5 games that like has he made one play that you've been like, wow, yeah, that guy, he's gonna be good. He could be good. He hasn't done one thing like that for me, and that's the thing. Is like every young quarterback's, in a short sample, whatever, like has done, like Drew Lock inside his first 3 games, Sam Darnold in game 1. I'm trying to think of bad quarterbacks, right? That people think they're bad, that they're young. All of these guys have had some moment of like, okay, this kid has some talent. Like, he could grow into a good quarterback. I've never seen it from Tua. I just haven't. And maybe this year we'll see it. I don't know. But
the only argument for Tua, and because I'm pretty much in complete agreement with you, and I think most people are who look at it objectively, the only argument is like, well, we just haven't seen enough for him, so maybe he'll show a little bit more next year with the preseason, whatever. But you're right. Like, usually with these guys, you can see some kind of raw potential there. Josh Allen, you could see it. Even though I was the same way. I mean, I was just like, guys just don't become accurate quarterbacks. Like, they're either kind of like wild and they have it, or they just don't. And that trend is generally right, but it wasn't with Josh Allen. So he kind of broke the mold there too. But with Tua, What's he going to do? Like you said, gain arm strength? I mean, that seems hard to do. Like, I don't know.
He doesn't have the physical tools that you see. Yeah. And David said, well, Tua has the college pedigree. Darnold does not. I don't understand what that means. Sam Darnold won a Rose Bowl with USC. Sam Darnold won one of the most competitive games of bowl season. Like he went and like beat Penn State in a shootout, and that was a team with Saquon Barkley. So like they just had to continue to score the football.
That Leinart had college pedigree too, right?
Yeah, all these guys had college pedigree. I don't know. John David Booty had college pedigree. Like, what are you talking about? I miss John David Booty.
Fantastic man.
That was, John David Booty was the first time, and because I was still a kid, I was probably in 6th grade. That was the first time I ever realized that you could have two guys on the same college team with the same number.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that until now. Are you serious?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Because John David Booty wore number 10 on offense. He was the quarterback. And then you also had there was like a guy on one. They were lining up for like an onside kick or something, or a kickoff, and number 10 was out there. I'm like, what? John David Booty's on the special teams? Like he's on the hands team? Like what's going on?
Right.
And I wish it was somebody else, but I didn't realize that you could do that.
Huh? I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
All right. Oh my goodness, Jeff! It is so cold in here.
Is it warming up, Kenny? Have you turned the thermostat up? I'm a little concerned.
I don't have a thermostat.
Oh, it just comes on?
The heater is off right now. I don't understand it. It's cold all day. They finally got the heat working at 4 o'clock, and then they just turn it off after like 20 minutes.
She may be able to understand it.
Who?
Your partner. Is she home? Is she there?
She's not here. No, she's not.
She'll probably be able to figure it out for you.
I don't. We don't control the heat. Like they just turn it on randomly.
I understand.
So, I don't know like what more I'm supposed to be doing here.
Devontae.
Oh, thank goodness.
You have an electric heater.
No, I wish I used to have one. I used to have a space heater.
Gotta get one of those.
Yeah, I got rid of it.
Take too long to get there.
I think it would be I think the heat would be working by the time I got it. Yeah. What's going on? You into NBA Top Shot at all?
Top Shot. Oh, I'm following along. I haven't made any big purchases. We won't get into why, but I mean, I'm following. I think it's a great concept. I do. I think it's interesting. I'm definitely, obviously, into collecting and stuff like that. So I'm following along for sure. It's brand new. It's a brand new site. I think the concept is awesome, though.
Me too.
How about you? Make any purchases? You purchase any moments? I still don't have a moment, but
I got in on some moments. Yeah, I just bought a few for my collection.
Nice.
Yeah, but I also got a pack.
Oh, you grabbed a pack. All right.
Well, I pre-ordered a pack with everybody else.
Oh
so
yeah, you got that. Yeah, I grabbed that as well.
For with the common ones. So
200,000 other people. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, that's probably going to drive down the market a little bit, but but yeah, I just got a few moments. I actually got, to me, a really great moment. It is a Dennis Schroeder baseline layup against the Clippers.
Okay.
And it was one of the cheaper moments, and I bought it just thinking that, the value is going to go up because Dennis Schroeder. I did a preview of the Lakers game the other night when he returned, and I didn't realize how important he is to that offense. Like the on-off is pretty split with I think he's played like 750 minutes, and he hasn't played like 900 minutes, and like the offense with him on the floor is just so much better. And you saw, like, as soon as he came back, they won 2 games in a row. I have the feeling that he, as the season goes on, is going to be a pretty important piece of this team. And if they win the title, like, maybe he gets reset. I don't know. I just think that he's going to continue to gain fans with, we already know that everyone loves as one of my friends say, there's a lot of Lakers simps out there. So we'll see. Oh, another touchdown for this time, not Mike Gesicki. No, it's Adam Shaheen.
Oh, Shaheen, the dream. Adam Shaheen.
Shaheen, the dream.
There you go.
Touchdown.
All right.
For the dream.
Tall 80, number 80 tight ends. But
Shaheen the Dream.
I like Dan Schrader. I think that's a good call. I was looking at John Morant one. I think I still might grab it at some point, but
John Morant, you mean?
John Morant, yeah, whatever.
You called him John Morant.
John Morant, John Morant. I don't know, Kenny. The pronunciations in the basketball, whatever. You know, it's not a sport I have to cover much. So, but yes, I think I'll probably grab one of those. I like Ja. It's a good concept though. I like it. Like I said, you know.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I like it too, and you know, it's obviously the future. I mean, I don't think anyone should be going too crazy, like, you know, with getting moments, and I think that's what everyone is right now. But you know, I just wanted to collect a few and see. You know, I think I got an RJ Barrett layup, and then
oh, that's nice.
You know, we'll just I don't plan on you know, I don't think it's going to be a get rich quick scheme. You know, you're probably just thinking about. I'm definitely thinking about holding on to him for a little while and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's the thing. If you're going into it with the right attitude like that, you know, then you know, regardless of how it all shakes out, you know, you won't get burned, so to speak. So that's the only thing. But it's a new concept. It's a new thing. Obviously, you got to give the people behind it a little bit of time. But I think at the very least, just the concept of digital collecting with moments and stuff like that, regardless of where you're going to be doing it in the future, I really like it. I do. So cool to come out. Obviously, we'd like to see more sites like that. Like, I'd love to see like a functional NFL or a PGA site too.
Yeah, I'd love to start getting some MLB moments. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, MLB moments would be cool. Absolutely. Kenny would love a tennis site too. Actually, I would.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be.
Imagine like a Federer between the legs winner. Like, good God.
Very cool.
I'd spend up on that.
I actually would. Yeah, I would be pretty good at investing in young players, I think. That would be fun.
Well, that's what's fun about card collecting, and
I bought
and stuff like that, right?
I thought I was buying I bought a Bowman Platinum pack, and I thought it was a Bowman Best pack. So I just got a bunch of Bowman Platinum cards. They kind of stink, I think. I don't know what their value really is.
Oh,
they smell nice.
And he'll tell you.
No, yeah, he told me that I told him, hey, well, at least I got a Logan Driscoll autographed baseball card, and he said, you can probably just burn the pack. It's probably not worth it because of what you paid. So, oh well.
Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday. I usually don't do Sims on Tuesdays. So this is kind of weird. I keep forgetting what day it is, but.
Yeah, I thought it was Wednesday today. That's why I made a contest at noon. It was a big hubbub. Everyone was talking about it. But I made a contest at noon, and I thought that I was gonna be on with Christian, and then it turns out that that's tomorrow, not today. So
yeah.
Whoops.
It's a Tuesday for me. Oh, nice. Damon says he's collecting Star Wars cards. Yeah, man.
Federico Del Bonis and Juan Manuel Cerundolo playing right now in Buenos Aires, if anyone is interested in the tennis. I don't know if you wouldn't have been following this, but Juan Manuel won the title in Cordoba last week. He was outside you think he was 330 in the world, and his big brother is like just outside the top 100. This kid is like he's 19, right? He's got absolutely no upper body or lower body strength. He's a twig, but he's this really lanky guy, and he just gets to every single ball and plays incredible defense, and no one was able to figure him out last week. He won the title at 330 in the world. He beat he beat 4 players in the top 100. It was unbelievable. This kid is unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's 19
right now. Yeah. He's the next Diego Schwartzman, I think.
Right. Yeah, same kind of game, sounds like.
I mean, it's all defense. He's got such long arms that he can get to everything.
That's pretty young for the male side too, isn't it? Still, like, is there?
Yes.
That's still.
It was a small tournament, so it's not.
It's not
ridiculous, but it definitely is very young. I mean, it's the amount of players that win at that age are definitely few and far between.
Yeah, especially on the men's side.
Well, I don't know what they were doing, kicking the field goal from there, but let's see if the Dolphins can make
that's,
something of this
not
return.
No, but
No.
I guess it was because time was running out there, no choice. But
Right, we reach halftime. All right, 14-0. Shaheen the Dream with the touchdown grab most recently for the Miami Dolphins. Before that, it was Mike Gesicki, the tight ends, feasting here at Hard Rock Stadium. Welcome into the, I usually say like the warm and cozy Madden Sim booth, but it's not so warm and cozy today because I am freezing, if you can't tell by my hat. I've never worn a winter hat on a broadcast, but or a bulky sweatshirt, but I have to. I'm freezing in here. And it is nice that Jeff's warm personality is helping bring a little bit of warmth into my home.
I'm almost feeling bad because my office is quite comfortable right now, Kenny. Like I'm warm. It's nice out where I live today too. So I mean,
it's so cool.
I feel a little guilty, man. Like I wish I could like just send some warm air through the camera or something into the tubes in the internet and just send it your way. But oh well, you got your tea, buddy. You'll be okay.
I do have my tea. It's very warm.
We appreciate
James White,
you
3 catches for 16 yards.
Struggling through this either way. So
I have to. What am I supposed to do? James White has 3 catches for 16 yards. That's kind of cool. Mike Gesicki, 3 catches for 22 yards and a touchdown. Matt Breida, 2 catches for 49 rushing yards. Tua is already on the board with 2 passing touchdowns. So yet another time where I faded Tua and it didn't pay off. Cam Newton's got 37 yards. So if you faded Cam Newton, at least you're right on with that one. And I got to bring it up. I don't have to really ask you anything about it because I don't think, what sort of analysis are you going to give me? But Devin Asiasi, 0 points. What's going on?
Yep. Well, that's what I mean. He's boom or bust, man. Like he's either been like a 2 touchdown game or it's been like nothing. So, I mean, the whole Pats offense, I mean, it was just like, what are we doing here? So, pretty pathetic effort by Cam Newton and the Pats. Maybe they'll get it going there. Pretty good game. Honestly, not a bad game from Tua thus far. I know he had that one fumble, but they got it back.
Tua's been good. Tua's been good. I definitely, will admit that. I admitted it just a few moments ago. I mean, wrong day to fade him. 12 points so far, 2 touchdowns, over 100 yards. So on pace for a nice game.
Who's going to start a QB for the Pats next year, Kenny? Got any?
I don't know.
Takes there?
You know what's so funny?
I think Mariota will find his way there, but that's just a shot in the dark.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I also think like I don't know, man. Like I don't think that the Patriots are just going to draft a quarterback and have him start. Like I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, doesn't seem
as common as it is in today's NFL. I don't think that Bill Belichick is going to go for that.
No.
And I think he's going to end up drafting Mac Jones. I mean, if he even makes it that far, I don't even know. Everyone's been saying Patriots Mac Jones for God knows like months. And now people are starting to talk about Mac Jones creeping up and surpassing Trey Lance. That was the news story, I think, yesterday or today.
Right.
So will the Patriots even have a chance to get Mac Jones? I don't know. And regardless, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, either of these guys trash. I don't think that Bill Belichick's just going to fire him up as the week 1 starter. Like, I think that any of these guys, the Patriots, based on their history, are going to want to ride the bench for a couple of years. So I think I'm with you. I think they're very much in the quarterback market, and I could see them bringing in a Marcus Mariota. I could see them bringing back Cam Newton, honestly. Maybe to compete for the starting role, maybe not to get the starting role. I think that what they'll do is they'll bring back Cam, they'll draft a rookie, and they'll bring in someone like Mariota or someone like, I don't know, who could they bring in? Ryan Fitzpatrick? Like what? Somebody who could start, right? I don't think it would be Nick Foles or any of these old guys, but you never know. And I think what they do is they have a healthy 3-way quarterback competition and see who wins.
Yeah. They draft 15th. Like, where do you think of the top 5 QBs? Like, let's say Lance and Mac Jones or the other 2 in there. what's the latest those top 5 go? Like, what's the latest Mac Jones or Trey Lance goes? 10th?
Well, I think it's 15. I think it could be 15. But the problem is with the Patriots, I think they've had their sights set on Mac Jones, and I know that people who cover the Pats have had their sights set on Mac Jones, and I'm just not sure that he makes it there. I think that it might end up being Trey Lance or Kyle Trask or Spencer Trask that end up going at 15. I think they'll be able to get the 5th of the top 5, but I don't know if it's going to be who they want. Is where I'm at.
I think those top 3 are going to go real quick, and I could see. Teams moving up to get like a Trey Lance or a Mac Jones. So I don't even know if they'll fall. I think the Pats might have to make a move to grab one of those guys. To be honest, I think the quarterbacks are. I think it's going to be a real feast. Like, just, by the time we get to the draft, it's going to be, the top 3 guys are going real quick, and then the people will just pull the trigger on the other guys just because they'll, almost like FOMO. Just I got to get a quarterback. I don't really think it should be moving up to get them. I'm not really sold on Mac Jones, but I guess we could make it somewhere, maybe with Bill Belichick, right? I don't know. The Pats do need a quarterback too. That's the other thing. Like, they need something.
The problem for me last year with the Patriots wasn't that they brought in Cam Newton. It was that they had Jared Stidham behind Cam Newton. I think that was their biggest issue. I think that they, they brought in Cam and they said, look, we're going to sign you to a small deal. What did he get, like $7 million or something? And they were like, hey, you're going to compete for the job. And he won it. But the problem was, I don't think that they had anyone good competing with him for the job. And I think that if they had, brought in a decent backup quarterback in the mix, maybe that quarterback would have beat out Cam and they wouldn't have been stuck with Cam. Or maybe Cam, is pushed to be better. Because, you think about all the times Cam got benched, like Jared Stidham just was worse than Cam. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
So I don't mind that they made the decision. I just think they kind of got stuck with Cam because they didn't have anybody else. And I think that that's the mistake they can't make this offseason. They cannot just get stuck with one guy and have all their hopes resting on him. I think that they need to do what a lot of teams have done recently. Even the Dolphins, look at the Bears. Like, you have teams that are stocking up that quarterback room. There's a lot of quarterback talent now in the NFL. And you got to get like at least 2 solid guys that you could see either one of them starting for you, and then just see who emerges.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you don't have like a high-end talent like a Mahomes or a Russ Wilson, right? Like, you really need that depth. I don't disagree. Yeah. I think the lack of a preseason kind of hurts a guy like Stidham too. I mean, he needs a couple starts to develop, and I'm not saying it would have even helped that much, but like they definitely hurt him. So
right.
They kind of got behind the 8 ball. Like they signed Cam late too. Like, what were they doing before? Were they going after someone? I don't even remember what New England was doing. They were just
Patriots.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking about.
I don't know either.
Yeah, they waited for Cam for so long. I almost feel like people said that it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to go there, right? Like, yeah. I just don't know what their plan was.
Maybe they were trying to get someone else or something under the radar. I can't remember. I've been rumors about Baker going there too or something crazy.
We'd have to go back in the archives and look at.
Yeah, I don't feel like
written around that time.
There was a couple rumors.
Speaking of Cam, he's got all day to throw.
Oh, he's gonna do a
ridiculous crossbody throw for the touchdown.
That Bird?
And it's Demir Bird with the score.
Bird is the word. Haven't you heard?
Wow. Demir Bird and Adam Shaheen the Dream, both with scores. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's a nice little touchdown toss for sure. Oh, he kind of run it. Gave him all day there.
Oh, they're going to review this. There's no way they'll bring this back, right?
No, they
saw the replay. He had the.
They only choose the fumbles. The only time the replay plays or the reviews mean anything is when there's a fumble, and they almost always overturn it too now. So
this Bird was not aerial when he caught that ball. He was grounded. call it a touchdown. New England's on the board with their first of the day at the 3:53 mark in the third. 10-play, 75-yard drive. Incredible drive. Eric Court, Quincy Collins, Rossi's Fat Cat. In the chat.
Rossi's got fat? I can't remember. I haven't seen him for a while, or her.
J.E. says, that was sick. Wish I had Bird.
Yeah, Bird looking like a good pivot right now off of Aussie, a little bit cheaper.
According to Madden, that was a 718,000-minute drive. That is not a joke. That's what the game said. It might have actually been millions of minutes. I was just, it was up for so short. One number that is accurate though, passed along by the brilliant squad. Michael saying that it is touchdown number 78 for Cam Newton in Simland.
Yeah, Cam's been an okay fantasy producer, like I said. There's worse quarterbacks in the sim than Cam.
Right. Not in real life, yeah, but in the Sims, sure.
Yeah,
I had him in real life this year. It was bad, man.
Yeah, oh no, it was pretty bad outside of like 2 games.
Right. You want to talk about a pick that it doesn't matter if you win draft night. That pick for everyone was like, everyone in my draft was like, wow, I wanted him. What a pick. Great find. I think I got him in like the 6th or something. and then like, not maybe it was like the 7th or the 8th rather. And either way, like, you know, everyone was in agreement, like, great value, man. Like, that's going to be a good one. And the problem with that is I got stuck with him. Like, I couldn't really part ways with him for like 6 or 7 weeks because he was good for the first couple, and then he got COVID, and then I was like, okay, well, is he just trying to make his way back? Like, what's the deal? And, you know, was that a good defense? And was it his fault? Like, it was really difficult to get a good read on Cam. And by the time we did, it was too late, right? Like, by the time we figured out Cam stinks, it was like week 13, you know? And at that point, we're just like, well, you're a fantasy owner. You're like, well, the whole season's over, right?
It was a weird year for the Patriots. Like, it was, like you said, they looked okay for a bit, and then Cam got COVID, and you're like, well, you give them a little break, and you're like, oh, they're back in the playoff mix, kind of. They're like, oh, they're terrible. And it's like, oh, they still have a chance.
Remember they almost beat the Bills? They had that game. Cam fumbled the ball at like the 15.
Yeah.
They were going to field goal.
They should have won that game. Like, exactly.
Right. So. And the Bills, everyone said the Bills were like, you know, arguably the second best team in the AFC. And the Patriots were right there. They should have beat them.
Absolutely, man. That happened. That's what I mean. I mean, it was the Patriots just kept giving you false hope week after week. So I can kind of understand that. There's always a couple fantasy players like that, though, isn't there? Where guys are like, you know, someone takes them like, oh man, I really wanted him. It was kind of like Baker in 2019. You know, he was going up really high.
Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Manziel. Yeah, well, the Johnny Manziel is second. But yeah, Baker in 2019 was like that. I know, because I had some Baker shares that year, and I took him, and it was like, oh, wow, great pick, Jeff. Well done.
I have a knack for
20 interceptions or whatever. Terrible.
I have a knack for having all the great fantasy stars too early. The only guy that I actually paid off for me to draft too early was Odell. I had Odell his rookie year, and I think he like peaked. His first 2 years in the NFL, he peaked, and then ever since then it's been downhill. From a fantasy perspective, from a real life perspective. So we're going to get a nice juicy 43-yard field goal try here from Jason Sanders. And this is going to put Miami up by 10 points as we wind down the third. I had Josh Jacobs his rookie year, and then you saw the stock, right? He was like meh his rookie year, and then the stock way up after his rookie year. Great second year. Yep. I had Christian McCaffrey his rookie year when he was with Cam and in Carolina.
Right.
And like they weren't really sure if they were supposed to be using him as a third down back or an every down back, and he didn't get the touches that he needed to be a consistent fantasy option. He was like he was like a borderline top 15 running back.
Yeah.
And then like the next year he's like the number 1 pick, right? Like I can't get it right with these rookies. I wish I was in a keeper league.
Kind of feels like that could be the Jonathan Taylor story for next year, but I've been there too. I mean, I've been early on guys.
Definitely.
It's really frustrating. and then everyone else takes credit for it. It's like,
right, and then like, you know, the one time like a rookie does get the bulk of the load, like Clyde Edwards-Helaire this year. Like I don't think anyone was like excited about Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And of all the talented running backs to come out, like he's the guy that, you know, his new team's like, yep, we're going to go with this guy every down. Like he's our guy. You know, this team is coming off a Super Bowl win. Their running back, who they just was like found on the scrap heap, Damian Williams, like, you know, gets hurt. And instead of like going with all these guys, like they have like Charkandrick West, they could sign a running back. They have Darrell Williams, you know, on their roster still. All these guys, and they're like, nope, we're going to draft a rookie and just play him every game. So it's really a mystery. Back to the Packers thing too. Like that was Jamal Williams. Remember the Jamal Williams year? Everyone was like, oh boy, Jamal Williams, you got to get him. He was a big Pat Mayo guy. I remember I had Jamal Williams that season, his like rookie year, his sophomore year, I forget what year it was. And everyone was like, hey, you got to get on this guy. He's going to be the next running back. And then sure enough, like this spark star, Aaron Jones, just comes out of nowhere and steals all his carries.
right. Or they were splitting for a bit. I can't even remember what was going on there, but yeah. First down.
Nice little completion to James White across the 30.
I think the best call I've ever made in fantasy football was, oh man, I'm dating myself here, but the year after the Packers won the Super Bowl, where Jordy Nelson went from being like the wide receiver 4 to like the legit wide receiver 1 there, and he was getting drafted in like the 10th to like 14th round, and I just drafted him in every single one of my leagues. He ended up being like the third best wide receiver that year. He won me so much money that year, quite frankly, but definitely.
Yeah, I was an Eric. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I just have a soft spot in my heart now for Jordy Nelson all time because of that.
I was an Eric Decker guy, an OG Eric Decker guy.
Yeah, kind of a similar situation though. You could have bought in on Decker low, I think.
Yeah, I was a big buy low on Decker guy, and then I also had trying to think of like other triumphs in fantasy. What's his Kelvin Benjamin? I had him. He was great for me. Trying to think of other guys, but yeah, that was I don't know. I mean, everyone's got their stories.
Oh yeah, everyone's got their
guys picked up or drafted.
They know.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, my heat was broken all day, so it's very cold in here. That's why I'm wearing a winter hat and I have this sweatshirt on.
I'm fine.
Yeah, not very fun.
I'm fine. Kenny's freezing to death slowly.
Right.
Need
The
more
opposite
minutes,
of what
buddy.
you'd think would be happening. Cam Newton throwing deep over the middle, caught around midfield. N'Keal Harry. Patriots offense starting to get a little
We need
light
to get
here.
fired up. Smash the like button for Kenny's heat to come back on, folks. 400 likes and Kenny's heat comes back on. So smash that like, guys. Come on. We got to heat Kenny's apartment here.
I am 98th out of 148 in my own contest. Devin Asiasi still without a catch. It's the main reason why. As that's not Devin Asiasi, that's N'Keal Harry once more. Asiasi, you look at his game log, he has not been held without a catch. He is actually it wouldn't come up as without a catch, right? Looks like he hasn't been held without a catch in around 8 sims. Generally, this guy over 10 points per game.
Yeah. Yeah, I had 4s last time out, but then 25, 21, 15, 27, 20, 28. So he's been on a heater for sure. But he's had a couple games too. He had I think he had 2 games in a row without a catch. So he can go cold. I mean, I think it's more of a factor just in a lower volume passing offense too. Pats with Cam running a bit more and. So, but yeah, still got 1 quarter. Never know. It's got 21 touchdowns. Pats are getting close here. So,
James White on the big catch. From the 22, Newton, time. Gonna run with it. Past the 10. Try to juke out a man down at around the 7-yard line. Cam Newton running for the first time all day. 14 yards on the pickup.
Was that his first run? Yeah, I think it was.
It was his first run of the day.
Blast into the end zone there. Sometimes that results in a fumble, but he held on to it. He's also
sometimes it does indeed result in a fumble.
Yeah, it's usually the guys like Lamar and Deshaun Watson fumbles a lot. So does Russ.
Sometimes it fumbles.
Ooh, the dump off and get it in. No.
Oh, James White. So close.
Hero touchdown. 3 favorites for the PGA, Sean. Who do I have?
I would like to know who your favorites for the PGA are.
So I like Fleetwood this week.
He didn't have a good showing last week, did he?
No, but
it was like
he just sucked on the greens. He should be okay. He's played really well. He's just underpriced. Like, you look at his price compared to like Matthew Fitzpatrick. He realistically shouldn't be cheaper than Fitzpatrick, but he is this week. So I think you're getting pretty good value on him. I don't mind Kokrak either. Kokrak's price is one, 8,100. I think that's pretty fair.
Kokrak, always a popular punt guy.
Yeah, when he's
Sony Michel going to get in for the touchdown for New England, and this will make this game a little interesting. Patriots potentially down a field goal here.
It's kind of a strange tournament. I don't love the guys at the top, so there's no one I like absolutely want to pay for. I mean, I think you can spread your ownership around Hovland, DeChambeau, McElroy if you're making multiple lineups, and you'd probably be okay. Roy's pretty expensive. Like, you're getting way better. I shouldn't say that. The price on Hatton doesn't make sense. Like, he should be more expensive. He should be more expensive than he is. So I definitely like the price you're getting on Tyrrell Hatton. I think that's the best value of like the top 5, 6 guys, whatever. Like I said, I think Fitzpatrick's a little overpriced. I think most of the guys in the 9K range outside of Casey are a little overpriced. So that's why I don't mind going down to like Kokrak.
Is there any burnout concern with Victor Hovland? Just the way, like, how many tournaments this guy plays?
Yeah, I don't think so because he's so young, and I don't think he has anything else to do. So he's okay. This is only his 3rd in a row. He took a little break after the Saudi there. He played in there, so. But he is playing like 4 weeks in a row here, so could be. If he was honestly, if Hovland's ever going to have like a bad event, it could come here because the Players is next week. He's just coming off a couple big weeks. I'm not saying don't play him. I think he's playing better than Rory right now, quite frankly. So you're getting decent value on Hovland and Hatton. But if ever there was a time, this could be it, just because it's a tougher course again. Sites might be more than the Players now, but. Again, I don't think you should write him off or anything. Him and Hatton are the best value in the top 5 for sure.
So 2nd and 2. The leaderboard a little shaken up with the big touchdown from Sony Michel.
Everybody keeps telling me, bringing up Willie Mack, because I answered a Willie Mack question once. He's just a random alternate. You guys are hilarious. Anyways.
So now I'm in 79th. Not too much better. Asiasi's still
with the goose egg.
Still a big thorn in my side. Oh.
Stuffed.
Jordan Howard stuffed.
Howard the Duck.
Like a good chicken breast.
Why did the Dolphins sign him and Breda? Makes no sense.
Dude, they got him, Breda, Gaskin. They also had, obviously we talked about Ahmed, but didn't they also have, what's his face for a while before he went to the Jets and then the Chargers?
I know. Balaj.
Kalen Balaj. How many running backs does one team need?
Ridiculous, man.
Gosh, man.
Ridiculous team management.
And now they punt away the Patriots down 10 points like a minute ago. Feels like a minute ago. They have a chance to tie the game or maybe even take the lead late.
Don't worry, Edward. I know you're kidding. Yeah, Fleetwood hasn't been as consistent as usual, but again, I think his upside is the same as Fitzpatrick's here. So, not that I dislike Matthew Fitzpatrick either; it's just a price thing. Bay Hill's a tough course. Tough
Sideline
score.
pass. Is that Julian Edelman's first catch of the day?
I think he had another one before. I think that's his second, but you could be right. That was I think that's his third catch. I missed that. Came up blurry on my screen. All right, Pats could tie this. I didn't realize here. We have the threat of OT looming here, folks.
Yeah, Michael's saying it is his third catch.
The menace that is OT.
Oh, a duck. Was that tipped at the line? I'm not sure what happened there, but it was caught by N'Keal Harry.
Loader. Yep. N'Keal Harry goes his second.
I don't know if anyone cares, but a thriller right now between Butler and West Virginia. Or sorry, not Butler, Baylor. 79-78. If you maybe thought the game was over because West Virginia had taken the lead. I'm not sure what, maybe you don't care at all, but it is 79-78 Baylor with free throws coming for the Mountaineers. The 3 seed and the number 3 team in the country playing number 6 team in the country. It's March, baby. Two-minute warning upon us. My favorite part of every game, Jeff.
The 2-minute warning?
Yeah, it's I never talked about this with you. It's my least favorite part of the game. I think they should get rid of the 2-minute warning in the NFL. It kills all the momentum. It ruins, quite frankly, football for me.
Just give them 4 timeouts.
Or just, do what they do in college and just, you can stop the clock at first downs if you have to. I don't care what, but I think that if you get rid of the 2-minute warning, it puts more emphasis on strategy with your timeouts. Like, you're not going to bail out these teams for getting rid of their time. You're not going to bail out these teams who waste their timeouts. You know what I mean? Like, you got to save them all if you want to stop the clock. Oh, N'Keal Harry. No, it's Demir Bird who breaks free. He's down inside the 5 to the 4.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go all the way. That's going to have a shot now.
First and goal.
Bird having a nice game. Oh, that was a nice pass, too.
Bird.
All right, first and goal at the 5. But yeah, I'd like to see the NFL do something different with the end of game. Like, I'd like to see them do the clock stops no matter what after 2 minutes or something like that. And really make it interesting. Make that last 2 minutes of the game. Because so many times it's like, oh well, team's got the ball, just got to kneel now.
It's over. Exactly.
Like, why not just stop the clock after every play?
Well, I don't. I mean, regardless of that, I don't care about that. I do care about. Like, I'm watching the game, and it's entertaining, and then, oh, boy.
Run! Oh, my God, run. What are you doing?
He's not Mitch Trubisky. He's not programmed to run, but he will do it here. He'll get into the end zone. A touchdown! Cam Newton!
It was like he had to run into 3 people first before he ran.
What is he doing? We got to see the Cam Newton celebration, at least. What was that?
Oh my God.
He just didn't feel like running, and then he did.
Classic Cam. Classic.
And Devin Asiasi still without a catch. Unbelievable. Asiasi Nation out there. So many of you rostering this man. And I think most people were hoping right there that he would get a touchdown grab. Not to be.
No Siasi.
Nothing like a big old goose egg in your captain spot, huh?
Like Devin Asinosi. Classic Madden right there, folks. Just playing with your heartstrings. You don't know what's going to happen. Did get in, though. Did get in.
So it's a 4-point lead.
Starfighter wants us to run Sims simultaneously and then run a red zone channel for the Sims. That'd be crazy. We definitely do not have enough people for that, but maybe
That would be unbelievable.
we just basically everyone who works would just be doing Sims 8 hours a day.
I think that would actually be really fun if we did it
It
once.
probably
and
would be
went,
fun.
Like,
legit.
what about like on a Sunday? Like
Yeah.
on like one Sunday, we just did like 8 streams and we had a whole classic slate.
Yeah.
And we made it like an NFL Sunday. And then we just, you'd have to figure out who to roster from all the different teams. That could actually be pretty fun. I don't know about a red zone channel, but I mean maybe, I don't know. Tua going deep, incomplete.
Trying to answer.
Andrew saying, I just need 7 more PS4s. We'll be good to go. Yeah, how about that?
Producer Andrew did not appreciate my Aussie jokes. I'm just seeing that now.
I don't think many people are in the mood to joke about Devin Asiasi.
No, I guess not. I didn't
It's been a
roster him,
pretty
so I don't care.
awful
He'll be
day
in
for
zero
him.
place.
3rd and 9. Throw to the sideline. It's caught. And did he get out of bounds? He did not. He did not. The clock's going to continue to run. Now it's stopped. Oh, boy. What's going on, Jeff? What is happening here?
Well, they're moving the ball still. They got one timeout left, 31 seconds. They're kind of in position. Well, they're not quite there. They're at the 50, so they could do a Hail Mary at the very least. But they need a couple more completions like that, 10 yards or so, and then they can take a couple legit shots at the end zone. This is it, though. This is the game, folks.
Tua.
You can do Tua.
Got it, man. Oh, he's broken free.
Oh.
Out of bounds. Matt
flag.
Green, a flag on the play. What's it going to be? It's
passer?
personal foul against the Patriots. I think it's a late hit out of bounds. That might have just taken the Patriots out of this one. That might be a backbreaker.
Everything
Because
coming
now it's
through
1st
here.
and 10 from the 16.
Some self-destruction here. We still got a timeout. They got multiple plays now.
Tua throwing right side. It is
Ooh,
caught
let's
at the
get another
10.
timeout, though.
Yep, now they're in a little bit of trouble. Now all of a sudden, this
There you go.
comeback has hit the
This
brakes.
is where
just a
the
little.
this is where the sim gets itself into trouble because it doesn't tell itself to go straight to the end zone or nothing here. Like if you're only throwing it to the end zone and you're not taking a sack, it's fine. You got like 3 chances, but the sim likes to dump it off here at like the 5 and then get tackled and then the game ends. So we'll see if it can avoid that here.
All right,
And
Tua
there's
going for the end zone. No,
on
no.
cue.
Down at the 2.
The
And
sim
that should do it.
that will do it.
Watch the clock tick down.
I don't want to say I'm a psychic, folks, but I have seen about 500 Madden Sims now, and yeah, classic Madden Sim right there. Classic.
That's it. That's all for the comeback attempt for the Miami Dolphins. It was 17, I believe, unanswered points for the New England Patriots. They trailed by 10. They ended up winning by 14. So congrats to the Patriots.
Good, fun end though. Yeah, I mean, fun game.
Yeah,
Cam had a
they were
decent
down
little
a
run
touchdown
there.
and a field goal.
Yeah. But man, that's classic Madden Sim. Once again, that
Classic Madden Sim.
inside that 10, man, they love to dump it off
Yep.
and love to get tackled. What can you do?
How about Cam Newton in this one? Running in for a touchdown, salvaging what was a pretty bad day. I think he had like 50 yards at halftime, finishes with 21 DK fantasy points.
Yeah.
Mike Gesicki, 5 catches, 56 yards in the rack touchdown. You had Tua who had 2 passing touchdowns and like 113 yards in the first half, and then no touchdowns and like 60 yards in the second. So pretty disappointing day for him. Devontae Parker was not involved much, 2 catches. Devin Asiasi not involved at all. He had 0 catches, big upset of the day. And N'Keal Harry also had a pretty nice day as well. So with all that said, who is your POG, your player of the game? And I'm guessing that the least valuable player from this one will end up being
Devin Asiasi.
Devin Asiasi, yes.
Asiasi. There's a couple guys that I could give the player of the game to. N'Keal Harry, I didn't realize he did cross the bonus. He was up there with a couple big catches. Damiere Byrd had a couple nice catches too. I'll give it to Harry. He came through for the winners and the free roll and the captain spot. 4.4% owned. I don't even know what his ownership was in the flex. Gesicki had a good game too, but I'll give it to Harry. 20.7 DK fantasy points, 107 yards, 7 receptions. Yeah, that's worth it for sure. We'll give it to N'Keal Harry. Yeah, and obviously Devin Asiasi, the not my kid for this sim.
All right. Well, that'll about do it for Jeff and I. We'll hand things over to Jesse in just a few seconds. We got some NBA contest coming up. Also some NBA talk. Myself and Matt Lamarca will break down the slate. The short
you guys
slate.
doing pre-lock or whatever?
I don't know. Pre-lock was like 2 hours ago. No, this is.
Oh yeah, it's what the heck.
Yeah, no.
Tuesday. I told you I normally don't do sims on Tuesday. I don't even know what day it is. Anyways, just continue. I'll shut up. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the turbo slate, the night slate, and we'll let you guys know what the good plays are. But yeah, just breaking it down for like 10 minutes or so. All right. Well, for Michael, Andrew, everyone behind the scenes, for Jeff, I'm Kenny. Hope you enjoyed our Madden broadcast. The Heat started to come back on here, so maybe I can put on a normal.
I'm gonna go look at a calendar.
Normal outfit. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Enjoy your Tuesday night, everybody. And we will see you for the 8 o'clock sim. Or I'll see you before then, but 8 o'clock sim is our next one. I'll let Jesse tell you guys about that.
Yeah, I'm just glad I got to witness that last sorry from Jeff. That was really just like, sorry. I was like, yes. All right, guys. Like Kenny just said, at 8, we're back at it. More Madden with the Jets and Seahawks. Jeff going to be back with Brandon Kristoff for the call of that one. Now that sim is part of the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry gets you shot at $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first. Before we get there, though, like he mentioned, Kenny's going to take off his Madden hat, literally, and put on his NBA hat. He's going to be joined by Matt Lamarca to break down the rest of tonight's NBA slate. We'll be back in just a minute. So if you have questions, send them in the chat right now. Welcome back, everybody. Kenny and Matt are here to take a look at what's left of tonight's NBA slate here on DraftKings. So Grizzlies and Wizards are underway, but there are still 4 more games to go on the slate tonight, beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So what news are you watching out for the rest of this slate, Kenny?
Well, I'm obviously taking a look at LeBron James. I mean, he's probable again. He's still on the injury report, and he's really the only person that their status is up in the air. Other than that, we've gotten pretty much everything in here. So, we have Jimmy Butler out, which is a big injury as well. So that's probably going to put some of the Miami rotation players back in play. Tyler Hero maybe becomes a better play. And in terms of injury news, though, I would say probably nothing else. But I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on the pregame huddles here for the late games, just to see if maybe we get someone who's buried in the rotation getting a little bit more of an opportunity to play with some back-to-backs that we're dealing with as well.
Matt, for you, anything to add there?
Not really. The only thing I'll say is Marcus Sol was ruled out for health and safety protocols. And typically when one guy goes out for health and safety protocols, there's a little bit of a domino effect. So we haven't seen any of that yet with the Lakers. I would just stay tuned to that situation. There might be something that pops up later in the night there. But other than that, I think we're pretty much set on who's in and who's out.
All right, so Matt, our 3-game turbo slate has become a 2-game slate with the postponement of Detroit, Toronto. So down to Clippers, Celtics, Hawks, Heat now. So who are you paying up for?
Yeah, I'm going to go up to Bam Adebayo. As Kenny mentioned, we do have Jimmy Butler is going to be sitting tonight. Adebayo has done well with Butler off the court this season, 1.28 DraftKings points per minute. He's increased his usage rate by about 1.7%. And the Hawks are a pretty friendly matchup for big men. So I think that this is a good spot for Bam. I think Kawhi Leonard, you could also make a nice case for, but Bam Adebayo would be my pick.
Kenny, who are you paying up for?
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. The Hawks are allowing 34.8%, 34.8% 3-point percentage to their opponents. So I'm really not thrilled with the prospects of rostering Tyler Hero here in hoping of getting a little bit of of offense with Jimmy Butler out. The thing that I'm looking at on this slate is I'm really not all that enthralled with taking the Clippers Celtics game because it should be a little more low scoring than this one. So I am looking at the Atlanta Miami game. If there's anyone who I think potentially I could pay up for, I think it might be Jason Tatum on the wing, just because with no Jimmy Butler, either him or Jaylen Brown. But I think that those two should probably have a little bit more easy of a time with Miami's arguably best defender out of the lineup. So I could certainly see them having better games. And also, for the Celtics, I mean, this is a spot where I don't like them to win this game, but at home this season has been their best spot. They've kept games the closest here. They've won games here. So if anything is going to reinvigorate this Celtics team, it's not only is it going to be Jason Tatum, but it's going to be playing at home. So I think that he does have a decent chance here against the Clippers with in potentially a big game.
Okay, so 2-game late slate: Nuggets, Bucks, Suns, Lakers. Who are you paying up for on this one, Kenny?
So I'm actually going all the way up to Chris Middleton at $8,300 because, again, it's a similar situation where Phoenix and LA, I don't want to play this game. The implied total on DraftKings Sportsbook, I believe, is 213 here. Two, deathly slow-paced teams, great defenses. It's just not going to be a big game from a fantasy perspective, you don't think, although there are some big names. So I'm going to Chris Middleton, $8,300. Denver can't defend the wing at all. Whether it's been Gary Harris, Will Barton, it doesn't matter. They have not been able to defend the three, have not been able to defend shooting guards and small forwards. And Chris Middleton coming off, a multi 3 games here in 4 straight. You know that he can shoot the ball. He's a little juiced up after, the All-Star game news, and he's had some big games over the last few. So I definitely think that he's in a pretty good spot here against a soft defense. And they're on the second leg of a back-to-back as well. They played in a dogfight last night, Denver. So I think he should be in a pretty good spot to score a lot of points here. $8,300. The price is right on Chris Middleton.
Matt, who you paying up for on the late slate?
I'm going to go with this guy, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Haven't heard of him. Continue.
He's pretty good from what I've heard.
Okay.
In all seriousness, Giannis is just he's on a mission right now. His play to start the year was a little bit down compared to what we've seen from him. He was sort of just mortal from a fantasy perspective on a per minute basis. Over the past month, he's back to being, Super Saiyan Giannis. He's 1.81 DraftKings points per minute. And a relatively new thing for him is this year he's playing a solid handful of minutes. He played almost 40 against the Clippers, and he's been over 37 quite frequently of late. So I just don't see anybody on the Nuggets right now who can cover him with all their injuries. You would think that Paul Millsap and JaMychal Green would sort of be the guys that would get the first crack at Giannis, but they're out. So I don't know what you do. Do you put Jokic on him? Because that's not going to work. Do you put Michael Porter Jr. on him? That's definitely not going to work. So I just don't see how Giannis goes for less than like 60 DraftKings points tonight. And I know that's a high number, but it's really not for Giannis in this matchup.
Okay, so who's your favorite value play on either slate tonight, Matt? You're paying up for Giannis, but who's going to give you that value?
Yeah, so I think there's plenty of value. And honestly, I think that pairing Giannis and Nikola Jokic together is going to be a pretty popular strategy tonight because both guys are just amazing and you can do it. The guy that stands out to me is Monty Morris. He hasn't been great recently, just 15 DraftKings points in his last game, 20 in the game before that. But he's playing minutes right now, and that's really all that you can ask for from a fantasy perspective. If the minutes are there, the production will come eventually. This is a spot for the Nuggets where it's a significant pace up. Milwaukee is 5th in the league in pace. Denver is one of the bottom teams in terms of pace. So I do think that this Nuggets team, when you factor in that they're shorthanded in a pace up spot against the Milwaukee team that hasn't been as effective defensively as they were last year, there's some nice value to be had there. You could go with PJ Dozier at 3,200, but I like Monty Morris the most at 4,600.
Kenny, before I get your value play, we have a question in the chat. Matt, what do you think about Chris Paul versus the Lakers?
Yeah, well, Kenny kind of hit the nail on the head with that game. It's, two slower defensively laden teams. I don't hate Chris Paul. I mean, he's 7,500. That's definitely a fair price for him given what he's seen. But I just think that if you're not paying up for the Giannis's and the Jokic's of the world, that like you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball a little bit tonight. So if you want to maybe get a little bit creative and do Giannis with CP3 or Jokic with CP3, that's probably okay. But again, I really want to jam both of those guys into my lineups where I can.
All right, Kenny, back to you. Favorite value play on either slate?
Yeah, so from one Morris to another, and we have 3 Morrises we can play, right? We could play Monty, Markieff, or Marcus. I'm going to play the guy right in the middle. Markieff Morris, $3,400. Matt mentioned it earlier that Marc Gasol is out for this game. We've seen not only Marc Gasol, but Anthony Davis is out as well, right? Now, we've seen the Lakers try to deal with this news before, and it hasn't been, Damian Jones or Markieff, or not Markieff Morris, Montrezl Harrell to even handle the load down low. What the Lakers have liked to do is to, kind of stretch the floor a little bit. They've gotten Markieff Morris super involved, and he played 24 minutes last time out, 30 DK fantasy points. He's flashed the upside here. Look, he's going to shoot the 3. You have 3-point upside. He's a great rebounder, and they've gotten him involved for 20 plus minutes a game. I think that at $3,400, this guy is super underpriced here. I think that he's a great value. And considering the injury news here, again, it's not like my favorite game to attack, but he's near minimum salary, and I think he's pretty much a shoo-in to get $20 million. $20 million. Yeah.
Wow.
He's a shoo-in to get 20 minutes, and you know what he can do in the 20 minutes. I think he's a pretty high upside play here. Like you could make an argument this guy gets 10x value tonight, right? Maybe not the best cash game play because, again, we don't know what the rotation is going to look like here for Frank Vogel, but it's really hard for me to pass up on Morris at $3,400.
All right, let's go over to the sports book. Kenny, who do you like to cover the spread tonight?
Everyone. I like so many spreads tonight, but I have to shout out the New York Knicks. I like them to win this game. San Antonio, they're less than 24 hours removed from what was a really grueling loss to the Nets. They went to overtime. They spent all this energy coming back in the game. They lose in overtime. And the Knicks, meanwhile, they're on a heater right now. They come in with the second best defensive rating. I think this is going to be a pretty defensive minded game with two good defenses. But when you look at what has happened, right, for the Spurs, look at last night. I mean, they played one of the worst defenses in basketball. And I know everyone wants to say the Nets are much improved on defense, but like the Nets improved defense is like 1 point better per 100 possessions. Just because they haven't ranked last in basketball doesn't mean they've been really good over the last few weeks. They should have scored more points. This offense struggled. Now they don't have LaMarcus Aldridge. The Knicks are great stopping 3-point balls and in the paint as well. And the Spurs are 1-3 against the spread on the second night of back-to-backs here. So I think this is a hungry team in New York. There's a hungry defense, and they should feast on some pretty lackluster offensive players here for San Antonio. Without LaMarcus Aldridge, it's going to be really difficult for them to put up the amount of points necessary against this defense that they need 2-point spread. So I really like the Knicks tonight. I know it's a homer pick. If you don't trust me, then go ahead and take the Clippers -4. I like that as well.
All right, Matt, who do you like to cover the spread tonight?
Yeah, well, first I want to hit on the Knicks. I worry a little bit that the shoe is about to drop for them. I don't think that the Knicks are that particularly talented, but I do think they're benefiting from the Elfrid Payton addition by subtraction right now. So I don't know if I'm necessarily looking to fade them tonight, but LaMarcus Aldridge being out for the Spurs is also probably addition by subtraction. The Spurs have been 9.4 points per 100 possessions worse with Aldridge on the floor this season. So I think they'll be okay without him. That game to me is a stay away. I'm going with the other one that Kenny suggested. I'm taking the Clippers. They're favored by 4.5 on the road against a Boston team that has won 2 in a row, but neither of those wins particularly impressive for Boston. This is a major step up in competition after, struggling to beat the Wizards by a point. Now they have to face a team that is one of the 3 or 4 best in the NBA. And I don't know if Boston's ready for that kind of challenge.
All right, finally, what is your favorite bet tonight? I mean, could be a spread, total, prop, whatever, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like the Clippers. I haven't had a chance to look at some of the player props since we've gotten some of these injury, updates. But I think if you want to look at some of the Denver overs with some of their guys, that could make a lot of sense. Points wise with with them being so shorthanded again, Jokic and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are all probably going to play close to 40 minutes again tonight. So I would consider taking some overs on those guys.
Kenny, your favorite bet tonight?
Well, like the Suns Lakers under, it's been fluctuating a lot. I think it might be at 213.5 right now, but no number is going to be low enough for me to not take the under here. When you look at the way that this Lakers defense has played, they had a really rough 4-game stretch without Schroeder and Anthony Davis. And I think a lot of people were fairly questioning, can this team keep up the level of defense that we've seen all season long without Anthony Davis? And Schroeder, you look at the numbers, they haven't really improved with Schroeder on the floor by the numbers, right? Defensive wise with their efficiency rating. But the way that they've played defense the last 2 games since Schroeder's come back in the fold does tell me that they're a better team with him on defense anyway. You look at the last 2 games in a 98.9 points allowed per 100 possessions and 84.3 against the Warriors. Just insane defensive numbers. Now you look at 2 teams in the bottom 10 of the league in pace. Phoenix is 4th in defense. Phoenix is also 2nd slowest team in pace. So I think Chris Paul will do a really good job of slowing down this game like he always does. And I think that this game goes under here. Just again, the Lakers offense really hasn't been spectacular either. So I certainly think that Phoenix's defense could have their way here. And I think we could see one of the first games this season that goes, maybe like a 92-90 final, something like that. I really just don't see both offenses lighting it up here. And I think that the total seems very low, but you actually want to take the under in this case.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, Kenny and Matt. So everybody watching, go check out those NBA contests still available in the DK lobby. While you do that, we'll move on to talking about baseball. So each week leading up to the start of the MLB season, we've been previewing one division from a fantasy and sports betting perspective. Up this week is the NL Central Division. Should the Cardinals be the favorite? Can Christian Yelich bounce back? Adam Kaufman caught up with Gary Thorne and Steve Buchanan to discuss some of the biggest storylines for the division.
This time each and every week, we are taking a look at the upcoming Major League Baseball season, going division by division, DFS, DraftKings Sportsbook. We're covering all bases here, pun intended, I suppose, with Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. Today, it is the National League Central Division. And guys, the Cardinals, Buke, starting with you. You got them at plus 105, favored to win a very tight division. What do you expect here?
Yeah, we're excited about this team, huh? Not on that train. Not on that train at all. I mean, I don't even think we've done, 3 or 4 spring training games yet, and I'm already so sick of how overhyped this Cardinals team is already. Last season, they finished dead last in isolated power at 137, which was tied with the Pirates, that horrific Pirates team. They have the same isolated power. You look at the pitching after Jack Flaherty. Who do they have? Adam Wainwright? I think he's going to be 50 by the time the end of the season rolls around. And then look, they got Nolan Arenado. It's great. He's a very talented guy, but let's also remember half of his games came in Coors Field. He was atrocious on the road last year. Will that continue this year? We have yet to see. It was a big move. Don't get me wrong, but come on. Nolan Arenado is going to put this team over the top. They have way too many glaring holes to be super excited about the Cardinals.
Gary, and I'd ask you if you're more excited about the Cards than Steve, but I'm not sure there's any way that's not possible.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really excited about them, but I'd have to be more excited, I guess. And the projection systems are equally just sort of nonplussed with this team. Pacoda has them at 81 wins. Fangraphs have them at 80. I get that this division is very much up in the air, but it's just really hard to take the favorite in a division that I think is basically a coin flip that comes down to, even if you want to throw in the Cubs, which I'm maybe not willing to do, but at least 3 teams have a legitimate chance to win this division. I'm not going to take the one that's only paying plus 105. And for a lot of the reasons Steve laid out, I mean, this has been a very below average offensive team. And even if you don't want to use the small sample size of last season, they only had a 93 WRC plus in 2019, 94 WRC plus last season. They can't really hit. And as Steve mentioned, they added a hitter who could only hit in Colorado, which is not where St. Louis is located. So that's a bit of an issue. They don't have pitching. And I mean, what are we really banking on here? What is the path to St. Louis winning this division? Basically, you have to have both Dylan Carlson and Tyler O'Neill break out and be like the 95th percentile prospects we thought they could be at some point. Maybe one does it. I don't think both do it. And that doesn't solve the pitching issues. So I am steering clear of this bet entirely.
Let's stay with you here, Gary, and talk about Nolan Arenado. And obviously, you've both acknowledged the fact that, yeah, good player, but might not be the same guy in St. Louis as he was in Colorado. Even still, NL MVP DK Sportsbook has him at plus 1,200 odds. How do you feel about it?
I guess I see how they got there. I mean, if you're going to have the Cardinals as the favorites to win the Central, I guess the narrative is new guy in town, leads the Cardinals to a division crown. He's the best player on the team. He's a possible candidate for NL MVP. He's also, this shouldn't be ignored as we talk about the bat traveling to St. Louis. The glove's going to travel. He was a 99th percentile outs above average guy last season. You need to be a immaculate defender to win the MVP, especially with how a lot of voters are using WAR in the advanced sabermetrics we have now. So that's nice. But going back to the start of 2018, we've got a sample of over 750 plate appearances for Arenado, not in Colorado. And he's the picture of an average major league hitter. He's got an ISO just above 200. He's got a 106 WRC plus. He's just not going to do enough with the bat to win this award. So no, I won't be taking part in this either.
Bukes, are you at least more of a believer in Arenado than you are the Cards as a whole?
I mean, look, Gary kind of laid it out perfectly. And here's the big difference for me. Look at the American League MVP odds. It's Mike Trout at plus 200, and then the rest of the field. Alex Bregman is next at 10-1. Horrible bet, by the way. Don't take that. That's just a horrific odds. But then you look at the National League. 5 players, 5, are at plus 850 or less. Mookie Betts, Juan Soto, Cody Bellinger, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Fernando Tatis Jr. So Arenado has to beat all of these guys out. And that is just simply not going to happen. You're getting some decent value here. But again, we're talking about a guy who's been average at best on the road and, kind of on the road all the time now when you think of his time over in Colorado. So I don't like the odds at all. Do I think he's going to succeed in St. Louis? Sure. He's by far their best hitter there, aside from Paul Goldschmidt. Is he good enough to be the MVP? Absolutely not.
Bukes, disappointing year last last season, the pandemic shortened campaign for the Milwaukee Brewers, sub 500. I don't think maybe that surprised anybody, but nevertheless, pitching a strength, hitting not so much. Can they get enough at the plate to overcome their woes last season?
So I think an underrated move this season was the Brewers getting Colton Wong. I mean, the leadoff spot for the Brewers was actually one of the worst in the league. He's a solid on-base guy, 350 on-base percentage at least over the past 2 seasons. And you look at what the Brewers did out of the leadoff spot last year, 299 on-base percentage. That was one of the worst in the league. So now you're getting a guy who can get on base, who doesn't strike out much at the top of the lineup there. It's going to make a big difference. But after that, it's a lot of question marks. This is why this division is so wide open. Yes, the pitching is okay. Let's not get too excited about the Brewers pitching staff, but they can do enough. But we need to see some other guys come into form. We'll talk about them in a second, like Christian Yelich and such. So not crazy about this year, but at least they made a good move to kind of get the table set with Colton Wong. I think that was a very underrated move this offseason.
Garion, any confidence in Milwaukee's bats?
I wouldn't say confidence, but I would say that I'm a lot more optimistic that someone like Yelich bounces back and is an MVP version of himself than, Nolan Arenado moving to St. Louis and being an MVP version of himself. And that's obviously a huge step towards the Brewers being a relevant team. And I think these odds are pretty good at plus 300 on the DK Sportsbook. The one thing I really like about this team, aside from the bullpen, because you could make the case they have the 2 best relievers in the National League in Josh Hader and Devin Williams. And that comes into play, especially with how bullpens have just been, the impact they have on games now is unprecedented. But Steve mentioned Colton Wong and how that sort of solidifies the top of their order. Not only does it do that, it gives them arguably one of the best defensive teams in all of baseball, because not only are you adding Colton Wong, you're also re-adding Lorenzo Cain, who only played 5 games last season. Lorenzo Cain is getting older, so maybe take this stat with a grain of salt, but even in his age 33 season in 2019, 22 defensive runs saved in center field. You've now got him in center. Colton Wong was a Gold Glove second baseman at second, and Orlando Arcia is going to either be playing shortstop or third base. I know he's taking reps at both right now in spring training. You build defense up the middle of the diamond. That is a great defensive team, and some people overlook defense. I get it. It's not like a sexy thing to talk about, but talk to the Tampa Bay Rays about how important defense can be and how that can lead to winning games. So I kind of like them as the dark horse in the NL Central.
You both acknowledge Christian Yelich, not great last year, obviously, so everyone hoping for a bounce back, most especially him and that Brewers organization. But, Garion, you have Yelich ranked at number 9 on the MLB Top 100 right now list going into the season. How close are we, or what needs to happen for him to return to being a must fantasy start again?
I'm not sure if there's a specific tweak he has to make. I think he's just one of those guys who, I know it's a generalization, but I'm going to put him in the bucket of 2020 was just a weird year, and we got a weird version of Christian Yelich. Now, I do think you can look at where his ground ball rate was again last season, up back above 50%, and say that, look, 2019 was the outlier. He's not a guy who's going to hit more fly balls than ground balls. That's maybe not the best from a fantasy perspective, but from a real life perspective where he adds value, that's fine. Because he's someone who, you look at zone contact rate, he was at 88%, 88%, 87%, 88% the 4 seasons coming into last year. Suddenly he drops down to 81.9%. He's striking out 30% of the time. But you look at the 12 qualified hitters in baseball who had a strikeout rate above 30%. He has the lowest swinging strike rate by a wide margin, and he has the lowest O-swing rate by an even wider margin. Like, it's crazy how much of an outlier it looks like his last season was. So I think he's just going to bounce back. I think he's a better hitter than this, and I think you can just chalk it up to small sample size.
Are you with that, Buse? 2020 was an anomaly?
I was kind of chuckling here because I also mentioned how, had an uptick in his ground balls last year, but there really wasn't anything that was like, okay, this is the reason. Like, he wasn't chasing pitches out of the zone or anything like that. I think it was just a slump. But let's not forget either, he was still on pace. If this was a full season, he was still on pace for over 30 home runs. So if you want to call that a bad year, I'll take that any day. I'll still hit 30 home runs. Obviously his batting average wasn't great or anything like that. His power numbers weren't good, but I think it was just a bad year for him. He's consistently produced all throughout his career. 2020 was not a year that we're going to go back to 50 years from now and go, oh, look what happened to him in 2020. It's just going to be almost kind of erased from the mind. So I'm not taking too much stock into this. Christian Yelich will be fine.
Let's talk about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So spring is almost here, and DK is celebrating with our Spring Frenzy promo where you can turn dimes into dollars all month long. So in March, you can play in satellite contests for as little as 10 cents and turn it into a $100 contest ticket. So each $100 contest ticket won from a satellite can be used to compete for stacks of green in any of our featured contests. This week, you can win your way into Friday's MLB 4K Spring Dinger, Saturday's CBB Storm the Court, or Sunday's NASCAR $40 March of the Machines. Head over to the promos page on DraftKings.com for contest details. As you can see, there's a ton to do this week in the DraftKings lobby, and we haven't even mentioned our PGA Tour contest for this week's Arnold Palmer Invitational. Our 800K Flop Shot contest pays out $200,000 to the winner, with prizes of at least $1,000 for the top 25 spots. That would be a nice way to start off the month of March. Now, you can also get plenty of action for this event over on the DK Sportsbook. So to help break down the field and dive into those odds, Emerson Latzia caught up with Jason Sobel of the Action Network for their weekly chat.
All right, the PGA Tour's Florida Swing taking us to O-Town this week for the Arnold Palmer Invitational at Bay Hill. And here to take a look at the odds for the tournament, Jason Sobel from the Action Network. How are you, dude?
I'm doing great, man. Tournament in my backyard this week. I got a 5-minute drive to Bay Hill. I can't wait for this one.
Oh, we feel so sorry for you, man. Well, before we get to this week, though, quite a scene at the WGC Workday Championship with a number of golfers honoring Tiger Woods by wearing his iconic red and black Sunday combo. Things you love to see, that. And Colin Morikawa even thanking, Big Cat after picking up the win. What were your takeaways from the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Look, Concession was an awesome golf course. Colin Morikawa played fantastic golf. The guys who went out there, whether they wore red to honor Tiger or like Billy Horschel wrote TW on the side of his hat, Colin Morikawa didn't get his shirt in time. So what? He stood there on the 18th green after he won and talked about thanking Tiger Woods and how much he has meant to him personally. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, and Tiger has won 8 times at Arnie's Place. Rory McIlroy, he's the 2018 champion here, enters the week as the favorite at plus 800. How much do you like Rory in this spot?
Look, Emerson, I love Rory this week. I think Rory's trending in the right direction. He really likes this golf course. He had a very solid connection with Arnold Palmer back when Mr. Palmer was still alive. They became very close a few years before his death. And so this one means a little more to Rory McIlroy than any other week. That said, Rory's win equity has not been what it needs to be over the last year or two. And so if you're looking at Rory at plus 800, right around there, I love him for DFS. I love him for a top 5, maybe a top 10. I just can't get behind back in the favorite this week.
All right. What about Victor Hovland here? Nearly became the 5th player since 1980 to win on the PGA Tour with a quadruple bogey on his card, but instead finished T2 at the WGC. Odds makers expect him back near the top once again, tied for the second best odds to win at plus 1,200 with Bryson DeChambeau. So what makes you think like Hovland can carry over this momentum?
He's been doing it every single week. 6 finishes in the top 6 in his last 7 worldwide starts dating back to last year. And he's just turning into a very consistent, not just consistent, but consistently high-level player. Just shows up every single week on the leaderboard. And so I expect him to play well, although in 2 starts previously at Bay Hill, he's not cracked the top 40 yet. I don't know that he loves Florida golf courses, even though he played well and contended at Concession last week. So maybe pull back the reins on Victor Hovland just a little bit this week. Doesn't mean he can't win, doesn't mean he won't win. I'm not as confident in him as I have been over the last few weeks.
Yeah, well, international golfers have won this event like the last 5 years, including defending champion Tyrrell Hatton. The Englishman has a top 25 finish in each of his last 5 tournaments, a couple wins on the European Tour in the last 5 months here. But how are we feeling about his plus 1,600 odds to repeat?
Yeah, I never like picking the defending champion. I think there's just a lot on their plate this week. He shows up, whether it's doing media interviews, whether it's doing a little extra lunch here and talking to some people and schmoozing and all the glad handing that you have to do as a defending champion. It's just a little tougher to deal with. Doesn't mean he can't or won't play well once again. I think Hatton's a solid play, but not my favorite play on the board. But Emerson, I think you're on the right track. I think that looking at those international players with some wind coming in on the weekend, a fast, firm golf course, that might be the way to go.
Yeah, who are some long shots you have your eye on right now?
Yeah, so I think Matt Wallace certainly fits that bill. An Englishman who Didn't play well at Puerto Rico last week, but has played well at Bay Hill in the past. A 24th place finish last year, 6th place the year before. He's the type of guy when conditions are tough, tends to play better golf. And then I'll give you one more name. And again, I wouldn't play him outright, but if you want a top 30, top 40 prop, something cautious with a little yellow light next to it, Will Gordon, who finished in a share of 3rd place at the Travelers Championship last year, really got on our radar screen then. Disappeared for a while and now is back. He was 27th in Puerto Rico this past weekend. I think he's got a shot to play some decent golf this week.
All right, what about your favorite? Who you got to win the Arnold Palmer Invitational?
To win the API, again, I'm sticking with that international theme. I've got 3 things going for me. I've got a guy who loves playing tough golf courses. And once again, only 4 players broke par at the API at Bay Hill last year. I've got a guy that loves this golf tournament. He was 2nd 2 years ago, 9th last year. I've got a guy who's trending in the right direction. He was 5th at Riviera 2 weeks ago, 11th at the concession. That guy, of course, is Matthew Fitzpatrick, the Englishman. I think he's ready to win on U.S. soil, and this is as good a place as any. Played his first ever U.S. tournament at the Arnold Palmer Invitational 7 years ago. I think this is a really good place for him to go out and finally win. Right around 25-1 this week starting out. So I think it's a good number for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, I remember Hatton winning last year too with some terrible weather conditions. And I don't think the weather is expected to be ideal, as you mentioned this week either.
Yeah, no, it should be warm enough, mid-70s, but looking out the window now, the wind's blowing already. I'm just a few minutes away from Bay Hill, and so I think it's supposed to be 20 to 25 mile-an-hour gusts all weekend. It's going to get pretty tough out there.
Jason Sobel, man, congrats on living so close to the course. We'll catch up with you next week, okay?
It's definitely a different neighborhood. Thanks.
Our 8 p.m. Madden Sim is next, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So while the main NBA slate has started, you can still get in on the fun with our 2-game late slate locking at 9 p.m. So our feature contest for that one is our NBA 150K fadeaway, pays $50K to first, just a $15 entry. Over in the NHL, our 3-game late slate is locking in just a few minutes. The 4K Twine contest pays $1K to first place, $10 entry. That locks at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 2 minutes to get in on that. And don't forget to look on the DK Sportsbook for lines and odds for college basketball, UFC, NASCAR, PGA, and more. But it's time now for me to turn over to our team for the 8 p.m. matchup between the Jets and the Seahawks. Here are Jeff Ulrich and Brandon Cristal.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jesse. Appreciate it. I'm back, folks, for one more sim on this glorious Tuesday. Remember the day and the time. It's, second last sim of the day. And we've gotten rid of Kenny and, his old freezing apartment. He's wearing toques and sweaters in the last one and making tea. And we've joined by Brandon Cristal of who do you officially work for, Denver? Or Brandon, I forget, in Denver.
I work for iHeartRadio and KOA News Radios. We're the Broncos flagship. So either of those works.
And what's your Twitter handle? Before I forget.
At BK Denver Sports. It might say it right below here. It might not.
I don't know.
I think it does.
Either way, glad to join you. Glad that you're with us. And we got the Seahawks and the Jets here, folks. So, what'd you do with this one, Brandon? Did you just captain Russell Wilson, or did you go a different way?
So I have a standing rule that I always captain Chris Carson when the Seahawks play, and it's worked out for me most times. There was one game where I didn't get my lineup in. Recently, it's happened several times. And Carson, I think, had 3 touchdowns in that game. So my strategy would have worked. I called out my lineup before the game started. So, and I usually will play he and Hyde just in case, and because Hyde's so cheap, and every now and then I'll steal some yards, steal some catches, and sneak in a touchdown. Then I did get Russell and DK Metcalf in because Hyde's so cheap. And then I need to double check who I have on the other side, but that's where I'm going right now. And I know lineups are locking in seconds. But yeah, Carson is always my captain when the Seahawks play.
I think the last time we did a sim together, we had a Seahawks game, and you told me the same thing, and you rostered both running backs. Now I'm remembering all this. I always roster DK Metcalf when in my captain spot whenever there's a Seahawks sim, for similar reasons. It's a little bit cheaper than rostering Russ there, but I really like Hyde, so I put Hyde in there as well. But yeah, this is becoming a thing. So okay,
I think I do the same thing with when I have a Chicago sim. I'll usually roster both their running backs.
That makes sense too.
Yeah, with Montgomery and Cohen, because the values. The last time I had a Bears game or saw a Bears lineup, maybe it wasn't even a game I was playing, just get invited by all the announcers. I think I did that, but Montgomery was a little more expensive than he had been.
Right. Okay. Oh, we have the lime green unis of the Hawks tonight. That's nice. My favorites, and all black for the Jets. So, all right, folks, how's everybody doing in the chat? Good, I hope. And yeah.
So. Admittedly, neither of us made a lineup or made a contest, so I appreciate that Stoker 1969 made it. Only 66 people got in it. I forget to do it, especially if I'm sitting in the number 2 chair. When I have a game, I want to say Thursday night, maybe with Lamarca late, I will make sure to make a contest early because I understand that early in the day. So I'm certainly not blaming you, Jeff, but I didn't even think about it until like a half hour ago, and Stoker 1969 was nice enough to say must be a BK game since there's no contest yet.
Yeah,
so that's
actually
right.
One thing you should know. If you ever hear me and BK are on the schedule together, somebody better make a contest, because I never make the contests. I'm just lucky if I remember to get my lineup in. And
same. You
we
and I have
both
similar approaches.
Yeah,
And I have my lineup for the next sim that I'm doing with Glash, Saints and Broncos. So I've already got my lineup made for that. That could be really fun. Could be a block.
Saints and Broncos. That should be a pretty good sim too, as well. My producer is reminding me it is Color Rush Tuesday. I never work Tuesdays, so this is all new to me. I mean, I know it's Color Rush Tuesday because I've done sims for like a year now, but I just haven't worked them for a while.
Yeah, Color Rush Tuesday is great, and I'm a fan of Throwback Thursday when they'll give us the throwbacks.
Right.
Usually it's not hard. It's not a hard ask, but you just got to remind, hey, let's throw some throwbacks in there on a Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. So just a damn Kaufman says, "Oh, I made the contest knowing you were on the game, BK." So
Perfect. So
the
Stoker
chat's
1969 is it's just a damn Kaufman. Good. Sometimes it's hard because the screen names on Twitch or YouTube don't match with their DK screen names. So
Here's the pick there on the first play. Yeah, and just just on that note, it really confuses us when you guys do change your names.
yeah, so everyone should try to make them the same. Go in right now and change one or the other. Make it easy for us.
I mean, it is funny when you do like the whole Emerson's like Baby Gap T-shirt and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Then we don't know who you are, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
I imagine you can change your DraftKings screen name too. I've never tried because when I made it. Actually, that's not true. There's a chance that I did change it to my Twitter handle because I've kind of made everything that I do in this kind of world the same as my Twitter handle, making it
Right.
a little easier to identify. Like, oh, there's BK.
Oh yeah, way easier. Good for branding. All right, we got 3rd and 3. Russ in the shotgun. He's gonna set up a little screen. Oh, I thought he was gonna get loose there. Good tackle though. That was Hyde. All right.
So did Kenny? What happened? Was there anything controversial that Kenny did last sim, or that you participated in to get the chat fired up?
No. I mean, it was just Kenny's heat in his apartment was broken.
Saw that. Yeah.
He was like literally just sitting there, like bundled up, like a little, like a little elf or something, the whole sim. I mean, he was fine, but like, it's a little bit more subdued for Kenny. I think he was legitimately cold. So, but he said he was coming back on at the end of the sim. So
I caught that right at the very tail end. So good. It's always.
It is kind of weird because like I'm the one who lives in Canada and it's like legitimately the middle of winter, but it's actually not that cold here right now. So.
Yeah, it was 62 today. Had a nice day at the dog park, and going to be 60-something tomorrow, and then into the 40s, a little rain and snow. But we're about 10, 12 degrees warmer than normal, I heard a weather guy say here in Denver this time of year.
See, you guys will get some cold snaps like us. I mean,
no question. A couple weeks ago, we were like early last week, we had snow, and it was below freezing for a couple days. It just doesn't last long here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, whenever you're in like mountain ranges or regions, the weather comes and goes real quick. Even where I live, man, the weather changes on a dime here. So
yeah, for sure.
That's Lev Velder on the carry.
I feel like these are the teams I get the most. Seahawks is probably 4th, Jets 3rd, Colts and Cardinals coin toss. And then I looked at some of the games I have this week. I have both the Colts and Cardinals at least once.
Yeah, I've been getting the Patriots like every time I work these days. So we just had a Patriots sim last game too. It was actually a pretty good one between the Patriots and Dolphins, but I do see the Seahawks a lot.
Yeah, I've had the Patriots a few times, more times than not. I'm trying to think of teams I get very little. I had Jacksonville the other day. I don't think I've had them ever until the other day.
I went through a stretch like my first probably couple hundred sims where I think I saw the Arizona Cardinals like once legitimately. So. Yeah, it kind of gets on a schedule. Certain teams end up playing certain time of days, and then if you're never working certain sims, Darnold's going to go deep here.
Picked off.
That was just a little Hail Mary for whatever reason, but didn't work. Trey Flowers on the interception.
Almost a punt then.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it didn't hurt them. You're right. But,
so here, the rest of my lineup. So Carson, Russell Wilson, DK. Went with Jamison, Crowder, and Herndon, and then Carlos Hyde as well.
Okay. All right. I went with Metcalf. I got to get it open there. Metcalf, Bell. Oh, I did roster Bell. I thought I didn't. Okay. Metcalf, Bell, Hogan, Hyde, Olsen, and Wilson. So I faded Darnold, which actually looks good now because he's got an interception. And then I just used the running backs. Well, actually, I used Bell. Ooh.
Oh.
There's DK.
There's your captain.
I'm dealing with it. He can go off for big games. Still got the big speed. Really inconsistent, but
Ricky Robbie claims Seahawks, Patriots, Jets, and Bucks play every other day. I doubt that's true. I don't have the data in front of me to compute it. I imagine it's a pretty even distribution where they just kind of rotate through the teams.
Edward says, Kenny's had a great 2 or 3 days in a row. I'm all for new Kenny. Like it's just the same Kenny.
Because he's cold, it's changed his personality a little bit.
Yeah, it's just cold. I think now that football's over and the Jets aren't playing, maybe it's like maybe it's just, he sounds saner, I think. I think the Jets really turned Kenny insane, if I had to guess. So. All right, second 12. I've not had any offense in this sim thus far. So what's going on in the Denver scene, Matt? Are they any consensus on what they're doing with Drew Lock next year?
No, but he's not the. I know this is going to sound weird. He's not the priority right now. The conversation centers mostly around Justin Simmons and Von Miller's future. Less about Justin Simmons' future. There's very few people that don't think he won't be back. In fact, I've been told that they'll franchise him if they have to, just to allow them to keep that negotiating window open longer. But he'll be a Bronco. They just can't let him hit the market because it sends a really, I think, bad message to your locker room and to your fan base, in that you've got a guy that was great off the field. Not that that necessarily matters when it comes to football, right? If you can't play and you're great off the field, who cares? But he is great off the field. Walter Payton Man of the Year the last 2 years. And he hasn't missed a snap in 3 seasons. And he's played every snap in 3 seasons. He's been on the field for every defensive snap for 3 straight seasons. He was a Pro Bowler this year. He was second-team All-Pro last year. So if you don't extend him, or at least franchise him one more year, so you paid him a lot the last 2 years. But if you don't give him that big deal, then you're kind of telling your team, like, well, you can do everything right, and we may still not want to keep you around. Sorry. So that's a priority. And then they've got now, what's the math? 14 days to make a decision 2 weeks from tomorrow on picking up Von Miller's option for $18.5 million with $22.5 counting against the cap, extend him, or let him walk with no penalty and say, Von, thanks for everything you did, and MVP of Super Bowl 50. We'll see you at your Ring of Fame ceremony. So both of those things are ahead of the conversation about Locke, only in that I think most of Broncos country has resigned to the fact that Drew Lock will be here competing with some sort of vet. Maybe they'll draft another QB as well, but that it'll be Drew Lock getting a shot for a second straight year with Pat Shurmur and with the same offensive coordinator, which is something he's only had once since his senior year of high school. So 6 coordinators in 7 years until this year. But I say all that to say, if Wilson were to become available, which nobody really thinks he will be, or the Texans do decide to be open for business on Deshaun Watson, then all bets are off as it relates to Drew Lock with the Broncos. But conventional thinking is certainly the way that I would lean, is that Drew Lock will be in camp with an upgrade from a veteran. There's a lot of buzz around Ryan Fitzpatrick. I get the sense that he's not the highest on their list, even though he kind of fits the bill.
Yep.
But someone in that, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, maybe Mariota if he were to get released, perhaps. That person to come in and compete with Locke next year, maybe a Nick Foles even.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, there's definitely a few names. So Von Miller, is he counting towards their, like, they have 47 mil of cap?
He counts against that right now. Right now he's on
that right now. Okay.
He counts against that, but Justin Simmons doesn't. So to do quick math on that, scrape $9 million off that 47 real quick to pay for your rookies, right? Mm-hmm. So that takes you from 47 down to 36. Then take another $9 million for Alexander Johnson, the middle linebacker, Tim Patrick, the wide receiver, and Phillip Lindsay, all second-round tenders, $3 million each. So your 36 is now 25. Let's just call it 13 to 15 for Simmons.
Yeah.
And I just turned 47 into 10 real fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
Which is why both not Justin Simmons, both Von Miller's 18.5 and even Kareem Jackson's 10. They don't have to cut Kareem March 17th. They can wait until really the first of the season, first day of the season or end of camp or whatever, just like they did with Todd Davis last year, who was due to make $6 million. They cut him and saved $5.5 million that is part of that money they've rolled over this year. So they owe him $1.5 million roster bonus. They could save $9.5, $10 million if they decide to cut Kareem Jackson and Augie. They could cut him sooner if they need him because they find another safety or they need the money for whatever reason, but they don't have to cut him March 17th. So it's just funny when you look at that. Now, look, the Broncos are in much better shape in terms of cap situation than so many other teams, right? They right now have the fourth most cap space, but a lot of these teams' cap experts are going to get more creative and they'll make it work
Yeah.
because the Broncos are a little ahead of the game.
Yeah.
But they don't have, 93 million or whatever the Jets have.
Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting. And like you said, I mean, obviously they're probably going to resign Simmons, but they don't have to. And then Miller is kind of up for debate. Are you leaning towards I don't know why. I shouldn't say I don't know why they'd bring him back, but I would think they're not going to bring him back.
With Vaughn or Justin?
With Vaughn.
The thinking is just that, hey, you've got Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
Vaughn's going to be 32. He's coming off a foot injury. 32 or 31. I got to double check, but I think 32. Coming off this weird ankle tendon injury. It wasn't an Achilles. It wasn't a break. It wasn't an ACL, MCL, PCL, meniscus tear, but it was this weird tendon thing around near the ball of his ankle and foot. So you have to say, is that worth $18.5 million, or would we want to extend him? If John Elway were still running the show, I think that Von Miller would retire a Bronco. That was John's hope, but John's not. He'll say that to George Payton, the new GM, but it'll be George's call. And I don't know if Vic Fangio loves Vaughn. I think the talent's there, but Bradley Chubb, before he got hurt last year, was playing the Sam linebacker, which is the Khalil Mack role in this Vic Fangio D. Vaughn had to play it for the final 12 games after Chubb got hurt. Then this year, Chubb was back there in that spot and ends up starting in the Pro Bowl. So Chubb is more important to what Vic Fangio's trying to do, I guess is what I'm saying, more so than Vaughn is, as great as Vaughn is, and he's destined for the Hall of Fame. But there's a chance that even if he wants to finish his career here, and I've been told he does, that the next time they see him will either be in another jersey and or at his Ring of Fame ceremony.
Yeah, makes sense. Sorry about my mic, guys. I had my wrong thing selected, so if I sounded terrible before.
Just echoey.
What's that?
Just echoey. But
just echoey? Yeah, okay. No, does it sound better now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, good.
I mean, you still sound Canadian. But
yeah, that's
your
I can't
parents'
change
fault.
that. I mean, I could do my Irish accent, but I'm not going to go that far. But anyways, no score in the first quarter.
Yep, we covered it all.
Yeah,
we covered every place. No one's getting on us now about not being paying attention to play-by-play. There's nothing going on. We called out the interception. You were all over it when Flowers snatched it out of the air.
And we had like one decent Lev Bell run. I guess
I'm in
Russ
12th
took it
place
once.
in our little contest. Do you have the numbers up for the free showdown, or you want me to grab those?
No, I can get those up. If I can find it. Here we go. Free showdown. Load. Oh, no. That's not the right one.
29-6-2 is first place in our little small contest. Vertu, I think that's how you say that, who I always see in the Twitch chat, is in first place currently with the Seahawks D in the captain spot.
Yeah, the D's obviously going to be beast moding here with no score. The one interception as well. So,
you have any hoops lineups tonight?
No, I usually just play play NHL this time of year. Sometimes I'll hop in NBA or something, but I haven't been paying enough attention. So maybe I'll start next week. But no, just NHL.
I'm just playing Cough.
Are you heads up with Coffin tonight?
Yeah, most nights. He's been beating me a lot, so I took a week off. But I beat him in the last two NASCAR races. There's Herndon. I got him on my team.
Nice.
Let's see how close Cough and I are.
First in the free showdown, 42.3 points right now. Jets D in the captain. You guys played NASCAR heads up?
Well, so we did Daytona, and then we decided
it was Daytona, yeah.
He beat me, and I was like, oh, let's do it again. Or he asked Bone to do it again, I guess thinking whatever site he used to make his lineup. And then I've beaten him the last 2 weeks.
That's good.
Jordan Lindenbaum, BK, there's no freaking score. Who cares who's in what place? Well, they're going to keep score, which they are. I'm in 13th place. It's better being in
just
66th. But yes, if I'm Virtue, am I feeling great about first place in our little contest? Probably not. There's a lot of time left.
I mean, the way this game's going, that who's ever got the D's are in pretty good spot right now. But
sure,
right.
It's gonna be a Le'Veon Bell touchdown here coming up. Well, maybe not. This could be a Ficken field goal coming up here.
Yeah, definitely feels like a Ficken field goal. Guru says, Cough beats me every time. Coffin is spending a lot of time on Heads Up these days. I'm not going to lie. Interesting development. Oh, just short. Got the first, though. Bell? Yeah, it was Love Bell. Second reception, so there you go. Oh, did we lose Brandon? I think we did. All right. I think we might have lost BK for a second here. We'll see if he comes back on. No worries, folks. I got you. I got you. Oh. Okay, here we go. First and goal, Jets. Darnold. He's going to have... Oh, fullback! Oh. Rats. What's that? Wesco? Wilco? You want to go to a Wilco concert? No, we don't. We do not want the fullback touchdown there. Second and goal, Jets. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Brandon. He was drinking a pop 1 second. He was being quiet, and then he just left. So, anyways, just me for now. Just the Mooster. Oh, stuffed again. Lev Bell there. Third time, hopefully a charm. Third and goal here for the Jets. I'm going to try and pay attention to the game and the chat here, folks. But anyways, hopefully my computer doesn't shut down or it'll just be dead silence. You guys would probably enjoy that. You're not going to get it. Anyways, here we go. Third and goal. What are you going to do, Sam Darnold? Oh, fullback again. And he got in this time. Caca! 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 Vulture! Who we got? Who was that? Can't keep up with all these. I need help. Wesco. El Pasanumbo. Thank you, pal. Brandon's on the Emmernet today, so it's just me. Anyways, we got the Wesco touchdown, whoever that is. Do you want to go to a Wesco concert? We just went to one, so... Is that like the tight end? Is he even listed as a tight end? No, he's just listed as the fullback. Trevon Wesco. Okay, all right. Here you go, folks. Nobody rostered him. I can pretty much guarantee you that. So, anyways, tell me what's good in the chat, folks. Just me, just the Moose. Smash the like button. I'm doing this one on my own. Brandon's internet has been invaded by evil spirits. You can believe that. Let's get up to 350 likes. We got the Jets with the 7-0 lead. We got the Seahawks. I'm going to be raspy as heck by the end of this because it's just me talking. So let's not waste it. Give the Moose a like if you could. Just going to talk in the third person now. I'm that kind of guy. Anyways, return up to 25. Useless. Trevon Wesco, 0.84% owned in the flex today. So somebody rostered him. You got Wesco. Escape Tank says, let's go Wesco captain. I like that. It's just a damn cough, man. I seriously thought about rostering. You didn't actually think about it. Don't lie.
All right. Y'all got me?
Oh, he's back. All right.
So I am having severe internet issues. Basically, they completely went out and in the house. So
I saw you drinking something for a second. I'm like, oh, he's just taking a sip. And I checked back a minute later because he hadn't said anything. I'm like, oh, he's gone.
Well, so our internet is apparently out in the whole house. I'll keep an eye on it, but let's hope Verizon holds strong here, and I'll be watching. I guess I need to bring the game up, so I'm not just looking at your face. There we go. All right.
I want to look at that.
No, okay.
Carson, you guy, celebrating your return with a touch.
Well, so who scored?
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, you missed the score. It was Trevon Wesco, the fullback for the New York Jets. He got two carries on the 1 yard line.
Man. Almost rostered 2 carries.
2 carries. You got 2. They ran it 3 times. Bell ran on second down, and then Wesco ran on first and third. He got in on third down.
I did not almost roster Wesco. I'm kidding. Let me know if I need to adjust my audio or anything, and I have
No, you sound fine.
The only access I have is watching the game on the screen. I see myself, and then I guess if our folks behind us use the Zoom chat rather than our Slack chat, but that's all right.
I'll keep you updated.
It's live internet, not TV. Madden Sims. That's the way it goes sometimes. I have no idea. I mean, our internet is out in our whole house. With my 14-year-old, as I ran upstairs to grab this tripod, he came back. He's like, "Is our internet out?" Like, yeah, dude. Nothing was tripped. Nothing was hit. So I don't know if it's a Comcast issue in the neighborhood or what.
Yeah.
Oh well. Good thing I paid. Good thing I paid my Verizon bill.
Always happens at the worst time.
And good thing we switched to Verizon. I'm all about Verizon. We had T-Mobile for a while, and it just didn't work where we live.
It's yeah, you can't even survive these days with bad internet. It's come to that. Was that Lockett? I don't think that was Lockett. I don't know who that was. Might have been Josh Gordon on that catch. I don't know. Let's see who this shit's up. Oh, it was Lockett. Okay. He's on the board. Chris B says, my name's Brandon, and I suffer from severe internet issues.
Normally it's not a problem. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like we have the best internet in the world, but this is the first time it's been an issue.
Yeah. I mean, you go long enough and, you go through a rough patch. I had like 0 internet issues for like a year, and then I think it was last month, like 2 days it went out on me, and I had to like call them, and there was some issue, and we had to restart things, but
Sure.
I figured out. Gonna get this off for the 2-minute warning, Russ, or are you just gonna stand there and let the clock tick?
No, he gets
got
it off.
He threw a terrible pass. That was weird. All right. What happens if I have the same lineup as another user and a winner takes all $15 ticket prize pool? Luke, you want to check the rules there on DraftKings. I think you guys will end up splitting some kind of cash prize, but I'm not actually sure in that kind of situation. So probably somewhere deep in the DraftKings site. You can always just email support too. They'll probably give you a quick answer on stuff like that. Two-minute warning. See how it's driving.
I can't think the Jets are actually going to win this game, but I guess stranger things have happened. The Jets are kind of a feisty team in Simland, unlike real life. Maybe it's because they still have Le'Veon Bell.
No, I know they're not like terrible. You're right. I mean, I've seen them upset a couple teams.
And their defense will make some plays.
Yeah, defense is okay. They tend to get pressure on the quarterback, which they're actually doing in this sim. Force Russ into another bad pass. So 7-0. Going to be 7-3 here in a sec. Jets will have time too. They got 3 timeouts, minute and a half. Terrible half for the Seahawks. That's like one nice pass to DK Metcalf to talk about. That's pretty much it, man.
Where's virtual Adam Gase? Well, real life Adam Gase hasn't gotten the job. I texted him, but I haven't heard back.
Wasn't he rumored to be in the Seahawks running for OC?
Seahawks running. Obviously, he didn't get that, and then also
he didn't, right.
Alabama, because he actually worked for Nick Saban at Michigan State.
Oh, okay.
And then went with Nick to. He was only one of maybe 2 guys that went to LSU when Saban made that jump. He was a graduate assistant and apparently was really good with computers. There's a good story about him, maybe before he got the Dolphins job, but that he really helped bring them into the future because he was good with computers.
I could see Gase being good with computers. Because he doesn't seem like the greatest people person, but he seems he's pretty smart. He just
he may be a little too smart for his own good sometimes. He also burns really hot. So it was funny to watch he and Peyton Manning yell at each other because that happens sometimes.
Right. I remember. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that back in the Manning days.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, he got the best out of Jay Cutler, and maybe that was an okay mix. I thought he and Sam Darnold would be okay because Darnold's pretty mild-mannered, but
yeah,
there's just too much going on.
He didn't have a good run of it in the AFC East, that's for sure. I don't know if it was the division or just the situations, but yeah.
Well, he did win the division, or go to the playoffs rather, his first year in Miami.
That's true. Yeah. I think that's probably why the Jets took a shot on him, even though he kind of burned out in Miami after a couple of years, but it was a flag. That should be holding. Oh no, personal foul. Roughing the passer? Did Darnold even get hit on that play? That was weird. I don't
It
really
was
want to
weird.
play, but... Okay. I didn't see him get hit, but maybe I just missed it. I think that was Perriman there. Yeah, Perriman on the catch. We had Crowder catch on this drive, so the Jets aren't moving it. Yeah, it's kind of rough too for Gase, like seeing Tannehill go to the Titans and do well. If someone comes in and like turns Sam Darnold into like a semi-star or a solid quarterback,
Yeah,
it's gonna look bad in his resume, right?
for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but
I don't blame him for that whole situation. Obviously, the Jets were bad when he got there.
Well, and look, they forced him to hire Greg Williams, and that was always going to be contentious because of the fact that he was bringing in his father-in-law, Joe Vitt, and there's plenty of bad blood between Greg Williams and Joe Vitt from Bountygate, and a lot of people think Joe Vitt is the guy that kind of cooperated the most with the league, and I don't know if he specifically turned Greg Williams in, but there's plenty of people who think that, and Greg Williams had his kid there. So you have four people in the building that really just don't like each other, having to work together for 2 years.
Yeah.
So you just add an extra layer of tension that doesn't need to be there. Then you have the power play that Gase wins to become the GM, and then he helps get Joe Douglas there because they have a relationship. But then Joe Douglas ultimately has to fire him, obviously Christopher Johnson's direction. I wonder if anybody cares, and they probably don't, but Christopher Johnson runs the team for 4 years while his brother's the ambassador to Ireland. Woody comes back and thanks Chris for his service, essentially. So don't worry, I'll handle things from here. It seems a little unfair, but I don't know how the finances work in the Johnson family.
Yeah, no, exactly. Perriman again. That was a nice play by Darnold. Darnold's actually having a pretty good half here.
Yeah.
Smash that like, folks, if you could. Subscribe if you haven't already. Get some new, some original programming, perhaps coming back to the channel and stuff like that. So you don't want to miss it if there's announcements. Something new coming on. Helps us out too, obviously. So smash the like for Brandon's internet coming back to life.
Well, someday.
Or are you not on your main house internet? Oh, there's a touchdown.
No, I'm on my cell phone.
Oh, you're on your hotspot. Oh, okay.
No, I'm just using my cell phone. I didn't even turn it into a hotspot.
Wow, that's a good picture from your cell phone, man.
Got the new iPhone we got for Christmas.
Yeah, I know.
I guess I could turn it into a hotspot. That probably makes more sense than doing this on my cell phone. But
I'll be honest. I mean, you sound just as good, and like I said, the camera is better than my other old cameras. So I'll just leave it.
Well, and this is basically the FaceTime camera. If I flipped it to that 3 camera, I'd probably look a little too good. Be a little too much 4K that I don't think I shaved or put on any TV makeup for that. So we'll spare everyone that.
That's all right. TV makeup's not allowed in The Sims unless you're Emerson.
Sure. Right. Maybe in between Sims.
I think he just puts makeup on even if he's not on TV. So.
Yeah, if this is working, I think we'll just roll with this. In between Sims, though, I'll see about turning my phone into a hotspot and seeing how the connection is there.
The right one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but yeah, I'm just using the little headphones that came with a previous iPhone because I don't know where my AirPods are. They were lost sometime Sunday morning between waking up and completing the day. They're somewhere in the house. I feel confident about that. Actually, that's not true. There's a chance a 2-year-old threw them in garbage, and the trash truck came today. So
that's always a possibility with little kids. That is true.
No doubt. Well, the other day, he was holding his mom's AirPods, and I said, "Where's the other one?" And he points, and he literally threw it in the recycling bin. Just one. The other one he put right back in the little holder.
Yeah. Thought two was too many. It's being wasteful, right?
I guess.
Ross on a little rollout. I guess the Hawks have 3 timeouts here. They could, a couple passes, they could get into field goal range.
Sure. I have to do a little more than that, though, because now you got to use a timeout. But Russ throws that nice sky ball. I think it's funny that they label his deep passes differently than everyone else in football, and they call it a sky ball.
Yeah, the moon shots, the Russ moon shots or whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
He's good at that, though.
Or maybe they call it the moon ball. Whatever they call it.
I can't remember, yeah. Be interested to see where he goes.
Do it. Next year?
Well, any year. I mean, if he goes, I should say if he goes, because he's not guaranteed to leave Seattle. But
they have a team option. I think it's a team option, but they'd still have a healthy dead cap number the first 2 years that he's gone. Now they can maybe spread that out a little bit. I don't know exactly. It seems like teams can get creative with the math on that. But he's not going to either of the LA teams right now, and I think he'd like to, in theory, although the 4 teams he gave you, or gave his agent to give to Schefter. I don't know if you heard, he gave Dan Patrick a shout out here, which I do from time to time, but he said the other day, because I mentioned on one of the Sims that Russ's agent putting out there the teams that he would go to is like you coming home telling your wife, hey, I want to stay married, but if you're going to leave, then these are the 4 women I'd like to date. So
yeah. No, I thought it was weird too.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, are we really at this stage of the relationship with Russell Wilson and the Seahawks? Like him actually releasing other teams? That's pretty bold, man. I mean,
okay.
But obviously not getting the kind of communication or results in the relationship he wants. So, Russ Wilson does command that kind of attention as a player, right? So,
yeah,
like
absolutely.
I said, I just never thought we'd get to that spot with him. So the fact we're there, I don't know, it makes it an interesting offseason. Like you said, with the cap hit and stuff, I mean, I don't know, but who knows, man? Teams are so creative; they can move stuff around and things like that. So
it's just a question of, do they want to move on from him, because they won't have a first rounder next year either as part of the Jamal Adams deal.
Yeah,
it probably makes more sense to try to trade Russ next year, even while you still have control and that contract's a little lower.
Yeah,
than to let him just hit the open market, but maybe they do.
Yeah, I don't think Seattle wants to get rid of him at all. It just might come to a head where they have to, right? So
yeah,
be interesting to see either way. It's good in the chat, guys. Here, go over a few. We got Hyde 4 receptions for Carlos Hyde. A lot of dump offs. Yeah, he's like the leading receiver for the Seahawks. Perriman 3 catches. Came to life there at the end. Olsen's got 3 grabs too. Lockett with 1.
I bet I'm doing okay in our free
Metcalf with 1. I'm probably doing horrible now. I'm in 51st out of 66. So there you go.
Well, who scored the Jets' second touchdown? After the fullback scored.
Yeah, it was Perriman. Perriman's got. I forgot to read that. Perriman's got 3 catches and a touchdown. Yeah.
That keeps my streak alive. Every time I play a Jets receiver, without fail, if I play Perriman, Crowder has a big game. If I play Crowder like I did today, Perriman has a big game. So that should have made everybody, when I mentioned that I had Crowder, that should have made him feel good that Perriman is going to go off, and he does.
Yeah. Perriman came to life in that second drive there. Darnold having a good sim too, or a decent sim, at least compared to Russ. So.
My wife sent me a text that I saw on my watch. It said our internet company is sending a restart signal. We'll see how that goes.
All right, keep an eye on that.
I'll just see the chat start firing away. I'm like, all right, and then we're back.
Yeah, right now, head of the free person in the free roll has Captain Perryman, Rashard Perriman, excuse me. 8.5% owned there in the captain. Darnold's got 8.24 points. Herndon, Olsen, Bell. Bell's got 8 points. So it's a Jets stack, and the Jets D still has 10 points in the flex too. So if you went heavy on the Jets, it's not shocking considering it's 14-3. You're in a good spot.
I just can't see the Jets winning this game, but hey, stranger things
Plus
happen.
usually makes it interesting at the end of these sims. Like if he gets behind, he'll start running more. So it'll probably get close, but they're like you said before, man. Like they're kind of a scrappy sim team. I mean, Darnold plays a little bit better. Mad ratings up there. It's not terrible. Actually, it's pretty bad. Never mind. 73 overall.
No, I think he plays better than that
ratings
rating.
aren't terrible though.
I think he plays better than that rating.
Doesn't seem right. All his accuracy ratings are like over 80. His overall is only 73. So I wonder if that's even like a typo or something. Anyways, he's definitely playing a little bit better than that. Yeah. Do you think Denver would have any interest in Darnold? I kind of feel like that would be an interesting spot for him to get traded to.
John Elway would. John Elway had him above Baker Mayfield and is a Darnold fan.
Oh, is that
but
right?
there's people that'll tell you Darnold didn't have a much better year than Drew Lock did. Now he maybe has less to work with.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Drew Lock is he makes enough throws in practice and even in games where you're like, man, if it all clicks, he's got the athleticism, he's got the arm talent, he's got the right demeanor and gets along great in the locker room, that if it can just all come together and he can learn to make better decisions consistently, they could have something here. And they don't want to trade him and then have him go ball out for another team, especially if it's someone in the AFC that they might play with some frequency. So they want to at least give him a full off season, even though it won't be a totally normal off season compared to what it used to be but there's a chance that it's never like that again, where on-field work gets shortened up just based on teams realizing and players demanding to do stuff virtually early on, work out on their own, and come together maybe just a couple, 3-4 times instead of 9 times or whatever it ends up being, right? Or maybe it's whatever it is, but you've got all these different phases. So if he has that full off season, the biggest thing about it, him and anyone else that's returning with their OC is that, but for him specifically, since we're talking about, is he doesn't have to kind of guess how to implement the offense. He can just basically run practices if he gets together with his teammates, right? If they go to a high school here in Denver like they did in the offseason last year in June and July, he can just run through a practice script, basically. And everyone knows the play calls for the most part and knows the terminology and everything. And that'll allow them to just kind of drill things rather than learn things.
Right. It does kind of make sense. Yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from. Like, do you really need like 2 of the same kind of QBs? Because like Drew Lock, Sam Darnold, yeah, both young guys who need to take a step forward. I don't know. Yeah, the more I think about it, you're right. It probably doesn't make sense. Probably just makes sense for him to stick with Drew Lock, give him another year, like you said. So. Punt. Oh, I thought they might go for it there. 4th and 5. They probably should have, but they're going to punt. It's pretty action. No, yeah, out of the 13. All right. I'm of the opinion the Jets will move on from Darnold this year, but that's just my own
here's the
speculation.
Thing. If you can tell me that Zach Wilson or Justin Fields or Trey Lance or even Mac Jones are head and shoulders better than Sam Darnold, then great. I'll listen to it. I'm not here to tell you that Darnold can't be replaced. But the other side of it is there's a lot of people that really want Zach Wilson or Justin Fields that might trade with you too. And the one thing the Jets need is players. And even though they have a bunch of cap room, right now they might be able to sign 1 or 2 free agents, and they will be able to sign plenty of free agents. They have plenty of cap room. That's not what I'm saying. I don't know if people are racing to go to New York. They're going to have to pay top dollar, which who knows what that's even going to be with this weird market.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, they could trade that second pick back a couple spots and drop to 4 with Atlanta or a couple more, pick up likely another first-round pick, and then have 5 or 6 first-round picks just in the next 2 seasons, plus their own first-round pick in 2023, and who knows what else they'll pick up along the way. Because all they really have is Mekhi Becton and Quinnen Williams and maybe Denzel Mims, and that's it. The rest are all just guys that sometimes show flashes. CJ Mosley can play if he decides to come back, but he's probably played his best football behind him for the most part. So if you can tell me one of those guys is better, and that's a pick. And I know you have to make a decision if you're them on Darnold's 5th year by May, so that does factor in a little bit. But if you want to make Sam Darnold's life easier, and you're Robert Saleh, who's a defensive-minded guy, maybe there's a free agent or two that you can bring on defense, and then you draft a lot of defense, and you kind of mimic what the Niners did, and then you're running the Niners offense, which is going to play to Darnold's strengths, but it's run the ball, it's zone read, or zone blocking scheme, and hitting those cutback lanes. And then Darnold just has to make the plays similar to what Garoppolo had to make in their run to the Super Bowl, or has to make now. But I'm not saying that you shouldn't take a QB at 2, because you do then start that 5-year clock over again. Also, you could probably get some value for Darnold. I think you get more for him than the Jets or than the Eagles got for Wentz. I think you can probably get 2 2s for him.
Yeah. There's definitely good arguments either way. I think in the end they're going to look at Fields and Wilson and say, okay, one of these guys, or maybe both, are head and shoulders above where we think Darnold is at. So that's kind of why I think they'll probably just fall in love with one of the guys, like teams often do.
Sure.
Kind of like the Dolphins seemed to do with Tua last year. They're just like, this is our guy.
It didn't last long.
No, I don't. It doesn't seem to be. And I'm not even saying that that's a correct choice, but I'm just saying I think that's what's going to happen. But you're right in 2 regards. Like, they already have a lot of draft picks, and if they trade Darnold, they could get more. So they can still rebuild by taking a quarterback at 2. And then, but the other argument is fair too. Like, if you trade back, you could potentially get a lot. Like, you could trade back and just really restock. So there's a lot of potential there as well.
Yeah, I get that GMs and coaches will talk themselves into things. I just don't know if you can really sit here with a straight face and tell me that Darnold or that Fields or Wilson are head and shoulders better than Darnold. The case it's easier to sell me on is just we want to start over with the quarterback clock and have a rookie quarterback for 5 years.
And have our coach have his own guy or whatever,
Right, and he's still in this new offense, so
that definitely. And then you don't have to get into the talent debate too. It's just one thing like that. But so I don't know. I think the Jets is going to be an interesting situation. I don't think that's where Deshaun Watson's going to go. I think that the Jets, when it comes down to it, and I could be dead wrong on this, but they're in such a good spot to rebuild right now with the fact that they have a couple quarterbacks to choose from. They actually have another quarterback they could even hang on to or get more from. Why would you want to throw it all away just to get Deshaun Watson? Now, I know Watson's great, but everyone's been telling, the Jets are weak everywhere. They need to rebuild. This is your shot to do it. So just do it. I know Deshaun Watson's really good, but if you rebuild the team, there are other opportunities, and guys like Russell Wilson becoming available. Who knows? I don't think it's going to happen to the Jets. I just don't think it's going to. I think he's going to get traded. I just don't think it's going to be the Jets.
Oh, Watson?
Yeah, Deshaun. Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to James Slater today from NFL Network, and we talked about it a little bit. It seems like ultimately McNair is going to have to tell Nick Caserio they're going to have to move on. And then what kind of haul can you get? I think the haul for Watson is going to go down as potentially the biggest trade we've ever seen in football.
Yeah, completely, right? Like Herschel Walker kind of trade, It'll be a big one. It'll be drama-filled summer at the very least. So.
Well, and look, you and I haven't talked about this, but there are a couple deadlines here. The free agency deadline is, one, the Texans don't really have any money and probably weren't lining up a bunch of free agents. But whoever they were going to sign is going to want to know likely what the quarterback situation is, or it's somebody that just needs a job. It's a middle to back of the roster guy that is, trying to get enough accrued years and all of that. But that deadline you can blow past a little. The draft deadline is a more interesting one because you want to know what these picks are, whether you're trading with the Jets at 2 or Dolphins at 3, Carolina at 8, Broncos at 9, San Fran at 12. Even if and I've said this on the stream before, but even if every one of them throws in their best defensive player, their best young player, and I've said that I think to win the deal, as good as Fred Warner is, the Niners have to throw in Bosa. The Broncos have to throw in Bradley Chubb. Christian McCaffrey and Teddy Bridgewater and Jeremy Chin could be part of the deal with 3 number ones there in Carolina. So you're really depleting a lot of these rosters. But you at least know, if you're Nick Caserio, exactly what those picks are. Because the second you trade Watson, depending on where that trade ultimately goes, even if it's to a bad team like the Jets, but more realistically, if it's to a team that isn't as far away, then your pick might be in the late 20s or 30s next year. And for subsequent years.
Oh, we get in?
But then you get people getting creative that, hey, J.J. Watson, Arizona, DeAndre is here. Why not trade Kyler Murray for Watson? I'm not saying you should or will.
It's not as crazy as it sounds right now, is it? I mean, it would be kind of a weird trade, I guess. But it's way more doable than a lot of the other scenarios. I mean, it would take Arizona to say, okay, well, we like Kyler, but we just like Deshaun more, and we're okay to give up on him here. So, again, I don't think they're going to do that. But if from a trade perspective, you're right. Like, you're giving almost equal value back in Kyler Murray. If not equal, very close value, and you're going to add to it as well. So, from a trade perspective, that would be like, the Texans would almost be getting a Deshaun Watson back in return, and plus probably a draft pick or something. So it's crazy to think about that the Cardinals would just do that. But who knows, man? Who knows? There's a lot of stuff that could happen. So
it's gonna be wild. And until we see a deal done, or the Texans are adamant, and they're just gonna eat it and make Watson sit. Until we see a deal done, it's gonna be fun to talk about. Especially for the 25 teams that might be interested and might make deals that would surprise you, like Kyler Murray going to Arizona or going to Texas, Houston from Arizona. It's an interesting idea, like, oh, he's a Texas legend and he's only ever played in Texas until he went to OU for that last year or whatever, 2 years, however long he was there. But I think it's going to be, really wild to see who else sneaks into that conversation, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's going to be crazy, but sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. Obviously, we had to deal with Brandon coming back off, but I think you got us back up there now. Oh, my screen's going all crazy. There we go. Okay. But yeah, anyways, that was I felt like the Jets had that ball for the entire third quarter. They're gonna have a fourth down when we come back to it anyways. See if they go for it or not. Not sure here, but anyways, yeah, the Deshaun, I don't think anyone's making noise, man. I think it's just because he's on his phone, guys. Sorry. So I think it's just doing a little bit of feedback in the from the phone. Oh, they kicked the field goal. They wimped out. I guess they didn't really need to go for it, though. They're up by 2 touchdowns. So, anyways. All right, folks. Hit that like button if you could. Yeah, it's just because Captain Blood. It's because BK lost his main internet connection, so he's been on his phone. So it's a little bit of feedback. That's
okay,
it.
But here we're gonna switch back, and we're using my phone as a hotspot now. So
all right, so
give me 2 seconds to say.
Yeah, man. No. Take your time. But yeah, if there's a little bit of feedback on the on the volume. That's why. Brandon lost his interest.
There'll be no feedback.
He's been using his phone just to keep up with the game. So that's it. Try and get it settled here for the fourth quarter. But either way, we'll let him fix that, and we'll see if Russ can get her going, man. It's been a terrible game for Russ.
We good? We good?
The chip. Yeah, no, you sound good, man.
Okay, so we'll shout out our friends at Verizon in this hot spot to find a phone charger here for the.
Oh, yeah.
Works for you. Works for me.
Yeah. Okay. You're back. You're good.
All right. Great.
There's Russ. Okay. Pass over the middle.
What's funny is when it crashed was when I was trying to just, in the corner of my screen, throw on the Nuggets and Bucks to see Giannis and Joker go head-to-head, right? Two-time MVP, a guy that certainly folks in Denver are touting as a strong MVP candidate. Oh, I think lots of people around the league are, but they may not have Joker as high as, obviously, LeBron and even Giannis. But I was like, oh, is it because I'm trying to watch this game? And then, obviously, everything crashed. But I have my laptop here, too, so now I can monitor if and when the internet ever comes back.
Oh, when it actually comes back on? Yeah, right.
I should check the internet speed just for fun, see if it's faster on my phone than it is on our internet.
Dorsett on the little catch over the middle. Russ can take off, get some garbage yards. It's been a terrible game for Russell Wilson. What is he at? He's at 6.36 points. What is his sim low, I wonder? Oh, he's had under 7 before, so. It looks like his worst sim was 6.92, so. He's still under his worst sim, still on pace for his worst sim, but a couple runs like that and he'll get over it. Still a terrible game for him so far.
So my download speed from my cell phone's 3 times faster than on our regular home internet.
Oh, really?
All right. Great.
It's good to know, I guess.
Yeah, no kidding.
Third catch for Dorsett. It is good to know that you can use your cell phone these days for that, because I mean, like back in the day, you never used to be able to do things like that. Like
had this been before December, I would have had to call in on my phone, and you would have just had a static picture of me as I talked on the home phone line. I don't think you can do that with Zoom, but I would have just gone to like a neighbor's house.
Why before December? Just because you didn't have your phone, or?
No, we switched to Verizon from T-Mobile.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah.
These are American cell phone companies. I don't know if you've heard of. But...
No. I understand now. You saying the whole network would have been out? You wouldn't have been able to go on T-Mobile?
T-Mobile just stinks. It's
just terrible. Okay.
It's not terrible everywhere. I don't just bash T-Mobile.
It was just bad where. It's okay.
It was bad at our house.
Right.
Really bad at our house. And bad in lots of other places, but mostly our house.
Oh, is it?
And with my wife and I both working from home. There's your guy, DK.
Yeah. Needed some DK Metcalf. Some DK Metcalf for his sim.
DK Metcalf and DraftKings, there's an inevitable partnership at some point.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Right. DK and DK seems.
DK and Meathcalf, as Rossi's fat cat is calling him.
Okay.
He's pretty meaty.
I'm in 51st place out of 66.
That one should have vaulted me up. We'll see what the standings go. It's manual scoring, obviously. So
Metcalf's 16th TD this season. Not today. That would be a record. It's one of my favorite Kenny Mayne lines. And then Wilson, 67th time he's connected with a receiver in the end zone. Yeah, what was annoying about cell phone not working is that my wife has worked from home for 5 years, and then I was also home a lot too, using my cell phone for You just use it, right? And the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi calling was spotty because, as you can see, our Wi-Fi is just okay. Even though her work pays for it.
Technology is great until it doesn't work. Then it's like the most frustrating thing in the world.
Of course. We're so reliant on it.
Always. Yeah. Yeah. I had a mini panic attack Monday last month. Same thing. Like 5 deadlines you're trying to meet.
Yeah.
Can't get on your computer. Can't access anything.
Well, I'm just thinking ahead to what my morning's going to be like if this isn't fixed, doing morning updates. But now that I found out I can operate at 3 times the normal speed that I operate at. What's funny, they just brought us a new modem last week. Oh, that should have been a sack.
Yeah, I thought it was there. I thought he grounded the ball at the very least, but he actually got it to Herndon. So, yeah, Seahawks within a score here. Doesn't feel like they are because they've been so terrible all game, but Jets have been moving it slowly, and they only had 17 points. So, I don't think anyone's near the bonus or anything, though. I don't even think that's worth watching. So, Wilson 175. Yeah.
Crowder's 42 yards away from it.
Oh, Lev Bell's got 72 rush yards, too. So that's probably the main one. Speak of the devil. I don't know if anyone brings back Lev Bell next year. He kind of looked done in Kansas City.
Well, it's hard to say. He didn't really play.
He didn't play much, and when he did play, he didn't look that great. Maybe just because, he was going against Clyde Edwards-Helaire there, who looked just had a younger player with a little bit more pop. But I don't know. Maybe we'll go back to Pittsburgh. Who knows?
Yeah, he got some of his money, so we'll see. Is he just going to keep signing a series of one-year deals? With the cap going down, I can't expect that anyone's going to pay him any kind of real money.
No, there's no way.
Maybe there's plenty of incentives that playtime percentage, lead league in rushing, lead league in scoring, Pro Bowl, All-Pro, playoffs.
Yeah, could definitely do something like that. I mean, I feel pretty safe in saying, like, Lev Bell's days of leading the league and anything is probably over, but you never know. Gets in the right situation. Catch like 120 balls or something. Still a good receiver.
So it's interesting. And I told you I was trying to watch a Nuggets game. I forgot that it's starting right now. So it's an 8 o'clock start in Milwaukee, but no TV tie-in. No ESPN, no TNT. Just an 8 o'clock start. It's weird, right? That they would start
Seems weird
that late.
for that time zone. Yeah. Maybe just kind of some kind of scheduling thing, or
I don't know, because it's not like, I guess Marquette plays there, but I can't imagine Marquette played this afternoon. Who knows? Anyway, unimportant, just interesting.
it's like I know where I live. Sometimes on the Mountain Time, sometimes they'll start a game really early to get it in for like prime time in Eastern.
Yeah.
Time zone. It's always weird because generally the game started a bit later.
Yeah, you'll get those with some hockey games here. We'll get that with the Avs where they start at 6 or 6:30.
Yeah, exactly right.
Normally what we get is the latest possible start time for basketball with TNT because they can slide that start time.
Mm-hmm.
That certainly in the heyday of the Nuggets in the last 15 years with Carmelo and AI and then Chauncey Billups, they were 8:50, 8:53 start times all the time. So you were leaving, like when I'd go there to cover a game or just to go watch, you were leaving real close to midnight, if not after.
Yeah, Jordan, they were definitely playing Darrell Williams over Lev Bell there at the end of the season.
Yeah. Darrell Williams was, and he was effective. So you couldn't fault him.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, he didn't look like he had a ton of pop. Bert, you're right. Like he just looked a little bit slower. I don't know if his age or if he just wasn't in shape. Could have been a little bit of both, but.
Yeah, I don't know if it was conditioning, but maybe. Did you see? Because they just gave me a wide shot of the arena there in Milwaukee.
Uh-huh.
And there were a handful of fans there. I don't know how much you're paying attention to various states in America. Obviously, you work for a company based in America. But today, the governor of Texas, and I'm not trying to get political here about what the outcomes will be, but the governor of Texas said everything's open, no masks, everything's open. So I'm just curious to see how sports teams will try to push the limits. I have to think the pro teams, because we saw it in Florida, where they said that you could have full capacity, and the NFL kind of shut it down. So no, 15,000 or whatever that number is, and obviously they upped it a little Super Bowl Sunday there in Tampa. But even if you don't do it with the Rangers and Astros coming up in a month, or the 3 NBA teams that are there now, the Stars, and you keep it at whatever the numbers are, 20% or whatever they want it to be from the league, all the colleges aren't really regulated by anyone. I guess the Big 12 is sort of a sanctioning body, but the NCAA can't step in except for tournament-related events, or postseason type events that would feed into a tournament for other sports other than basketball. So I think it's going to be pretty wild. And look, I grew up in Dallas. I still have a million friends and family there.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious what spurned his decision today, unless he wants to distract people from the stuff last week with the electric grid failure. So he's wagging the dog.
Seems a little presumptuous to do everything at once, but again, we won't get into like political things.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not even asking anybody to have I'm more curious to see. I'm fascinated to see how the sports react in high school sports, which are kind of run by the state.
Technically, like the Mavericks and the Dallas Stars can just let everyone in, right?
They could. Well, they can by local, assuming that mayors, because mayors, I think, can override governors, right? But in some instances, and every state is different, right? And every municipality is different. But even if they were going to do that, would Mark Cuban and the NBA and in Houston with Tillman Fertitta and that group that owns the Spurs, would they say, well, look, our league is asking us to keep it capped at 18,000?
And I mean, it puts the players at bigger risk too, right? Like there's more risk.
In a stadium that big, 6,000.
Yeah, there's more risk of the players, contracting it in those spots.
Sure, just more, right. More people means more fans means more people working in the building.
Yeah.
Which just means more people around.
Yeah.
So when you're trying to keep everybody safe until there's a vaccine available to everyone, or everyone in all these leagues has it, and none of them beyond coaches are really old enough, and certainly some arena workers are going to be old enough to get it for probably another month or two, unless there's extenuating circumstances. You're going to go through the whole regular season in football or basketball and hockey without it. Baseball, we'll see. Now there were a fair amount of fans, it seemed like, at the ballpark there in Arlington, the new one for the baseball playoffs and through the World Series. But again, because there were no fans anywhere, I think that made it seem like there were even more.
Yeah, for sure.
Edward Pride's comment.
Well, it's not like things are going swimmingly up here either. Trust me. Our government basically forgot to order the proper vaccine amount for the first couple months. So
I think you can bash to the Canadian government all you want. I don't know if our DraftKings bosses cares much.
Yeah, exactly. No one cares about me bashing that. But
you want to throw Trudeau under the bus?
Well, people in Canada love doing that, so I don't need to pile on. But I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, it would not be. I just can't see the leagues wanting full capacity right away. Like I said, they're trying to get to the schedule without craziness happening. If there's massive outbreaks at one of these games or something, like it'd be kind of a disaster. So probably limited fans. I know that there's limited fans in like Pittsburgh tonight, a couple other spots. So I assume you'll probably see that with the Dallas teams as well. But interesting decision that was laid down nonetheless.
Yeah, just because of the timing of it. The one tweet that did make me laugh was Mina Kimes from ESPN said, "I'm thinking about Greg Williams going zero blitz with just a couple of seconds left. I'm not sure why." That was her response to one of the news posts about it. But Made me laugh. Big Jibba Jabba's not a fan of ours. This is not an exciting game. And if
Yeah,
it were,
I mean, Brandon's been having internet issues the whole game too. So,
and my internet doesn't work. But...
Oh, Josh Gordon just got lit up. Too bad. I mean, it was an interesting piece of news. I mean, it is going to affect
chat. The Twitch chat's more fired up, not at us, but the Twitch chat's more fired up at each other. Let's be civil, everybody.
A little bit of argument.
Yeah, I was just saying it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how it all turns out.
That's
and how
at
many
some point
folks attend sporting events.
Yeah, it's like you said. At some point, they're going to be
or concerts. Like, will some artists be like, you know what, let's have a concert.
Yeah.
And then does that create, like you said, a super spreader event?
Yeah. So yeah, at some point there'll be, with everyone getting vaccinated, it'll be down. It'll be time that it won't be spreading as much. But yeah, it was a interesting decision. There'll be more things like that going on, obviously, in the future. But let's talk about some stats.
Yeah, I think. Look, we're getting close. We're getting close.
We are. I mean, that's the other piece of news, right? There's enough vaccine for or they ordered enough vaccine for every American, right, today. So
yeah, and look, I live in Colorado. By the end of the month, 50-year-olds and up are going to be able to get it. We're getting there.
Exactly. Focus on the positives, folks. Stay patient.
Crowder, I want to go to a concert this summer. That's all I'm saying.
58. Oh, I mean, I know there's a ton of people who do. It's hard. It's different for everyone. I know.
Sure.
Trust me.
Sure.
Everyone's in a different situation. 6 catches for Philip Dorsett. I didn't even notice that. 83 yards. He was close to the bonus too. Herndon had 6 catches. We saw him catch a couple little ones. Bell, 5 catches. Actually had a decent game there. Perriman, 3 catches, a touchdown. DraftKings Metcalf, 3 catches, 44 yards, and a touchdown as well.
Did Crowder have any? Was Crowder at the top, or did he not do anything?
No, he did well. He was way back up there. He was 7 for 58. Yeah.
He just didn't score. So actually, he did make I don't know if I made the right call, but 13 points is respectable, I guess. Chris Carson, my captain. Wow.
Yeah, he was terrible.
He makes that very easy to pick our Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. The harder one, I think, is going to be picking the
player of the game.
Crusty Crystal player of the game.
Randy 720 won the free roll.
Yeah, I see that.
He had Herndon in the captain, Wilson, Bell, Metcalf, Perriman, Dorsett. But those guys all kind of scored around similar points. So there's really no one you can just pick out and be like, oh, yeah, this guy was clearly the best. It's just –
you have to give it to –
go with your gut,
I think you have to give it to Herndon because of the value.
I don't mind that.
I think it's Herndon because of the right? The value. Yeah. He was lowest captain, lowest owned of that group of kind of 5 players.
I mean, he's a captain in the winning lineup too, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay, we'll give it to Chris Herndon.
Congratulations, Chris Herndon. He did not help my lineup much.
58 yards.
52nd.
But he's cheap. He was cheap, folks. All right, that's it. And it was a bit of a disjointed game, and I know it was kind of a slow game because the Seahawks didn't show up, folks. But appreciate you guys showing up as always. Got one more sim left for today. Saints and Broncos. Got Glash. Brandon's going to be back. Looks like he steadied his internet. And, yeah, I think that's about it. Any final thoughts here, Brandon, before we go? Did I forget to do anything? No?
It was fun. I apologize for dipping out for a second, but I can't control what I can't control. And thankfully, Verizon works super strong in my house. So, all
right.
Let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm going to go charge my phone so that my hotspot keeps working here in the second game.
All right. Sounds good. Again, thanks to Mike, Andrew, all our producer crew. We got one more game left for Madden After Dark. 10 p.m. Eastern, Saints at Broncos. But guess who's back, folks? Back again. Jesse Cofield's here to inform you guys of a little bit of stuff going on the DraftKings web pages. So, Jesse, take it away.
Yeah, a lot of web pages, a lot of info coming your way. I'm still awake, not for long, but Madden After Dark is still on the way, like Jeff mentioned. Joining Brandon at 10. It's Saints, it's Broncos. That game's featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry for a shot at the $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool, and it's $25 that goes to the winner. Before that, though, we have part 2 of our NL Central Division preview. Where will the Cubs land in the division this season? Will the Pirates lose over 100 games? Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne join Adam Kaufman to discuss these topics and more.
We spent some of the offseason wondering for the Reds, will Sonny Gray get traded? Will Luis Castillo get traded? Well, it turns out two of the top pitchers there for Cincinnati still around, and it's fair to wonder, obviously, if this Reds team is going to go anywhere in 2021. What are your expectations?
You know, coming into the last season, kind of felt like the Reds were going for it all. Like they made the moves. They had a sexy lineup on paper. I was a big backer of them. That kind of blew up in our face. But I think the first couple of months are going to be very telling because this is a team that, even though they were trying to go for it all last year, I feel like they're on the cusp of a rebuild. And you look at that, some of their contracts that they have right now, they have a brutal contract still left for Joey Votto. They owe him $95 million over the next 4 years with a full no trade clause. Whoops, probably shouldn't have done that one. But you look at guys like Sonny Gray and Luis Castillo, they're very affordable assets for teams that are going to be in contention once the All-Star break rolls around. $10 million for Gray, $4.2 million for Luis Castillo. Castillo specifically under team control until 2024 when he becomes an unrestricted free agent at age 31. So I feel like the Reds are basically going, how do we look when June 1st comes around? And that's going to dictate where this team is going to go. They get off to a slow start. They're absolutely going to be sellers at the deadline.
Gary, and as Buke said, a couple months to kind of wait and see, feel things out here for the Reds once the season gets going. Well, a couple months, that was last season. That was the entirety of the thing. So how do we get this team above 500 this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like Steve said, about a hot start because they can go a lot of different ways with this. I'm taking sort of if there's smoke, there's fire approach to just the amount of rumors we heard about Castillo and Gray this offseason. Like, I know their GM came out and said, like, those guys will be Reds this season, but that stuff doesn't happen without there being some sort of conversations being had. So, like Steve said, if they get off to a rough start, those guys are clearly on the table to get future assets, and that's kind of what the Reds have been known for. Their lineup is a little strange. They've got so much power potential. They probably have more power potential than 90% of lineups in baseball, but at the same time, they've also got the potential, as we saw in the playoffs, to just not score any runs because sometimes the ball doesn't leave the park, and maybe they're one of the teams most hurt by the new baseball if that really does play a big factor in home runs and home run to fly ball ratio and things like that. But, Gray, Castillo, Molly, maybe Nick Lodolo comes up mid-season. Like that's the makings of a really good rotation. So I can see it happening, but I've got more faith in the Brewers keeping their team together this year. So I think that's the better bet for me.
DK Sportsbook, Garion, has the Reds at 82.5 wins this season, which is perfectly mediocre, quite frankly. So, for this team to obviously get over the hump, you going over or under?
I'm going to take the under, and I think I'm going to do that because, again, there's a lot of variables with this team. They need a couple things to go right to get over this number, and even if those things go right, there's no necessary guarantee that they're going to have 83, 84, 85 wins. Also, to kind of tie up my last point with the Brewers, this could be the worst defensive team in baseball. They are atrocious at every spot on the diamond, and their only change, really, to last year's defensive unit was extracting Freddie Galvis from shortstop, their only good defender, and replacing him with, like, no one, basically. Like, I think Kyle Farmer is who we have penciled in right now, and he has 86 career innings at shortstop. At shortstop, like the key defensive position on a baseball field. So, I mean, things could get hairy really fast. Like, even Luis Castillo, like, ground ball pitcher, not a great thing to be when you have this infield playing behind you.
Steve, we haven't seen the Reds hit 83 wins in almost a decade. Will this be the year?
I don't think this is going to be the year. And quite frankly, this is a bet I'm just steering clear from. Like, the Reds are the National League version of the Athletics for me. If they get off to that slow start, they're going to start selling off assets because they need to go more youthful. And according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, if you're going to win this division, it doesn't sound like you're going to even need 90 wins to do so because the Cardinals have the highest projected win total here, and they're at 86.5. So for me, this could be a division where any team could potentially sneak in, except the Pirates, because they're a disaster. But the Reds and Brewers are at 82.5. The Cubs are at 78.5. Like, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a very competitive division. It's really just a matter of who gets hot at the right time. So at that win total, they could honestly easily go over. But if that slow start happens in the beginning of the year, like I said, they're going to sell off those assets, and they're going to be a team that's going to be under 500. So they're right at that cusp already. That slow start would just solidify that. So I would be on the under for this one.
You just mentioned it. The Chicago Cubs projected anyway to go sub 500 after winning the division last year. Yu Darvish is gone. There's still lots of talent there for Chicago. So what needs to happen for this team to be above that break-even point?
So here's the thing. The Cubs have a stellar lineup. Like, they literally have 4 or 5 guys that could hit at least 30 home runs. And the addition of Jock Peterson kind of puts them into that group where they have 4 or 5 guys that could do that. The problem is they're also going to give up about 30 runs per game. You look at that rotation, like, that is a double-A rotation, it feels like. Let's just say the Cubs made the playoffs, and they're in a 3-game series. They'd be rolling out Kyle Hendricks, Zach Davies, and, I don't know, Jake Arrieta. Like, ooh, that's a free pass for whomever they're facing to advance to the next round if that's the rotation they're going to throw out to them. So barring some big move during the season or at the trade deadline, this team is not going to go very far because their pitching is not going to be able to sustain how much offense that their lineup is giving, but the pitching is just going to give it right back. And the bullpen is not going to do them any favors either. So great lineup. They are desperate need of pitching help, and it's not going to come from anywhere, from the minors, from the bullpen, whatever. So they're going to be a team that you can beat up on.
30 runs a game, not great, Garion.
No, pretty bad, but I would say an accurate projection of what this rotation could be. It is slim pickings. It gets gross after Kyle Hendricks. And even Hendricks, like someone who's not, your prototypical strikeout, mitigating contact kind of pitcher. He's worked his magic for long enough now where you just believe in it. But I mean, you asked what has to go right for this team to win the division. I think Steve basically outlined it. It's Jake Arrieta has to turn back the clock about 6 years, and Davies has to continue to just completely obliterate FIP and XFIP expectations of how he's pitching. I don't think both of those things are going to happen, and all the projection systems agree. If you look at Steamer, they have 5 Cubs pitchers projected with 20 starts this season. Aside from Hendricks, none of those 4 guys have an ERA below 4.8.
Oh boy.
It's bad. And this is a season too. Again, we are coming off a 2020 campaign where no one threw more than like 75 innings. So pitchers are going to be treated with kid gloves this year. So who's their 6th guy? Who's their 7th guy? Like, this could get disgusting. So I just don't think they're going to score enough runs.
Let's move to the Pirates, guys. Reluctantly, I suppose. We have to talk about this team, Garion, and not projected to do a whole lot in the standings, as we know. Those other teams that we talked about already, all with a shot at least to win the division. Pittsburgh, full rebuild mode. Ke'Bryan Hayes, he's got a couple of things going for him. 1, he might be the only person in the world named Ke'Bryan. And 2, plus 400 odds to win Rookie of the Year in the National League. Can he get there?
Well, he's got another thing going in his advantage. His clock has already started, which means the Pirates, there's not a lot of guys on this team who we can say, if he's healthy, he's going to play 162 games. But the Pirates have no reason but to stick him out there and see what he can do. And another thing going for him, it's not as important when it comes to Rookie of the Year as it is for MVP, but he is a potential Gold Glove, Nolan Arenado level defensive third baseman. So he's going to at least be giving it to you on one side of the baseball. And, he's not going to have a 450 BABIP this year. And he's someone who struggled at AAA to hit. Like, that's been the big question mark. So I do have concerns about his bat and whether that can carry him to an award like this. But among position players in the National League, he has the clearest path to 650 plate appearances, which is important. That volume means something. But I still think I like someone like Ian Anderson at plus 800 a little bit better. Like, he's just going to be playing for a team that's competing for their division, competing for a World Series, and I think that's going to end up meaning more in the eyes of voters. So I'd probably steer away from the favorite here.
You think Hayes will excel there, Bukes?
Yeah, you look at the makeup that he had last year, it looks like an impact player. But, the short stint, the numbers he put up was a bit unsustainable. Like 5 home runs and I think it was 24 games that he played. Like, that's not really the type of player that we saw in the minors. He has power, don't get me wrong, but that's not the pace that you're going to see from him consistently. And then once pitchers start to get acclimated to him, how do they start adjusting pitching to him? Is Hayes able to adjust to what they're adjusting to? That's going to be the big question here for me. And then also, quite frankly, it's not like he has a lot of protection in that lineup either, even if he starts hitting well. So it's an easy free pass too. If it's like, look who's batting below him or above him, there's no one you really fear in that Pirates lineup. So there's a lot going against him too as well. But at least from a talent perspective, at least there's something the Pirate fans can watch during the season.
Bukes, DK Sportsbook has the Pirates at 58.5 wins, which last year would have been sensational. This year, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe remove the 8 from that number, and that's the win total that you can maybe project for the Pirates this season. But, there's a reason why the under their win total has the most juice out of all the win totals on the board at minus 130. This team is absolutely going nowhere. Like, there's a rebuild mode, and then there's like something after rebuild, and that's what the Pirates are doing right now. It's like there is no path to any type of competitiveness for years to come, it feels like. So in no way would I want to take the over on this one. Granted, I'm the person who was highly touting, taking the over on the Marlins, which hit, by the way. You're welcome, everybody. But this is not one that, like, you want to be bold on and be like, I'm taking the over on the Pirates win total. Imagine trying to sweat that out for 6 or 7 months. Like, what an atrocious bet to take. Take the under if you want. Otherwise, just steer clear of this one.
How about you there, Thorne? Over or under?
Yeah, I'm going to go under. And I think we can all agree that baseball, I mean, it's been weird with the way money's been handed out in free agency the last couple of years and how stingy some teams appear to be. And it's kind of the last 3 years we've gotten to a point where the tanking model has sort of crept into Major League Baseball. And you go back to 2018, 2019, combined, we had 7 teams lose at least 100 games in those 2 seasons. And I think the Pirates are a shoo-in to lose 100 games this year. That doesn't quite get them to this number, granted, but I'm looking at like 109, 110 losses this season for this team. Their pitching is absolutely terrible. And anyone good, like there is no way that Polanco is still on this team in August. Any reliever who comes out and pitches really well in the first 2 months of the season will be traded for some sort of future compensation. Like, this team is going to be they're already unrecognizable. I'm not even going to know 4 players on this roster by the time August rolls around. So
I don't now.
Yeah, like it's crazy to think how much worse this could get. So yeah, there's no way I think this team wins 59 games.
Last one for you, Gary. And speaking of pitching, which player do you think just across this division will have the biggest DFS impact this season?
So I think the DFS aspect is important here because you could make a case that like Flaherty is always a huge pitcher. He's actually probably the one being drafted the highest right now out of all NL Central pitchers. But DFS, it's got to be Corbin Burns or it's got to be Brandon Woodruff with Milwaukee because they strike out everyone. And the big question mark with both those guys is, can they pitch more than 20 times in a full season? And they don't have to in DFS. If they ain't starting, you don't care. So I think from a DFS perspective, those 2 guys are just the perfect archetype of pitcher, the guys you look for every single time a slate opens up.
What do you like, Bukes?
I don't even know what the slate looks like for like April 3rd, but I guarantee you are not drafting anybody from the NL Central for your DFS lineup. Like, this is not a strong division for pitching for a DFS purpose. Like Gary mentioned, Woodruff, Burns, Flaherty, that's probably it. Like, there really is not a lot of pitching in this division. Kim from the Cardinals might be someone that you can look at. He has some nice upside, I think. But, man, this is a brutal division for pitching. Certainly not from the Pirates. Certainly not from the Cubs. So we're already down to 3 teams already. DFS-wise, it's going to be Woodruff. It's going to be Burns. It's going to be Flaherty.
Isn't that a law firm? Woodruff, Burns, and Flaherty?
Somewhere in the Northwest.
Yeah, just close the segment, please. Thank you.
All right, Division Tour continues this time next week. Gary, and happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I think that there was a list came out of all of the injuries that Matthew Stafford, I can't remember if it was in his career or just this past year that he suffered. And I was not overly surprised, and I'm guessing you weren't either. I think people, like, if you actually looked at my medical records and they listed everything, it's a lot. Now, but when you're playing, you don't, like, unless you miss time, you don't look at it as something, but a lot of it's documented. Heck, there's guys that have pretty significant injuries. They never even get like treatment on it. They never even tell the doctors about it.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the disconnect that fans have. Like, you know this, Ross. There's 4 or 5 athletic trainers and a physical therapist on every team. There's 3 team physicians that travel to away games, and there's more at home. Do you really think all these people are taking care of 4 or 5 guys that are on the injury report? I mean, I know owners are wealthy, but they're not trying to give away money, okay? As you know, the training room before the game is busy, be it with taping, prophylactic stuff, medicine, injections, IVs, and other things. And I guarantee you, and I'm not saying that any team in the league is going awry of the rules, but there's a lot more being treated week to week, day to day than what's on the injury report. And that's not against the rules. So Matthew Stafford's list of injuries doesn't surprise me one bit. First of all, we were aware of a bunch of them through profootballdoc.com, but it didn't get talked about in the media. And the ones that we weren't aware of, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, Phillip Rivers, the closest thing to Matthew Stafford, right? Phillip had the 240-some games. I guarantee you that he had a lot of additional injuries. For example, he's allowed me to say this with the Tyrod Taylor issue with the ribs. He had that rib injections multiple games for 3 or 4 different seasons, right? And doesn't always show up in the injury report because he's practicing and playing. And he's played through a lot of injuries. He just hasn't avoided them. And Matthew Stafford, I think, is just as tough. I don't know Matthew Stafford. Well, I've met him, but I don't know him medically at all. But from the outside looking in, I think he's as tough as Phillip Rivers, or they're in the same old school category. And it doesn't surprise me that he's played through a bunch of things, from the ulnar collateral ligament of the thumb and the elbow and the broken back on 2 different occasions and a whole bunch of different things. And I think there's some YouTube video where he just gets crushed and still somehow fights it off to stay in the game. He's as tough as they come. He's old school.
Would you be concerned about signing J.J. Watt? And maybe just tell me what the process is like. We got free agency coming up, okay? Well, how would it work? Would they say, hey, Doc, we're thinking about signing J.J. Watt. Here's his medical records, 3 back surgeries, whatever it is, and then you'd have to give a grade, right, about what the risk is there?
Yeah, and different teams do it differently. First of all, with electronic medical records, it's easier. If J.J. Watts gives permission to Green Bay or the Bills or a prospective team, they can get access to the Texans' records, right, and look at it. And prior to electronic medical records, the GM might say, can you ask around? And you call the Texans doctor, Walt Lowe, and say, what do you think, unofficially kind of deal. But even if he agrees to a contract, even if he agrees to sign, and the same goes if a team agrees to a trade, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff, they both have to pass physicals before that trade is final. Even if J.J. Watt agrees, until there's a physical, that signing is not final. Remember the famous case of Roger Saffold a couple years ago. He was with the St. Louis Rams, and the Raiders signed him quickly to a free agent contract, a large one. But then when they finally could examine him a couple days later, he was failed on the physical, and the signing didn't count. And he ended up back in St. Louis with the Rams on the, quote, old maid theory, so to speak. And so that can and does happen. So any team can always hide a little bit of buyer's remorse in a failed physical, assuming that there's some actual issue there that is real.
So the last thing I have to ask you about right now would be the combine, or the combine would have just ended and we didn't have it. So what are the teams doing? Like, what would you be doing now as a team orthopedic surgeon and physician?
Well, in some ways, it's better because you don't have Groundhog Day, where you're looking at 330 athletes. In some ways, it's a lot harder. I actually wrote an Outkick this last week, Outkick article detailing how the medical part of the combines will be handled, and I'll retweet that. Essentially, a lot of people, as you know, say the medical exam is the most important part of the combine, because you can do the interviews in other places and you can have the pro days and the workouts in other places. And a lot of times the top athletes don't even work out on the field, but the physical is your one chance to get it all. And that's not happening. This did not happen this last few days. So in the past, it's been 330 athletes that gather in Indianapolis, and the entire NFL gathers, and each team brings all their team physicians and all their athletic trainers and does the quote meat market, right? Poking, prodding, and the whole thing. And all 32 teams get to look at all 330 athletes. Well, the difference here now is none of that has happened. And each team has been assigned about 10 players regionally. So the Browns had probably 10 guys from Ohio State, but the Chargers and Rams probably had people from other places because there aren't 20 players in the LA area that are going to need physicals. They each get about 10, and they do telemedicine virtual physicals, remote, get MRIs, evaluate it, talk to them remotely, and write a report. And the entire NFL will get to see that report. And then when there's the recheck combines, which is the traditionally in early April, 6 weeks after the regular combine, before the draft, obviously, the about 50 or so players that are coming off injury, coming off surgery, like Trevor Lawrence might be one of them because of the shoulder, or someone coming off an ACL, they're invited back to a second trip to Indy in person to assess their progress over the last 6 weeks. This time, and that's usually witnessed by one team doctor and one athletic trainer, this time there will be 150 athletes there. The 50 or so that are with rechecks and with issues, and the other 100 that are projected to be day 1 or 2 picks, rounds 1, 2, and 3, 32 times 3, right? So that's about 100, give or take. So there will be about 150 guys at the recheck combines, April 8th weekend, something like that. And that essentially will be the medical combine. So it'll be the top 3 rounds projected plus the 50 or so. And that's how they're going to handle it this year. A little bit different, quite a bit different.
I think that there was a list came out of all of the injuries that Matthew Stafford, I can't remember if it was in his career.
Tell you all about the DraftKings Stream play of the day. Spring is almost here, and DK is celebrating with our Spring Frenzy promo, where you can turn dimes into dollars all month long. So in March, you can play in satellite contests for as little as 10 cents and turn it into a $100 contest ticket. Now, each $100 contest ticket won from a satellite can be used to compete for stacks of green in any of our featured contests. This week, you can win your way into Friday's MLB 4K Spring Dinger, Saturday's CBB Storm the Court, or Sunday's NASCAR $40 March of the Machines. Head over to the promos page on DraftKings.com for contest details. Also on tap for this week is the Arnold Palmer Invitational, as the PGA Tour heads to the famed Bay Hill Golf Course for the event. This week's featured PGA contest is our $800K flop shot, which pays out $200,000 to the winner. with prizes of at least $1,000 for the top 25 spots. So let's get you guys some advice on setting lineups this week with Pat Mayo and Jeff Feinberg.
So we have the 30 to, let's call it 60, and you kind of hit on it. Horschel's in here along with Spieth, Day, Kokrak, Molinari, Sam Burns, your boy Tommy Fleetwood, Zalatoris, Max Homa, Mark Leishman, Kevin Na, Harris English. That's the entire range. I like Molinari a lot. He has 3 top 10s and 4 starts, so that's good news.
Playing well at a course.
I don't hate. Listen, if you want to bet Molinari, I don't hate it. I might take someone from this 30 range. The only bet that I have in here right now, and it's not nonsensical because all the stats actually do point to it, but I don't want to find myself in a situation like with Max Homa when all the tea leaves told me to bet Max Homa. Yeah, I'm betting Sam Burns at 45 to 1. Yeah, I missed the 50. I'm betting the 45.
There it is.
I don't want to be that guy again for the second time in 3 weeks.
I would say the tea leaves are actually pointing harder to Sam Burns than they were pointing to Homa.
Yeah, and now we're back in Florida where
he
plays
Florida.
Better.
This guy just went off in the final group at Torrey and Riviera. People can say, oh, he didn't win or take shots at those performances. No, those are 2 big wins. For me, winning is hard. A lot of guys don't just win out of the gate or instantly. And even if he did win pretty soon, that would be rather fast for his career.
You can get your 45 now, or you can bet him at 18 to 1 at Honda. That's what it's going to be. And then you can bet him at 15 to 1 at Valero.
He's a Florida kid, right?
I don't know if he's a Florida kid, but he has played his best golf in Florida before this year.
Maybe that's just because I watched him in person a few times at Honda, and that's why
he outdueled Tiger on Sunday. That was the first time we saw Sam Burns.
Yeah, and that was one of Tiger's. That was the first Tiger somewhat contending whoa moments. I was at that week. It's fun. That was the JT win in the playoff.
Yes, I remember over Luke List. I remember that very vividly.
Noren and Fleetwood could have been part of that too. They both.
Noren couldn't get it up and down into that bunker on 18. He had a 7 to make the playoff.
But yeah, no, I like Sam Burns a lot.
I just don't want to miss out. And everything.
Why do you think he's going to be super popular this week?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't you bet Sam Burns this week? Honestly. What would lead you to believe that he wouldn't have a good week? And the last time this happened was at American Express. I think he shot 80 in the first round or something.
That course doesn't suit him really at all. But I guess there's trouble here too.
I mean, he plays well at Honda.
You can find fair. Maybe I was just making an excuse. Because he also didn't.
Guys have bad rounds.
No, I'm saying because he also didn't play well at Pebble.
He made the cut at Pebble.
Because I remember I talked him up for a prop in Riv and some other content using don't worry about Pebble. Anyway, yeah, I like Sam Burns a lot. I'll go right over all those guys. Past the Coke rack.
You're in on Coke rack?
No, I'm right over them to bet Sam Burns.
Yeah, and
because they're all shorter than him.
Also, Coke rack coming off a really good week, plays really well.
Oh yeah, no. I if you're betting Coke rack, I got nothing bad to say about a Molinari bet, a Coke rack bet. They all make sense. There's a lot of tea leaves pointing to those.
I also think
I'm skipping them. I'm betting Burns.
Yeah, and I'm doing the same thing. And I wouldn't kill you for a Jason Day bet either. I'm not going to do it because I just can't handle that. But he's just one of those guys where he's going to show up one week, everything feels good, and he's awesome again for 1 week, and then he goes back to being Jason Day.
So what about Spieth?
I for the life of me can't figure out what to do with him.
For this week or in general? What do you mean?
Just in general. I think
he's going to the trend. It's trending.
I think that
he's trending.
I think that he's going to win sometime in the next 3 months. This doesn't feel like the right course for him, but does any course feel like the right course for him? He just keeps playing well.
No, I was going to say, you're talking about Burns tea leaves. I mean, he's got those final group tee times in the last month that you could say everything is pointing to that one coming.
All at courses where Pebble, yes, I would have expected him to compete.
Phoenix,
sure.
I'm not surprised.
No, you make a lot of birdies there. You run a hot putter. You're going to play well, but his approach has been really good. I didn't expect him to be kind of in the mix at Riviera. I really didn't. And he didn't win, but he was there.
You see Tim
and Tim is taking gratuitous shots at Speed for no reason.
What time on Thursday? So what time does Speed tee off today for the WGC?
I'm kind of convinced he's going to win the Masters. just because Tim is like building it up and building it up. The Spieth sucks so much. Oh, what I did want to tell you about, you told me you bet Morikawa to win the Masters at a really big number.
Yeah.
I get the number that you bet him at. I don't think that Morikawa's
whatever.
I just don't think that he has the right game for Augusta.
Sure.
And that doesn't mean he can't win. You got him at a number that's good. That's double what today's number is. So you can't.
I'll listen. To me, it's like a ceiling play. If he plays to his best, then he's right there with the other best players.
Sure. I just don't feel like
he
that's
won't
a good course
win.
for him.
You're right, but like he can't win. No one's winning the Masters not playing amazing. So
Sure.
if they have to rely on things like that they don't do well, then yeah, they're probably in trouble. You're saying it doesn't set up well for him? Sure.
Listen, I always thought for years until Dustin kind of figured it out that the Masters didn't set up well for Dustin, but he completely sort of reinvented his game in order to do it and hit that next level. But for years, he had to struggle there, almost like at the Players. Not a great Dustin course. He's had
but there have been some really low heaters there. Like a couple years ago, I think he pulled the Hideki.
Yeah, he's had a couple nice like events there, but just like when you look at it on paper, be like, this does not emphasize what Dustin Johnson does well. Like the big advantages that he has do not exist here. And that's not to say that he can't win it. He's an awesome player. But when you get into a field, like when we get to next week, we expect Dustin to still be the favorite, right? And Dustin will be what, 9-1 to win, probably?
If Rory wins this week.
Yeah. If Rory wins this week, he'll be the favorite for sure. But let's just say Rory does. We're not betting on Rory, so let's presume Rory doesn't win this week. Dustin will go in as the favorite at 9-1. But
I'd rather bet Rahm if they're giving between a Rahm and a Dustin.
I don't like taking the top of the board at the Players more than anywhere seems like a really stupid idea with just how volatile that course is. Like one shot that's like a foot offline and you're making quadruple bogey. It's like, oh, great. I'm out of it.
That's a lot of Florida, though.
It
is.
is.
People were enamored with what they were seeing last week because they'd never been in that course, but that happens at the Players. That happens to an extent at PGA National and here.
But I would say the big difference between Bay Hill and even last week versus the Players and Honda, the Players and Honda are short courses. So all of the field can kind of compete there if they have a good week. Like,
I know what you mean.
Like last week, it was long. Like you still needed distance and long irons to be able to play. Same as this week. Like shorter guys can win, but it takes out sort of the bottom of the field. I almost feel like anyone can win at Sawgrass.
Madden After Dark is next, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings. It's not too late to get in on some DFS hoops action. The showdown contest for Suns Lakers are locking shortly here at 10 p.m. Eastern. Our feature contest for that one is the 200K fadeaway, which pays $50K to first for a $15 entry. As always, don't forget to look on the DK Sportsbook for lines and odds for college basketball, UFC, NASCAR, PGA, and more. That's it for me tonight, guys. We still have one more Madden Sim to go. The Saints, the Broncos, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal. I'll see you guys next time. Take it away, guys. Looking good.
Hey, Jesse, thanks. Not as good as the commercial, but we try. We're coming to you from Mars. And Jesse Cofield, we know who you are. She's the one on the commercials. That's us. That's us from space. The disco lights. They're not. That's not quite space. You, my friend, are in the planetarium. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm in my Colorado planetarium, closer to the stars, right, a mile above sea level. So, it's good. It's good to see you. Hopefully, my internet holds up because we're doing this all off my cell phone hotspot, as our internet is completely crapped out in the Cristal household, which has created a challenge for both me and for the 14-year-old trying to get all of his homework done via Google, because that's how school works these days.
Excellent. Well, embrace the challenge. Hey, this should be easy for you.
Absolutely.
We've got the Broncos here, a Broncos sim.
Sure. Broncos Saints. This is a game that we had in week 12.
We did.
I
Broncos didn't have a quarterback.
I have 3 Broncos. Yeah. Right. Kendall Hinton was and Royce Freeman took the bulk of the snaps.
What was it? The former Wake Forest quarterback, right?
Yes, who by the time he was done at Wake Forest had already moved to wide receiver. Yeah. So it wasn't as fun as it would have been seeing Drew Lock go head to head with Taysom Hill, because Drew Brees was obviously hurt then. So you had no Drews playing quarterback. But yeah, we saw this game. And obviously everyone familiar with the Saints roster. So I've got 3 good Saints plays and then 3 fingers crossed Broncos plays, although I did captain Cortland Sutton.
Okay, good stuff. Taking a look at my lineup, I've got Kamara captained, worked in Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, and I played 3 Broncos, Lindsey, Sutton, and McManus. No quarterbacks.
All right, I went big with my 3 Saints plays. In fact, the 3 biggest. So Sutton's my captain. He had a huge game 2 games ago that I saw. Actually, I guess I didn't check if he's played one more time. Then when I had him, he got 1 catch for 13 yards. Then Drew Brees, Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, and then having to get some value / crossing some fingers, KJ Hamler. Melvin Gordon was pretty cheap today based on recent performances. So
good call. Let me see. Melvo Gordo. Here he is. Yeah, 4,200. Not bad. That's a good call.
I am head-to-head against Koff in some hoops. Keeping an eye on that because I got both Giannis and Joker. He does have Joker as well.
I've got the same thing you got. I've got Giannis and the Joker as well. Giannis is not doing that much.
Not much. He did just have a crazy alley-oop, though, that you'll see on highlights for sure.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah,
anyway.
Meanwhile, speaking of Koff, the Celts are like holding on for dear life against the Clippers right now. So.
Oh, is he a Celts fan? Do you like the C's?
I think so. Now that you mention it, I think so. But Koff's going to get me, I think, unless Giannis goes off. If Giannis has a big second half, I got a chance.
I feel like you had some spelling issues in your sim name. Glash plus Kevin Durant 'T favorite follow.
Yeah, I made these really late last night, so I wouldn't forget because I had a busy day before this. Kevin Durant's favorite follow.
Right.
Brandon Cristal.
So I knew what you meant. It just has a Hawaiian flavor to it with Durant 'T or French or something. So we had a pretty terrible game.
Uh-oh.
The Jets went into Seattle and kicked the you-know-what out of Russell Wilson and company. I think it was 20-10. It was all Jets. Chris Herndon was our player of the game, if it gives you an idea of what we're... And he didn't even score. It was that kind of game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, look, the Jets are, kind of good in these sims. They're not terrible.
That was what Jeff and I kept talking about. I looked at the games for the week because I was kind of jotting them down, seeing what I'll have, and when I'm with you, when I'm with Koff, one with Jeff or Rossi or whoever. And believe it or not, you and I have another Colts game coming up, I believe. I think.
I did a Colts game today with Emerson.
Yeah, that gives you one more Colts game than me, I think. I feel like I'm the Colts/Cardinals official announcer. But you and I have done a lot of Colts games, and I think we have another one, and I have another Cardinals game this week.
All right. Looking at the chat. Hello, Lisa Robinson, David, Rossi's fat cat. Yes, Welder. Kyle Rudolph got released.
Yeah, be curious to see the market for him. I feel like his performance on Madden is indicative of kind of how it is in real life. Irv Smith had kind of jumped ahead of him in terms of a tight end number 1 there. So I'm not saying he won't find a home. I just don't know what the demand will be and the cost.
I mean, would you rather have Kyle Rudolph or Hunter Henry?
Hunter Henry. But it's a different cost.
Right. Good point. Two different spectrums.
You know, a lot of people around here brought up the Broncos for Rudolph. Well, the Broncos have Noah Fant getting Albert O back. They still already have Nick Vannett under contract. They may or may not keep him. So you add Kyle Rudolph, who's a solid blocker, but still, I think, more of a pass catcher because he loves Pat Shurmur. I had a chance to bump into both he and his wife last year at Super Bowl, and they could not stop raving about Pat Shurmur. And then obviously George Payton was there when they drafted him in for his entire career until now. But just because you have a relationship with someone doesn't mean you have to bring them to your team.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't make sense here. I think a team that could use a veteran tight end, I just saw where somebody tweeted, hey, Buffalo, that could be the right kind of fit opposite of Dawson Knox. A team that could just use a veteran presence that won't pay him very much. But he'll be good to have in the locker room, right? He's a Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, I think.
Yeah, I think contender makes sense. Maybe he could serve. I mean, he's never had the injury history, but if he was like the Jordan Reed to a George Kittle, like he could go somewhere that has even a great tight end one.
Yeah, for sure. Because he'll get open, he'll have almost no attention, and he's a solid enough blocker.
Yep.
You know, I could look up his Pro Football Focus numbers, although it'd be easier to do if my laptop was working. Rather, my internet. My laptop works fine.
Herb Dog, what's good? Good to see you. KAG, hello family. Rally Rel, what's up? Bonzo, Choker, Luke Murphy. Evening, Kyle. Hey Kyle. Oh, 76 on the psych test. Come on, Kyle. I mean, C's get degrees, buddy, but come on. We need B's or A's. There's a first down pickup. Jared Cook, speaking of tight ends. Is he a free agent? What's his deal with the Saints?
That's a good question. It feels like almost their entire roster they're in the worst cap shape of any team. They're $66 million over the projected cap right now, and that was after they adjusted Drew Brees' salary.
Yeesh.
So I can pull up who's where for them. In fact, I'll do that right now.
So he has a dead cap hit. He'll be a number. He's a free agent. 35.
Okay.
Free agent.
Jared Cook will probably get more money than what the Saints can offer him.
2021 automatically voids, leaves behind a $2 million dead cap hit. So this Jared Cook is available. Got to think he wanted to relocate, unless they, Saints make a splash at quarterback, and they're going to keep this thing going.
Saints right now minus $66,489,000. Here's what's going to happen to make this work is you'll see this number get pulled down real quickly because any player, Cam Jordan, who's set to make $12 million and count $18 million, actually he's going to make even more than that. Where's his cash? His number will be converted to a bonus. If they keep Michael Thomas, that'll be converted to a bonus. They'll probably move on from Taysom Hill or rework his deal. Quan Alexander, who they traded for, if they cut him, zero dead money. I'm not saying they will cut him. That'll free up $13 million.
Okay.
Drew Brees right now counts $13 million, but there'll be Ryan Ramczyk, who's in the final year of his deal, it looks like. Let me see. He's set to make $11 million. You can rework. I guess he's not in the final year. He and Garrett. Oh, he's got the 5th-year option. That's what it is. So 5th-year option, $11 million. You can't convert that to a bonus, but they can extend him. So that's what you'll see. You'll see Ryan Ramczyk get a new contract.
Oh, nice pass. Who we got? Thomas or Kamara? Thomas. There we go. You
That
played
helps
him,
my
I
team.
played him. Let's go.
Yeah. How many people were in our contest? Because last game, thankfully, it's just a damn Kaufman created a contest. Said it must be a BK sim because there isn't a contest. And then between me and Jeff, neither of us were creating it. I had forgotten about it until about a half hour before.
191.
Yeah, we had 66 in ours. But as I have proclaimed, we'll see how Thursday works. But I think I'm doing Madden After Dark with Lamarca. Just like last week, I think on, what was that, Tuesday, I did it with Tommy.
Mhm.
I will create a contest early in the day.
I usually like to do it right before I go to bed, just to give people plenty of time,
Sure.
A, and B, so I don't forget. I kind of make it part of my routine, just to give people enough time.
All right.
You know?
Drew Brees' 94th TD this season. Just saw Jesse pop up on a Nuggets halftime commercial.
She's everywhere. We're here in the universe. We're up in the galaxy. Well, Brandon is. I'd like to think I'm with him. A disco
you
party
are.
on
You're
Mars.
there. Disco party in the sky.
Who else is in the chat here? David says, he's my flex. Let's go. Lyndon Baum can live with it. Jordan, good to see you. Good news. Chef Duke. Mike Ignite. What's up? You might go to the Steelers, Jared Cook. Who's throwing on the ball? Yeah, who's throwing on the ball?
Don't they have Ebron? No, Big Ben's there. One more year. It's done deal.
I know. Yeah.
Hey, Big Ben threw for 500 yards in a playoff game. Problem was he threw a few interceptions early.
I love this idea by Lisa Robinson. Lisa, I used to have pet fish. Goldfish die, though, so quickly. Or is it, am I making that up? Like, don't goldfish die after like a month?
I don't think they live very long.
Yeah. I'd like a pet fish. That we could now. Oh, I see why she wants me to do that, because of Elmo. That's why. Elmo has the fish. Would be kind of funny to have a little fish over my shoulder during The Sims. We can give him a voice.
You could get like that old catfish thing that was on the wall that was all the rage 15, 20 years ago, right? You press the button, the dancing catfish thing. I can't remember what that thing was called.
Luke Murphy says, hey, Glass, you're kind of a weirdo sometimes, but I can appreciate that. We need variety on The Sims. Well, at the end of the day, Luke, everyone is weird in their own way. And that's fine.
I agree.
I have nothing to hide.
The weirder, the better.
It's just a damn Kaufman. Giannis has 30.75 points at half. He's really off his game tonight, LOL. Well, when we started the show, to be fair, he was at like 22 points. And I realize he's that good, it can change in a second. So, yes, he's...
Yeah, he had a block, he had a couple, he had a dunk, he had a layup, and they're down 14 at the half. Now, the Nuggets have been one of the worst Nuggets been one of the worst third-quarter teams in basketball, so I expect the Bucks to surge ahead just based on empirical data.
Hi, Dorothy. Hi, Dorothy.
That's what Lisa's imagining. Me and Dorothy, the goldfish, in the Elmo voice.
Yeah, believe me, I watch a lot of Elmo. I get it. Oh, man, Gordon,
Oh,
nowhere to
there's
run.
your sneaky play.
How about that? Is that cornerback blitz? Marshawn Lattimore. Lattimore comes out of nowhere. Cornerback run blitz.
You mentioned the touchdown for Thomas. You got to let the people know that was Thomas owned in 67.6% of lineup, 17% captain. I remember back in Madden 20 when we were doing these, his ownership was always like insane. And the chat will remember. I don't know if Thomas was an X factor. I think he was. He was an X factor in Madden 20, but he was just a beast in Madden 20.
Sort of like real life. Philip Lindsay on the screen pass, but he decides to not run behind any of his blockers. How about that strategy? Like anyone can run behind three big linemen. I'd rather run away from him and right into Marshawn Lattimore.
Nice work on the like button today, people. We're almost at 400 likes on the stream. 350 plus watching a Tuesday night Madden Sim. 30 seconds left in the first. Thomas scored the touchdown for the Saints. Lock got a man. This play wide open. Oh, it was knocked away. The Hamler.
How about that? That's KJ Hamler. It's not Hamler time. Is this going to be a long McManus field goal here in Power Field at Mile High? I think so. 55-yard or 54, I guess, on Madden. You got to let him kick it. He's got the leg. But what a good throw. Hamler's got to haul that in. Williams was there, but super late. I challenge that. He looked like he was laying there with the ball.
I've got the YouTube feed up here.
Look like on that instant replay, it looked like he was just laying on the ground holding the ball. McManus from 54, 10 shy of the record, which was set.
He can make
in that stadium.
He's got it.
Plenty of leg in real life. Not sure what happened there. I blame the holder, Sam Martin. Huh. All right. I don't have McManus anyway. Good for the owners of the Saints D. I'm in 132nd place.
Yeah, I played McManus, so that would have been really cool if he made that.
What's the negative for a missed field goal?
You don't lose points.
Oh, really?
No, that's like if you lose points if you want to do that in your own fantasy leagues.
Yeah, season long.
Or even I think actually in you only in your own fantasy leagues you can lose points on extra points that are missed.
And missed field goals. And some, it just depends on how the scoring's set up.
Yeah. In that case, it's kind of not fair. I mean, they're putting him out there to kick a 54-yarder. You should lose points for trying to kick a 54-yard field goal. You threw me off there for a second. Like, wait a second. No, they don't lose points. It's a good question.
Tyquan Smith.
Traquan? Yeah, I played Traquan.
Traquan Smith.
Rossi's Fat Cat, you're not wrong. Clash picked McManus, because he likes the way he sounds when he says his name. Brandon McManus, just like Brandon Cristal. Brandon McManus. Wow.
Have I ever told you about Brandon McManus? You know he's the world's most interesting man, right?
How so?
Peyton Manning took him to the Tonight Show after Super Bowl 50, along with Brandon Stokely, who wasn't on the team at the time, and one other friend. He was one of 6 players Peyton Manning invited to his retirement party at the ESPYs, one of only 6 of his teammates all time. Like Edgerrin James, Reggie Wayne. Edgerrin was the only person that posted anything on social media because he didn't care if Peyton was aggravated. He went with Von Miller. He was his +1 to the Kentucky Derby. He's Von Miller's the godfather of one of his kids. He caddied for Zach Thomas in the par 3 contest at the Masters. And I could keep going. There's all these random things about Brandon McManus that make him the most interesting man in the world. He played in the Colorado Open. He's like a 2 handicap.
Where'd he finish? Any idea?
God. He said he'd do much better the second day, and he did. But he went from shooting like 88 to 80, I think.
Oh, okay. It's pretty good. Better than me.
Yeah. I mean, he's playing against other kind of pro and borderline pro golfers. But he's just one of those guys that's kind of good at everything. I think he's a good high school baseball player. He just happens to be a good kicker, but that doesn't define him. He had a cooking web show that he was trying to get on TV, and that never really took off. But he's just an interesting dude.
Rally Rel says, "Glass, do the lights mess with your eyes sometimes?" I must admit, when the sim is over, I'm looking forward to shutting them off because I don't know. It's like, wow. I don't know. I guess I don't really think about it, and then when you guys say stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, I kind of think about it. So I'll live.
Reposition my planetary-esque lights. They're lower on the floor, and that way, as they slowly rotate, the bulb doesn't shoot into my eye like it was doing on Sunday night every 3 minutes.
Michael in the chat says, "Glash, why are you trying so hard?"
Why are you trying so hard?
You are a total bleep now.
Oh.
Michael,
I disagree.
Michael, I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, he's always been a total bleep.
I mean, what happened? Can you point to one thing that is different? What's wrong with me, Michael? What can I do to make your night better? I'm going to just send him a problem? Question mark? Anyway. Hey, let's go to the folks that are always just, keeping it real. I mean, maybe he is keeping it real. Yeah, Lewis Daniel, the background for BK is pretty cool. There's a question for you. Any thought, J.J. Watt to the Cardinals? Did you have an opinion on that? Have you shared an opinion?
We talked about it a little last game in that it certainly surprised a lot of us. The market being what it was in terms of everybody in on them, but not knowing where the money would come. And Arizona, as Jeff pointed out, a team on the rise, their defense was way undermanned at different points last year and still fared pretty well. And I know Vance Josephs gets a lot of criticism for how things went in Denver, but without Chandler Jones, with an aging Patrick Peterson, they were rotating through corners every week. At one point, they played a game with just 2 defensive linemen and 6 linebackers on the field for almost the entire game with no defensive lineman subs. It's a place that has an exciting head coach, depending on who you ask, certainly on the offensive side, an exciting young quarterback. DeAndre Hopkins is still maybe the best receiver in the league. Kenyon Drake's a solid running back. O-line's okay, not great. But you get Chandler Jones back. Maybe they bring Reddick back. They're not in great salary cap shape, but it's manageable. So it was interesting that despite us thinking it might be Buffalo who really needed him, maybe even more than Arizona, or Pittsburgh with his brothers, or Green Bay where he's from, or KC to chase a ring, or Tennessee with Vrabel, he chooses Arizona. And it's a 2-year deal. He can still go play with his brothers, or at least with TJ in 2 years. No telling if Derek, the fullback, will still be there. And maybe Arizona's closer than we think. Teams make jumps all the time. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. I'm not trying to dismiss the move, and we'll see. But he had 5 sacks last year and played every game and seemed healthy. And they had plenty of opportunity to try to sack quarterbacks because they were down a lot.
Sounded pretty excited at his press conference. So he's that kind of guy, though, right?
I didn't see the press conference. I saw him sign the contract. I need to go back and check out the press conference. I bet he's excited. He'll be great in the locker room. There's a chance Larry Fitzgerald's not back, so he fills that void. And if Larry Fitzgerald is back, then we're just stronger for it. Reminds me of and DeMarcus Ware, so you had Hall of Fame type leaders on both sides of the ball, or Champ Bailey and Peyton Manning. You've got guys that really set the tone for their side of the ball.
Yeah. Jordan, gosh, I'm trying so hard. Cough's here. What's up? Adam Kaufman. How is the 4 p.m. heavy breathing, Sim? Yeah, we breathe heavy. What's it to you? Because we eat like real foods and just stuff our faces, Adam. We had a good time. 4 o'clock was
I thought you were
great.
going to say because you have a deviated septum.
We, Emerson and I did our first sim together. We had a good time. Decent game. We almost got overtime, but it ended perfectly. Phillip Rivers, on a potential game-tying drive, threw a pick in the end zone. It was just so majestic.
That's Phillip Rivers that we all know and love.
Real quick, guys, I see in the chat here, Zach updating scores. He will make sure he's got that thing updated for you because the Vincinator is looking for Breeze points on the touchdown. And I saw you in there, Corey, asking who scored. It was Michael Thomas. Don't worry, guys. They'll get updated. Usually end of the quarter, they get all updated.
Yeah,
and then
that should get me out of 144th place.
When has DK let you down in terms of getting the scores updated? Some guys are quick, and the ops team, they got stuff going on also behind the scenes, so they'll get on it. No
Nice
worries.
catch.
Heck of a
Is that
catch.
Cortland Sutton?
There's no offense.
Oh, no, Noah Fant. One-handed grab. So, as we see the Broncos in their color rush uniforms, what's funny is the Saints color rush uniforms are cool, but nothing beats their all-black uniforms. The Broncos, it's pretty orange, but everyone loves this helmet because it's obviously an ode to the light lighter blue helmet that John Elway wore for so many years, but it's a darker blue. So there's plenty of people that would love that to be the permanent helmet. Every year when they wear them, that's, Twitter fills up for a week the second they say, these are what we're wearing this week.
Lindsey makes the catch for a first down. Break the curse. I'm fine, man. I'm fine. Roland cleaned out the spare room for when you make the bus tour to Louisiana. Hashtag make it happen. You have my back, man.
We got the ball rolling on the bus idea. It wasn't going to be done in one meeting. So, right, just planting seeds.
Michael says his problem is that he used to watch The Sims because I liked your take on things. Now you talk like you have to be cooler than the other guys.
I don't think that's true, and I didn't like your take on things, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Usually, if I had to be honest, I steer away from the takes, and I just ask the analyst to give the takes, and I just gotta get out of the way. But then when I feel good about something, you know what it is? Maybe it's because the Bucs just won the Super Bowl, and I got all, Tom Brady happy, and that might have been it. I admit it. But Michael, either way,
how would you
thanks for
feel
being
if at whatever point you have a man cave or as you add more things to your bedroom there for your broadcast set, if the only thing you had was a Bucks Brady jersey signed, but not anything Pat's Brady?
What would that say about me?
Well, I'm just saying, if you got it, somebody got it for you as a gift, or obviously Brady signed Pat's gear is available in the world, so you can go buy it. I have a Brady signed mini helmet here right next to me in my bar.
3rd and 9. Lindsey got the first, and they're in the red zone.
Big Philip Lindsay drive.
Brian Anderson, hello. Brian, are you calling this game right now? Lakers and Suns? on TNT.
Michael Porter's hit a big three in Giannis's grill. Giannis is literally all over.
Three. Yes. Michael Porter with no regard, knocking down the tray in Milwaukee.
Throw it to Sutton, Drew. Or hand it to Gordon. I guess I have Gordon too.
I do miss a good old court is in session call. That's my go-to call when Sutton scores a touchdown.
Nice. If you called Yankees games, would you say all rise every time Judge came up to bat?
An A-bomb from A-Rod. Yeah. For Judge, for sure. All rise. Yes, indeedy. Jordan Lindenbaum. Yes. Dork for life. And Ricky Robbie says I haven't put on a dress. Watch it.
Here's a fun fact. / trivia question.
What do you got?
Do you know who John Sterling was the voice of prior to becoming voice of the Yankees? And there may have been a team in between, but I know he called these teams games for a long time.
Question. Minor league or another pro team?
A pro team.
Okay. I don't know, but I'll guess.
I'll give you one guess, and then I'll give you another clue.
Colorado Rockies.
Nope.
Oh, no, you're not even from Colorado.
No, and I'll give you a free clue, too. No, nothing to do with Dallas. Oh, man, what a bad throw, Drew. That's terrible. Other than Hamler, too. I think this is 4-down territory. But no, here comes McManus to kick a left-footed field goal because it's so close. All right, so you want to hint. They play in the South. They play in the South.
Cough got me. He says, Glash answered a question with the question. Yeah, it's true. I don't do it every time, though. Like you. In the South. I guess Cleveland, but I'm wrong. The Marlins. Florida Marlins.
No, because I think he's been calling Yankees games probably since before the Marlins were a team.
Yeah, that's probably true, too, yeah.
Okay, I'll give you another hint. They play in the NBA.
Huh?
He was the voice of an NBA team.
Oh, not baseball. I thought you meant.
No, I didn't say baseball.
I'm sorry.
I never said baseball.
It's true. You didn't say that. All right. Hold on. Last guess. Orlando Magic.
In the South, NBA team. It's a good guess.
All
But
right, who
wrong.
is it?
He was the voice of the Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Didn't
tell
know
you
that.
when and for how long. I didn't know it either until I was working with Scott Hastings here in Denver, and we had John Sterling on because the Rockies were playing the Yankees. And he's like, here, call John Sterling. He loves me. And I was like, okay. He goes, yeah, I used to call my Hawks game. John Sterling was born in 1938. Huh.
Holy cow, he's old. So he's gonna be. He's gonna be retiring soon, right?
He's 82. I don't know. Vince
How old's
Scully
Vince Scully?
worked for a while. 990 something, I think.
Oh, fumble!
He worked till he was
Oh,
89,
picked it.
maybe.
Recovered.
Big fumble there. Did Mike Purcell scoop that up?
I think you're right. Denver's got it. Let's see if we get a review. Let's check the name.
Denver native Mike Purcell
Oh, he's
has Joel Heath, who's never played a snap for the Broncos.
no, actually,
Forced a
no. The ball
fumble.
was out. That ball was out. Breeze did not have it when his knee went down. Someone else, Purcell had it.
Mike Purcell, the Denver kid, played his college ball at Wyoming. Denver was his 8th team. He was ready to retire, and now he's got a new 3-year deal for $18 million. And then he hurt his foot the week after he signed his new deal. So he has job security, and he gets to stay home. John Sterling, 82 years old. It's called the Yankees. It says all this is for broadcasting career on Wikipedia is as broadcaster Yankees 89 to present. But if you read his Wikipedia page, it tells you all the other things he did, like the Hawks from 81 to 89, as well as the Bravo. But I know he called the Hawks. At least I think he did. Maybe he just worked in Atlanta, so maybe I blew the trivia question. It looks like he just hosted a call-in show. All right, sorry.
John Sterling, legend.
Vin's 93.
Oh, hello, Susan.
Vin's 93, so he worked till I want to say Vin was 89 when he retired, and at that point he had called the game for 67 years, called the games for the Dodgers. Philip Lindsay needs to stay in bounds there. It's kind of on Drew Lock for leading them wrong. But with Vin Scully, so Dave Logan's the voice of the Broncos. He's been on the call for 32 years now, 7 as an analyst, and now 25 or 6 as play-by-play. But a couple of years ago when Vin was retiring, I was like, all right, you only need to do this job for another 41 years to catch Vin. That is not good protection, and Drew Lock slung to the ground. Is that Cam Jordan on the sack? Jeremy says that Jerry Jeudy TD would be nice. Sure, but I don't have him on my roster, so.
You were just at the 5-yard line, all the way back.
Too close. You need more room to operate. Anyone can score from close.
Yeah.
Although the defense kind of
The kind
jammed
of
in.
analysis we need on the Broncos offense.
Yeah, you want more room so you can run more routes.
Come on, Lock. You got
Much
time
better
now,
protection.
pal.
Much better protection.
Oh,
You wouldn't know it.
Got rid of it. Oh!
Here comes another McManus field goal.
Brandon McManus. Oh, they're probably going to take the points. I'd love to see them go for it.
Relly Rell says Dak wants $400 million. Is that written anywhere?
Yeah, a couple folks are dropping that in.
It's interesting because I talked to Jane Slater today, and she didn't really want to commit to anything on either side. I just don't know how that contract's going to work.
Producer Michael dropping here about Malcolm Brown. Vin Scully's 93.
Yeah, he just lost his wife. I think she's been battling maybe cancer.
That's
Bummer. I think it's his second wife. He just auctioned off a bunch of his stuff because he didn't want to split it up between all his family. He just split the money up. That way they didn't have to decide who got World Series rings and stuff.
Did you look into anything?
No, I heard him on Dan Patrick talking about it. Johnny Bench did the same thing, and then somebody that bought all the stuff gave it back to Johnny. He said he was paying, because Johnny's got a bunch of young kids, even though he's in his 70s. He's got, like, teenagers. And he's like, I got to pay for their college. And then somebody gave the stuff back to him.
Jeremy says
it's like a write-off.
Yeah. Jeremy says, what's up with the quarterbacks tonight? They're just standing like statues in the pocket for 9,000 minutes.
Well, Locke's decision-making has been questionable at times in his first 2 years, and Drew Brees is 114 years old.
Smash that like button, people. We've got 430 watching, only 18 away. 18 likes from hitting 400. That'd be great if we could do that. Did you?
Got
Who
Sorry.
did you talk with?
Jeff.
You did it with Jeff. Okay.
Giannis just had Will Barton on him. It was not a good matchup. He dribbled between his legs twice, took one step, and dunked on him.
Put it in the hoop. Slam.
But he's being outplayed by another MVP candidate in the Joker right now.
All right, we've hit halftime. Let's have a look at the stats.
Well, a couple of McManus field goals. That'll handle all of the Broncos scoring. They're done.
This is when our ops team will get caught up. So Zach's here with us. Producer Michael. Andrew on the ones and twos. Kamara, 6 carries, 24 yards. Wow. The Broncos have 4 rushing yards total. 4.
Not feeling great about my Gordon play. And then Jerry Jeudy has the other 2 yards for him.
Lindsey, 4 for 62 to lead all receivers, receptions, and yards. 3 for 19, Kamara. Thomas, 3 for 31. Cook, 3 for 21. Fant, 2 for 30. Sanders, 2 for 29. Sutton, 2 for 20. Smith, 2 for 28. Jeudy, 1 for 19. And the Hamler had one in his hands, but it was incomplete. So 0.
Right. 0 catches. It wouldn't have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been a touchdown, but it would have set him up in great shape for an easy McManus field goal.
Bruce says, I listen to John and Suzanne for every... Susan. I listen to John and Susan for every Yankees game ever since Derek Jeter started his first game in 96. I have at least 10 of his rookie cards. Mint. Yeah. Cool.
Jeters or John Sterling's?
I think he was changing the subject to his Jeter cards.
That's cool.
It's pretty cool. Hopefully, Bruce can confirm here in the chat.
See what a Jeter rookie card goes for.
I'm in first place right now. Let's go.
I'm not.
Robbie Noble goes, good lineup. And I'm like, how is it a good lineup? And I just popped it open. I'm in first place.
So a card with a 9.5 rating pops up when you just Google Jeter rookie card. The 1993 Special Foil 279 Derek Jeter rookie card. Hall of Fame BGS 9.5 Pop 1 only highest. All this stuff. $999,999.99 is what's being sold for. Here we go. 16 most valuable Derek Jeter rookie cards. There's 16 different ones. Says the most expensive one's only $75,000, minus that other one that the guy's trying to sell for a penny short of $1 million. I don't know. The card game's supposedly on its way back. Have you talked to LaMarca at all about Top Shots?
No.
We spent a long time on that for better or worse. Look at Lindsey's going to get the bonus in the air, by the way. Certainly eyeing it.
What a special day for him. 78 yards. $8,200 to roster. Last time he had a big game like this in the receiving game, he had 103 receiving against Baltimore. That was like 10 sims ago. Rossi's Fat Cat, when you talk to Emerson, do you end every sentence with bro? Is it protocol? Kinda.
When are y'all doing the sim together? Did you do it?
Yeah, we did today at 4.
That's why Koff asked about the heavy breathing sim. Did you eat Chick-fil-A?
No, I didn't do that. Still doing this diet thing, so.
All right. How about the sidearm throw there from Drew Lock? Jerry Jeudy hauls it in.
Pretty good. So ball is at the 40 of New Orleans.
Could be.
Ronald Brown is asking, what week are the rosters from? Ronald, you want to go to Madden Streams info page. Search that in Google, and you'll find on the DraftKings playbook via DK Nation the rosters we use. They go back to the first week of the regular season. Now, there was a December update. All that changed was superstar traits and X factors. So the overall ratings are still the same. And the primary example I like to use in terms of rosters, Le'Veon Bell is still on the Jets. That's like probably the biggest takeaway in terms of a dude that's got name recognition and he's on not the team he should be.
And lots of people that got hurt early are still playing, or that opted out are still playing.
Right. So Cortland Sutton is active here, of course.
Von Miller on the other side of the ball, and even a guy named Joel Heath, who's never played a snap, somehow starts on the defensive line, but he was never listed as a starter anywhere.
So it's good to see that we have people that have not tuned in before or are still getting new to these sims, checking it out. So thanks for choosing the Dream Stream on a Tuesday night. We're going to be here all NFL off season. So looking forward to it. Here's Melvin Gordon. No, I'm trying to help you here and just get this guy going.
They should just throw it to Lindsey. As much as I'd like to see Gordon do something since he's in my lineup, I've conceded that unless Cortland Sutton gets going, my captain, I'm not going to do much.
We did do an honorary buzzword at 4:59.
Did it have the same impact?
Yeah, the chat loved it, I think. I mean, the folks that hate it, but, you know.
You can't please everybody.
Right, you know, it's fun. Having a good time.
I guess until the Brees thing gets worked out. I want to see if Joker's really outplaying Giannis like it appears is the case in this game. When I glance up, he seems to be doing more. But let's see what the scoring is. Giannis has 41.25, Joker 46.5. So they're going at each other pretty good.
3rd and 14. Lock gets rid of it.
Ooh, what a bad throw again. He had him.
He had it.
I told you so. We're going to see a McManus field goal to win it, 12-10.
Brandon McManus. Spenny Mac, 84. Spenny Mac, man. This guy scares me.
Predict the McManus field goal.
Predicts a lot here in Simland. It's good. All right. I got McManus. I don't have him captained. If other folks have him captained, that's really good. Who's captaining a kicker? Let's go.
That would be a bold move. I'm closing the gap on Koff a little with this Giannis play. I'd like PJ Dozier do a little more, though.
That's right. Chinchilla was the buzzword today. Emerson's nickname for everyone is Chinchilla. Let's see. Ollie.
Koff's lineup is done except for Joker. So I need Giannis and PJ Dozier to.
Yeah, I played PJ Dozier.
Ball.
I played him, Jokic, and I've got Markieff Morris. Because Kuzma's
Koff's
out.
up 256 and a quarter to 213.5. Oh, Kuzma's out, huh?
Yep. So.
And Anthony Davis, of course, is always out.
Davis, no Kuzma, and no Marc Gasol.
One of his things.
I got a shot. If Giannis goes bananas.
Ant has a stomach bug.
Who does?
That's cool. Be cool with me because I got Giannis and Koff doesn't. Somebody in the chat said Fant has a stomach bug.
Fant made it the best catch of the sim. The one-handed catch.
He did have the best catch of the game, but that's all he's done. McManus is an early candidate for player of the game, for whatever point of the game this is.
Ronald is back. Is
Michael Thomas again?
Yep. Ronald's back.
Traquan Smith.
Ronald says, thanks for the info. Now I can get my picks right and not lose money. This was so killing me. LOL. Yeah, Madden Streams info page, schedule, depth charts, rosters, depth chart that has, who's starting at quarterback, third down back, power back, slot receiver, all that good stuff.
So one of the things that came up yesterday when we were all talking was about a Pro Bowl, and I know I've talked about it here on The Sims. What do you think that would look like? Because I think it'd be cool if it was a twice as long game, so a 15-minute game, so 2-hour sim, give or take. But do you just play the starters, or do you, at halftime, switch? Like, you're probably not going to play all 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks, or is it just Aaron Rodgers versus Mahomes? And then you set your lineup based on everybody else.
What if
Plus
you
those, you want those guys in. But.
What if you have first team, second team, third team?
I think that's hard that's going to put a lot of stress on you're going to have to let everybody know when you're making those changes, versus if you just they won't change the lineup necessarily. PJ Dozier just hit a 3 on an assist from Joker. Right, your top 4 receivers will play. Your top tight end will play. Your running backs will rotate a little, but they'll treat it the way they treat the Sims, where there's a third down back, kind of.
Right.
Oh, and then a PJ Dozier layup, and he was fouled. PJ Dozier's going to win this for us. I need a lot more PJ Dozier, but still.
Hey, by the way, Sim fam, the touchdown is in the game center now for Drew Brees.
Oh, let me see if I've jumped up.
I'm still in first, baby.
Mazel tov. Let's see.
Monster 01, appreciate you. Oh, wow, nice play here. Traquan Smith.
Doesn't help me at all.
I got him. Let's go. I don't have Breeze, but.
Even with Breeze, I'm in 160th place? Oh, well, it's going to go up now if that touchdown goes in. KJ Hamler dropping that ball has got me a big goose egg. That's not helping anybody.
Spenny Mac, you're watching the feed on Twitch. You were behind on that one, pal. All right. Bloody Glash. What's wrong, man? Yeah, Monster 01, appreciate you telling Ronald about the game logs as well. We have game logs in the game center. The key to the game logs, guys, when you look in the game center at the game logs from previous Sims, just don't look at the depth chart in the game center, because that depth chart, really, this was a problem during the season. It would mimic the real life depth chart that teams had sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. The depth charts that you want access to, Madden Stream's info page on the DK Playbook.
Traquan Smith, 15 yards shy of the bonus.
So how did that impact? Oh, I dropped to 7th. Yeah, I don't have Bree.
Sorry.
That's why.
I'm in 140th.
Wow. Got a long ways. Hey, by the way, shameless plug. Please go follow the old TikTok. Got some content coming out tomorrow morning.
How many followers are you up to?
I just hit the 130 mark.
There you go. I don't know what a good number is in TikTok. I imagine it's a lot more than that.
Way more, but I'm making progress. I really mean that. Like, I think it's steadily growing, which is cool.
Well, so what's interesting is obviously on Twitter and Instagram, it's pretty straightforward who has the most followers in the world, right? You got Katy Perry's and Kim Kardashian's, Donald Trump's. Well, when Donald Trump used to have Twitter, 80 million, 100 million, whatever that number is. Instagram, kind of same thing, right? Tens of millions. I don't know, because most of those celebrities to that level of Taylor Swift probably doesn't have a TikTok page that they're constantly putting stuff on, right? So who's the biggest celebrity in TikTok that isn't a TikTok celebrity, if you will? That makes sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like Jack Black makes all these funny videos on Instagram, but is he doing it on TikTok as well? And does he have 1 million followers or whatever? I guess the internet could probably tell me.
Well, we talked about this the other night. Spice Adams has got a pretty good presence.
Right, but wow, this is not helpful at all. The 20 most followed accounts on TikTok as of Thanksgiving.
What do you got?
Well, glad you asked. Oh, The Rock. Okay. At least I've heard of him. 29.7. James Charles, 30 million. Jojo Siwa, 31. Heard of her. Gilmer Croes, 31. Baby Ariel, 34.8. Brent Rivera, 35. Jason Derulo, 39.9.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Michael L.E., Michael Lay, 42.2. Oh, Will Smith has 43.1. I have also heard of Will Smith. Bella Porch, I have not. She has 43.6. Spencer Knight, I don't know who that is, 48.9. He's an American beatboxer, the Mouth Music Man. TikTok itself has 48.7, so they put themselves on this list. I wasn't there. Lauren Gray, whoever she is, she's a singer apparently in social media. Personality, 49.5 million. Zach King, 52.8. Addison Ray, 69.9. And Charlie D'Amelio, 100.2. I feel like Charlie D'Amelio played in the All-Star Celebrity Softball game last year, and I had to look up who she was then. But 100 million TikTok followers, that's a lot. I can ask my 14-year-old if he follows her. I was going to have him follow you.
Let's go. Eric Winalda? Good question.
I don't think Winalda has a TikTok, do you think? Maybe.
Doubt it. All right, we've hit the end of 3. Why did I throw my hat when I did? That was dumb. Sorry. All right, so I'm in 5th. Not bad.
I think I'm in 4th, but I need to double check.
No, you're not.
No.
Oh,
I don't
now
have it up.
3rd. Brooklyn Bees. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's right up there. So Drew Lock.
I am in 103. 103, but if Sutton scores here, then I'll jump way up.
Yeah.
Especially if Hamler or Gordon throws it.
So Locke has hit north of 200 yards.
Okay.
Kamara's got 9 carries, 34 yards. Everyone else, I mean, Melvin Gordon, I'm sorry, buddy. Hey, Gordon could get in on the goal line or something.
Now we know why he cost $3,000 or whatever, $4,200.
Yeah, but there was a point where he was kind of riding a high in the sim.
Yeah. And now he may lose himself some money next week and have to deal with the consequences of allegedly driving under the influence. He's got another court date, March 10th. That could void the guaranteed money in his contract.
Justin Gardner, yeah, I probably threw my hat when I went down in the standings. Joe Mallett says he'll take Sutton, scoring a touchdown, so he's with you on that one.
Yeah, he's right there. But again, Gordon or Hamler throwing it is preferred.
Retease, did you know Leafy is probably sick of this nightclub atmosphere? You okay? All right. Almost bedtime.
Any update on Raheem Meowster now that things are starting to open up a little more? You heading up to Maine to get a cat?
Got nothing for you.
Are you intentionally not asking about it?
Maybe.
Just hoping that it'll go away.
Perhaps.
Hope is not a strategy, but I guess we'll see if it works out this time.
I think it's going to eventually happen, but I don't know if we're going to do it here. Our place is a little too small.
It's a cat, dude. It'll be fine as long as there's a
Look,
place
no
for the
matter
litter
what
box.
I say back to you, you're going to be like, "Oh, you can pull it off. Come on, man." It's like, we'll get there. We'll get there.
That's funny. I saw Andrew said that when one of my dogs walks over here, their shadow makes it look like the Millennium Falcon behind me. There's another sack. Right side, Juwan James, who opted out this year, but's coming back to pick up his $14 million. Not looking good there on the sim, but he did only play 60 snaps last year and made $14 million in 2019. It's good work if you can get it.
Hey, man. Dozier with the big close to the third quarter for us.
I saw it. I have the game on.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it.
No, you're good. Well, you don't live in Denver. So.
I'm down. Hey, down 30. Down 34. There's a chance. Oh,
Back-to-back sacks. Oh!
He was down.
That could be the ball game if this stands. Is that Marcus Davenport?
Wow.
A former first rounder. They traded a first rounder to go move up to get Marcus Davenport out of UTEP. And he's showing you why.
So a
Those
sack
wheels.
and then a strip sack.
Well, strip sack's the same thing. So you get the 2 points for the fumble, 2 points for the recovery, and the score.
Let's watch it again.
So
Oh, he's down, man. I think
probably his right knee looked down. Let's see the challenge here. Booth review, or I guess all scoring plays and all turnovers are reviewed. They're going to overturn it. Yeah, his knee's way down.
Yeah. Coming back.
But
I think.
Still sacked again.
Sure.
You know, Drew Lock only had one game the entire year of the 14 he played in that he didn't have a turnover, and it was the last game of the year.
Really?
Yeah, it was either mostly interceptions, but a couple bad fumbles, like at Carolina. Whoa, we're looking at a 55-yarder, 56-yarder here.
Oh, come on, Brandon. Come on, Brandon!
No, he doinked it.
Doink. Oh. Now, to your point earlier, if you lost points on this field goal, I'd be in trouble.
This is one of the less realistic parts of this game, though, because you're a mile above sea level. That should factor in for kicker's distance. And Brandon McManus has one of the biggest legs in football. So even when he misses, he still misses right or left. He never misses short. Oh, yeah. El Paso #1 loves Marcus Davenport out of UTSA. Admittedly, San Antonio is not that close to El Paso. In fact, El Paso is probably closer to Denver, but still.
Hey, folks, less than 10 likes from hitting 400 on the night. So please, if you haven't already, smash that like button.
Create a new account so you can go like us. Log in.
Bloody Glash says Glash has the 12-year-old home decorator.
Mine's a 14-year-old. He gave me this cool strobe or whatever planetarium effect.
Yours is pretty awesome.
He has this, plus he has LED lights strung around the top of his room.
Breeze to Kamara. That'll help me, because I've got him in the captain spot. It's a gain of 8, plus the reception. I'm in 5th. I'm still hanging in there. Problem is, if Breeze throws a touchdown, I need Kamara to run one in. See, in our free roll, the 4 lineups in front of me don't have Kamara captained. So if Kamara just does something here, I'm good.
Break the curse. 890 says, it all ties to one account, bro. I've got 50 accounts. Okay. Good to know.
One sec here. So Michael, who was chiming in earlier, Michael, I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean that. I mean, like I said, thanks for tuning in. No matter how you feel about us, it's totally cool. I'm just happy you're showing up, giving us some attention and making lineups and participating, choosing DraftKings. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Me too.
It's too bad.
Thanks for hanging with us. You're 2 minutes away from a buzzword.
Yeah, I gotta pick something. Doo-doo-doo.
Oh, PJ Dozier just had a block that they called a goaltend. Let's see a challenge. Michael Malone wants a challenge.
Imagine he lost points. He lost points for a goaltend.
That would stink. Oh, Traquan Smith at the bonus.
All right. Anyone? We could do. Oh, we already did that. Did we do Planetarium the other day?
No. It's...
Beaver for the buzzword.
Eh.
I don't know about that. Got another minute. Think of something. No, we got actually a minute to go.
Could ask Michael what his friend's name was.
Yeah, Rick Lewis. We could do. You know what? How about we do a moment of silence buzzword for Michael? Because that was nice of Michael to come in and say hello, and he's going through a rough time. So, Michael, if you're still here, how about we pause for Michael? He's going through a difficult time.
And we hit over 400 likes.
So, you know what? We'll do a minute. We'll do a silent buzzword for Michael. All right.
The irony is that just makes your people in your apartment complex happy because they want you to be quiet anyway.
Right. So we'll do that. Okay? Silent buzzword tonight. Plus, we did one earlier at 4:59.
Are you going to whisper if someone scores? They'll see it.
They'll see it.
Everyone's watching, we hope.
Just score right now, Drew Brees. That would help. Drew. All right, it's 10:59. Here we go. Let's pause. 3, 2, 1. All right, 11 o'clock, second and goal. Jared Cook stopped at the 2 after the penalty.
I'm laughing at Derek. Says, bet you can't do 10 minutes of silence.
Oh, Derek.
At that point, you're not doing your job. Bosses will be disappointed. Something that just happened, though, during the moment of silence, I can't say I've never seen it, but I feel like I've never seen a delay of game that wasn't to set up a punt or a field goal.
Yeah, of course that happens.
Have you seen a delay game before?
Nope.
I've never seen a delay game. Nope, Kamara, there you go.
Oh, I thought
After
that read for 2-minute warning. I thought that was a fumble for a second. Let's go.
A fumble?
Kamara.
They should probably change those colors. Like last year when a field goal went through and it was yellow.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, no kidding. Come on, give me first. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, Zach. Zach, update my score.
I'm in 110th, Zach, so unless you can just give me a different lineup, I don't really care.
Hey, Michael.
I don't think the Broncos have enough offense to come back. I'm calling it out. You know, I've done probably 4 or 5 Bronco sims, maybe 6 since August. Obviously, it's the team I cover. I don't think I've ever had one Broncos win, which is, I guess, kind of like real life. Where this year they only won 5 games.
Somehow.
I think they even lost to the Jets.
Somehow I'm in second. Sammy H.
So you don't have as many points as Sammy H does.
Sammy H has 4 more points than I do. He's got Traquan Smith in the captain spot, who's had a great sim. He's had a great sim. Thomas, Breeze, Locke, Sutton, McManus.
You don't have Locke. There you go.
Right. Oh, if Drew Locke throws a pick right here, that'd be cool. Hey, Michael, no problem,
he
buddy.
throws a meaningless touchdown. Meaningless touchdown. Producer Michael says Broncos going to be 5-14. They were 5-13 heading into this game tonight.
Wow. You're gonna go to the Zoom call after this and ask the tough questions?
No, not tonight, but I do have to hop on the radio. Oh, the Zoom call. The virtual. Drew, what was going on?
Yeah.
At least you got to play against the Saints in this one, unlike real life.
Yes, incompletion. We should lose points for that. Who else is up top here? Obi-Wan's in a tie for 5th. Madden Crazy is in 4th. Sean Griffin's in 11th. Who else is
I think
up?
the Nuggets may pull this one out, and Milwaukee. Michael Porter Jr. hit a 3. It's 104-87 with just under 9 minutes left.
Still a lot of time left in that game. So
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
We're in good shape with Giannis.
Giannis about to go. He's got fouled, but I don't think he's going to free throw line yet.
I'm down 30. I'm down 29 now to cough with still Giannis, Dozier, and I've got Morris going with the Lakers.
Oh, you have Morris too? Oh, Marcus Morris? Oh, you're going to win.
Markieff. I got a
He's starting
chance.
tonight? Or Markieff, one of those Morrises.
Yep. I got a chance. I think I feel pretty good.
See how I'm doing. Because I'm really relying on just Giannis and Dozier.
Come on, Drew Lock. Throw a pick. 3rd and 1. Throw a pick.
Yeah, I'm down 32.
Roland in 60th place. All right, Roland. That's decent out of 190.
Dozier just pulled up for 3 on the wing, and it was terrible looking and terrible result. Giannis misses a layup.
Pick. Throw a pick. Throw a pick.
Nope.
God,
He's going to throw 2 yards to Philip Lindsay.
Didn't even get out of bounds. By the
They
way,
got
guys,
2 times.
yeah, stick around. It's true, the PPR points. Stick around because, actually, he doesn't have Lindsay. That helps. Do that again.
You have Lindsay?
He doesn't have Lindsay. Sammy, in front of me. I have him. Do that again.
Noah Fant? Hey, he's playing again.
Noah Fant is in the 3rd place lineup with N. Olsen. We'll give you the lineup for the weather, for Wild Weather Wednesday when this one concludes. Jared in the chat, I'm in 13th place. Cool. How about the larger free roll? 11,755 entries. The man of Sib. 1st place by himself. 112 points. Here we go.
Giannis make it pull from this game. Joker just his spinning jumper from the free throw line in his face. Then Giannis misses a layup, and on the other end, Joker beats him back down and dunks it. So it's 21 points now with 7:46 left.
Oh no, the blowout factor. Oh dear.
I'm just glad we don't have overtime. Last Tuesday, I needed to jump on the radio, and I had double overtime.
Now I'm in 5th. That is good. That helps your schedule for sure.
Yeah, this game's not going to overtime.
Come on.
Broncos may not even get off another play. Oh,
Throw
they
a pick.
did.
Throw a pick.
He was trying. Closest person to him was a DB. You'll get one more shot here for a pick. If anyone can throw a pick, it's Drew Lock.
Rick Lewis in the chat. Lindsay has 9 receptions, 92 yards. We'll check the
Also,
stats.
he could get you to 10 and hit the bonus here in a nothing catch.
Let's go.
There he is. He's in the
Give it to
backfield. No Melvin Gordon.
Come on, Linz.
Yeah,
Give
trips
it a
up
Linz,
top.
Drew. Give it a Linz.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he missed him.
Come on.
One more shot.
Wide open.
One more shot.
I forgot. Quiet hours. Sorry. Oh, come on. You can't, man. Like, and the fact that someone's going to win the free roll with him in the lineup bugs me. Come on. Lindsay, go for a pass.
Not Lindsay.
Picked.
Picked.
Yes. That might help me.
What if somebody with Saints D jumps ahead of you?
Everybody ahead of me has Drew Lock.
Malcolm Jenkins.
Oh, except Nolston. Oh, come on. I had a chance here. Wow. Hold on now. The contest doesn't end. Oh, man. Drew Brees, lose points. Taking a kneel. Taking a knee. All right, this is interesting. Oh, I'm still in 5th. All right, wait a minute. Come on. The pick is in. I don't think it mattered much. still sitting in 5th. As we know, these scores are manually updated.
Giannis not on the floor currently. 7.5 minutes left.
Crap.
All of their starters are except. I don't expect Ocean to go bonkers, but he may play the final 6 minutes.
Very good point. The blowout factor working.
Drew Lock. Look at Drew Lock, just 31 yards shy of the bonus. That INT, though, huge for you.
Pick. I don't think I'm going to get there. I'm in 5th.
I was in 108th. I quit looking.
Camaro is my captain. 36 yards and a touchdown. It's not enough.
Is Philip Lindsay the player of the game?
I think you got to go to Traquan Smith.
Oh, yeah, he hit the bonus and he scored.
Yeah, and he's not. And he's a wideout 3. I mean, he's cheap,
Right.
cheap-ish.
Yep. 7 for 119 and a score. Yeah, you're probably right. Traquan Smith gets it. Congratulations, Traquan. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, you know why? I mean, Drew Lock did add more yards to his day. So he's at it's still pretty good. 269. No touchdown passes though.
And our babysitter Billy, not my kid award. My captain, Cortland Sutton, I guess he finished with 17. KJ Hamler, goose egg. A lot of people thought they'd get a value play. Or Gordon.
How about Manny Sanders?
What was his ownership numbers? I guess I got to look real quick.
Did he have a catch?
Not that I remember you calling against his former team. Helped him win a Super Bowl.
Receivers. I had 2 for 29.
Okay. So then it's either Hamler with a goose egg or Gordon with 1 point. You pick. I know I'm supposed to pick.
Yeah, but those are value guys, right?
Yeah, but they're in people's lineups because of said value.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, Gordon was 2,800. Gordon was 2,800.
What about the Hamler? The Hamler had a drop, and that could have been a touchdown for crying out loud.
Well, except he was on like the 6, and he was laying on his back. But either
Caught
way.
it and did a somersault.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Let's go KJ Hamler. Big goose egg. What's coming up for Wild Weather Wednesday?
All right, here's the schedule, folks, and we're getting out of here because BK's got stuff to do. We're going to start the day in the snow. Snowy Wednesday, noon Eastern. Ducey and Christian to start the day. Strap on in. Cardinals at the Eagles in the snow. I'll be here at, 2 o'clock tomorrow. 2 o'clock Eastern. Texans at the Titans. I will be with Reed Fowler in the rain. I'm looking forward to that. Miss Reed. 4 o'clock, Bears at the Packers. Emerson Latzia. Christian DeAndrea. Snow Sim. 6 o'clock, Browns at the Giants. You get Koff and Rossi. A wind sim. 8 p.m., Steelers at the Bills. Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops in the snow. And then Bengals, Niners, Mostert time with Freeze Pops and me in the rain for Madden After Dark. All right, Brandon, good stuff. Thank you to Zach from the Game Ops team, producer Michael, Andrew. We got to go. See you guys tomorrow at 2. BK's back Thursday?
Thursday, and then I think you and I are going to be teaming up over the weekend, maybe early Saturday.
Yes.
At the very least, and late Sunday even. So we'll be seeing plenty of each other.
Cool.
All right, buddy.
Be safe up there in outer space. Good night.